Welcome to the most comprehensive Spanish language OnlyFans guide you'll find on any social network. In this guide, I'm going to explain absolutely everything, including strategies, secrets, and everything that I and many major agencies use, which you'll be able to find here. But first of all, what is OnlyFans management? Because many of you may have already heard about it, and others might already have your own agency. So OnlyFans management is a professional account management service, both for OnlyFans and for the social media accounts of the models. This business started to take off more or less around the time of COVID. And the truth is, there are people who have managed to make a huge profit from it. What sets OnlyFans apart from other pornography platforms is the way it interacts with customers. Even though you might be thinking right now, why would anyone buy a photo of someone's butt or any nude when you can find billions of them online completely for free? The thing is, you need to change your mindset. On OnlyFans, we're not selling that. What we're actually selling are experiences. What makes someone feel that a photo could be worth hundreds of euros is the experience with the model. And even though that person obviously doesn't know, they're not actually talking to the model, through that one-on-one chatting service, through voice notes, videos, or whatever it may be, they believe they have a connection with that girl. And for something they normally wouldn't pay anything for, in this case, they might end up paying thousands of euros. We live in a society where men are becoming more and more simps and increasingly fragile. So you have two options. Either you become one of them, or you try to take advantage of this society that is becoming more and more rotten. But what is it that makes OnlyFans management so profitable? In the end, what OnlyFans management allows you to do, like any online business, is to connect different people from anywhere in the world and profit from that. You can get a client from the United States, right? Who will have much greater purchasing power while at the same time, for example, you're in Dubai, in Spain, in France, wherever, while you hire people for your company from the Philippines, for example, where labor is cheaper than in the United States or Europe, and at the same time, you can be working with a model from South America, Europe, or anywhere in the world. It's 2025. And right now, there are so many platforms, way more than 3 years ago when I started, with artificial intelligence that can help you automate a ton of processes and get a lot of benefit from the world of OnlyFans management. I've done dropshipping, SMMA, and I've started a fitness business on my own. But in the end, what made me stay in the OnlyFans management business is how easy it is to scale this. And the thing is, unlike dropshipping, where you always have to be buying a product and selling it, in most businesses where you sell a product, you constantly have to check that the product is good and keep updating it. You can have a photo gallery of your model and keep selling those photos year after year for much higher prices than any product you can imagine. And if you're someone who has always been good at marketing in general, then with OnlyFans management, you're going to get incredible results. During all this time, I have helped more than 30 people scale their OnlyFans agency. And with this, I have helped all kinds of people who didn't even know what OnlyFans management was before starting with me, and people who were already making over $20,000 and still wanted to grow their agency. And that's what has motivated me now to grow my personal brand on YouTube. But nowadays, a lot of people ask me if this business is still profitable. It's true that there's a lot of competition, but let me tell you that this is a market that will never run out. Currently, there are 4.1 million content creators on OnlyFans. So do you really think there won't be people available for you to manage and help scale their business? Let me then tell you why OnlyFans management is the best business for 2025. To start with, you don't need to be physically present anywhere. So you can travel and you don't have to be tied down to any one place. The second point is that it doesn't require a high investment. In other words, anyone with a phone can really start their own agency. The third is that unlike many other businesses, it's much easier to scale. And really, from the very beginning, you can already be making $5,000 to $10,000 in your first month. Like any other business, you're going to have to put in a lot of hours of work. But now you might be wondering, what sense does it make for someone to come and reveal absolutely everything about OnlyFans management to me and for free? And that's partly true, because many courses are selling you everything I'm about to tell you next, and often much less at an outrageous price. I've never liked the idea of selling courses, but by offering all of this for free, what I'll achieve first is to earn your attention and grow my personal brand, which in the end was my main goal 2 months ago when I decided to start this YouTube channel. Also, when you finish the guide, you'll be the one to judge the quality of the information, and then you'll decide for yourself if you want to join the mentorship team, which is a very small group. But I repeat, I don't offer any courses there. In the case of mentorships, what I do is personally get involved in your agency analyze everything from the inside, and from there, scale it up using the step-by-step process I use with my own company. I'm going to include in this guide all the platforms I work with and all the partners I'm collaborating with. And right now, you might be asking yourself, who is this crazy guy uploading such an extensive guide, revealing absolutely all the strategies he's using? And why would he do that? Well, my name is Nico, and it's been 3 years since I started with OnlyFans Management. Currently, I run 2 agencies, one of which is generating over 6 figures a month. And I also focus on scaling other agencies' businesses. 2 months ago, I decided to start on YouTube as well because I saw that a lot of people were sharing information, and often at the same time, they were also spreading misinformation. So I decided to start growing my personal brand too. And that's something fundamental because in the end, it's something that benefits both you and me. For you, because I have a lot of high quality information to share. And for me, because nowadays having a personal brand is essential. By making this extensive video, I have two main objectives. The first is that you, whether you're a model or an agency, will be able to significantly increase your revenue with OnlyFans. The second is to really make you realize all the high quality information I'm going to provide. And from there, you can decide for yourself whether you want to join my one-on-one mentorship program that I offer, or simply subscribe to the channel and keep watching all the valuable information I'll be sharing from now on. I also don't know if this video will stay up on YouTube for long, because in the end, big agencies don't like it when you explain so much about the world of OnlyFans management, obviously. But if that happens, I'll re-upload it on other accounts or platforms, so don't worry. That said, let's move on to the table of contents. This is the table of contents that we'll be following in the guide. I've tried to summarize it as much as possible. Within each of these points, there will be many more sub-chapters where I go into a lot of detail because, as I said, I want absolutely everything to be included here. The only thing you won't find in this guide is a tutorial on dating apps, since that's ultimately a traffic source I'm not currently using and I'm quite out of date with it. Therefore, if I'm not an expert in that field, I'm not going to talk about it, as I believe there are other places where you can find higher quality information on that topic. But in this case, I'm going to tell you absolutely everything, really, everything.
No holding back about what I'm currently using. All right? So let's start with the agency structure. Okay, I'm going to explain to you exactly how an agency would be structured, both for an agency that's just starting out, the different types of structures, and how to grow an agency as the business itself grows. Then we'll get more into the topic of model acquisition, what outsourcing methods I'm using, or rather what methods I used to use, and also the onboarding process. That is, when a model joins, the matter of contracts, the steps that are followed to start organizing the content, structuring everything in the most optimal way possible, and so on. Then we'll talk about how to set up an OnlyFans account, all right? To get the maximum possible benefit from it. Different strategies that can be implemented depending on the model, the niche, and so on. Next, a very important section that isn't discussed much, psychology in OnlyFans management. In the end, it's a rather unique business where we need to know not only how to mentally prepare ourselves, since it's a stressful job and we'll have to spend many hours, but also how to deal with employees, how to motivate them, and so on. Psychology is a very key aspect. Then we'll talk about SOPs, all right? How to create tables to train our employees and give them optimal instructions so they can understand any task, no matter how complicated or complex it may be. Then I'll also talk about VPNs, proxies, and anti-detect browsers. All right, a key topic within OnlyFans management when it comes to handling multiple accounts on different social networks. Then, in the main section, the main traffic, all right, here we'll talk about the main traffic sources I'm using, the main platforms, okay? And then complementary traffic. Another very interesting part, and I'm sure there will be more than one source you've never heard of before, and that will surprise you, and you'll probably get a lot out of it if you start applying it in your agencies. Then, a key aspect, agencies with 10,000 versus those with 100,000 or more. That is the difference between these types of agencies and what makes some of them do so well while others are stuck or just can't get past that $10,000 mark, which is probably where a lot of the people watching this video are at. Then a very extensive chapter, which would be the chatting blueprint. That is absolutely everything. how I recruit chatters, how I train them, absolutely everything, even platforms to see where you can find higher quality ones, everything. Then we'll also talk about chatting examples, how to make sure chatters get the most out of clients, examples of scripts that I'm using with one of my agencies, etc. So finally, we'll move on to the last two points. The small details which are closely related to the differences between large and small agencies. So what things you need to keep in mind that many people overlook, but that are actually making them lose a lot of money. And finally, the conclusion of the guide and a little gift that I'm going to give to all of you who stay until the end. So with that said, guys, let's move on to the structure of an OnlyFans agency. In this module, I'm going to explain a very basic structure, okay? When it comes to getting started, so I want to tell you that I'm going to explain everything step by step, all right? Don't take everything here literally since there are a lot of variables, okay? In fact, this is by no means the structure I'm currently following, but it's a basic structure that can help you, especially if you're just starting out, okay? To build a solid agency, all right? And one that lasts over time, okay? In the end, what we're aiming for, Ant, I want you to keep this in mind, is to have everything as automated as possible. In other words, I know I keep repeating this, but a successful agency isn't just one that makes a lot of money, which is important too, but one that can operate without the owner or manager having to be present 24 hours a day. Ultimately, what we're looking for is a job that doesn't burn you out at all and that you can sustain in the long run, okay? Sometimes it's more worthwhile to know when you need to delegate work so you can focus on other things, and in this way optimize everything as much as possible, okay? So let's start here with the basics. As for the agency, okay, here we would have different options, okay? If you're just starting out, you won't have a team yet, so you'll have to be the ones who recruit models. This would be the first step. Since obviously without a model, there is no agency. So once you've recruited your model, we move on to the basic structure, okay? In this case, we have three fundamental pillars. On one hand, we have chatting within an agency. Then on one side, the managers, and on the other, traffic, okay? In this case, as for the managers, they would be in charge of overseeing both variables to make sure everything runs as smoothly as possible, okay?
So how would we structure this? As for chatting, what I would recommend is if you're just starting out and only working with one model, obviously this is going to be different. Even if you have two or even three, but they're not models that are very well known yet, so there isn't much traffic. Maybe 3 chatters would be more than enough, okay? If you keep growing and see that there's more traffic, obviously you'll need a chatter for each model. That is 3 chatters per model, sorry. So how are we going to structure this? As for the schedule, in the end, it will depend on the country of each chatter, okay? Try to adapt it as best as possible to them, since in the end, the goal is for them to work at their maximum at 100% and for them to feel comfortable. So what I would recommend, assuming that we already have a bit more advanced traffic and that we're working with 3 Model 3 chatters per model, would be this distribution here, okay? We would have those who are on this shift, okay? From 5 in the afternoon, for example, to 1 in the morning. Then we would have this shift from 1 in the morning to 9, and then the third shift from 9 to 5 in the afternoon, okay? With this, we would have the 24 hours covered, offering a 24/7 chatting service, okay? What else? Here, as I was saying, as you can see, at Chatter Imagine that here there's one model, here another model, another one, and another one, okay? In total, here we would have already 16 workers, counting the models as well, okay? So you can see that running an agency really does require work, and you really have to end up knowing how to deal with staff, because otherwise it can be a real disaster, okay? Then we would move on to the managers, okay? In this case, for the chatters, it's always good to have a chatter manager and also an account manager, okay? In this case, what I would recommend is that at least one person is in charge of reviewing how the chatters are chatting, someone that you yourselves should ideally train, okay? And that this person is responsible for checking how the chatters are carrying out their tasks, okay? You can also give this person the role of managing the feed of the model's accounts, okay?
let them be in charge of making the daily posts. Okay, this way you can optimize the account. Then here we would have two other managers, so to speak. Well, in one case, we would have the content editor who would be responsible for editing absolutely everything we send them, okay? In this case, we could assign another task either to the same editor or to the content manager. And this would be the spoofing of content. And the thing is, if you're working here with social networks with multiple accounts, it makes the most sense to have some kind of application software or bot to duplicate content, change its metadata, and re-upload it without any issues. Since you're not going to have your model, imagine if you're working with, say, 100 Threads accounts posting 5 times a day per account, you wouldn't want her to send you 500 photos a day, right? That wouldn't make any sense. So one of these is going to have to take care of starting to duplicate that content, right? And pass it on to the marketers, okay? We'll get to that column in a moment as well. But as I said, it's also important to have at least one person, okay? At the beginning, if you don't want to have two, at least have one person in charge of managing and distributing all this content, all right? In this case, once they distribute it to the marketers, okay, here in the future, we could scale this up even more, maybe have a threads manager who oversees the others. The same goes for Instagram and the rest of the social networks, all right? Here I've listed the most important social networks for you, from most to least important, okay? In this case, I will also make TikTok optional since compared to Instagram or Threads, it just doesn't stand a chance. So what we would do here is have a virtual assistant for each model. Let me explain. In the case of Threads, we'll talk about this later in the guide, but what I recommend is at least 15 to 20 accounts per model. How are we going to do this? We'll need a virtual assistant who has a phone with jailbreak, okay? And I'm talking to you about the method to optimize it. If you want to start with the organic method, that's totally fine. That is, by following the guides I'm going to give you, you'll see results anyway. But if you want to take marketing to another level, you'll need a virtual assistant to manage at least 20 accounts per model, okay? So here we would have another position. If we have 4 models, then 4 virtual assistants, although obviously this can be scaled further. If you see that the same virtual assistant handles things well and wants to end up managing 30 or 40 accounts, you can do it that way, or you can hire 2 virtual assistants per account for each model, who can in this way keep scaling what marketing is, okay? As for Instagram, here things are going to change quite a bit. I didn't want to give a specific number because it depends a bit on the strategy you're using, okay? In my case, since we're operating with 10,000 accounts in total with the models we manage, well, we obviously need more staff. But like I said, if you're using an organic method, which I'm also personally using in that case, having 1 virtual assistant per model is more than enough, okay? Then we have YouTube, Shorts, and Facebook. In this case, we could automate it with platforms like Metricool, which I'll mention later. With it, we'd have all those networks connected at once and could simply manage the posts ourselves, okay? Without having to log into each one individually. So that would save us quite a bit of work in part. Then we'd move on to Reddit, okay? Here, I've put just 1, but really, that's why I'm telling you, this isn't how I currently do it. I do it, it's a very simplified, very basic way, okay? For an agency that's just starting out, but on Reddit, I'd recommend splitting it into 2. That is, have 1 person or several people in charge of farming accounts, okay? Depending on the number of accounts you want to manage, or just have 1 person farm them and then handle the posting, okay? What I recommend is having 1 person farm the accounts and then other people who are in charge of making the daily posts on Reddit, okay? In this case, regarding accounts, I would manage at least 4 or 5 accounts per model, okay? And as for Twitter, 1 virtual assistant per account is more than enough, okay? If you want to work with and delegate to an agency, they'll probably have 2 or 3 people handling it for you at a somewhat higher price, but that's also another option, okay? So
This would basically be the structure. How could you then scale this and automate it? Once all of this is running smoothly, you can hire a general manager, okay, who will be in charge of acting as a buffer between these three, okay, and you so that you have time to focus on other things, whether it's recruiting more models or looking for new strategies. And that way, you could even have someone dedicated to recruiting models, okay? So you can spend your time on other aspects of the business, okay? So in the end, it's all about knowing when to delegate, how to optimize all the company's processes, okay? And making the most of your time. A lot of people are afraid to hire others at first, but you're not taking into account that your time is very valuable. So that time when you, because I see people who still have their own agency and they spend their time chatting themselves, that time could be spent finding staff, looking for systems to automate staff training, searching for new tools, new strategies, and you're wasting it on doing things that really aren't going to make you that much money. So take that into consideration. Look for or create for yourselves a structure of a solid agency, and always keep it in mind so you really understand how everything works, okay? As I said, this is a very basic structure, but I wanted to leave it here for those who are just starting out so they can copy it and put it into practice, okay? So that's it. I just wanted to upload this outline. If you have any questions, you can leave them in the description and we'll move on to the next module. Perfect. Now let's talk about model acquisition, okay? This is a point that will probably interest those of you who are just starting out the most, since it's the most common problem I get asked about daily by people who want to know how to sign a model, where to find a model. So I'm going to try to cover all the aspects, all the techniques, and all the strategies, okay? When it comes to recruiting a model when you're starting out on OnlyFans, or to bring on more models once you already have one or two and you want to keep signing more models, right? So let's start with the first method, the simplest one for those who really don't want to waste time and want to get started right away. And that would be Marketplace, okay? There are a ton of places on Telegram where you can find a model, all right? From day one without having to search through social media, okay? So this has its benefits, and on the other hand, some drawbacks in the sense that you have to pay, obviously, but in certain places, there are also some guarantees, okay? There are also a lot of scams, so there are certain groups you need to know which ones you can trust and which ones you can't, all right? So benefits, in the end, when you use traditional outreach, many fail in this regard. First, due to a lack of discipline, which is the most common, because in the end, I'm telling you that if you apply what I'll explain to you in other methods, if you don't get any models, it's because you're lazy, because you haven't tried hard enough. And the other thing would be, as I said, the lack of responses. People think that just because they write to 30 models a day and many don't reply, it's already a failure. But in the end, writing to 30 models a day is nothing. I mean, get ready to write even more if you want to try another method. But in the end, like I said, it's gonna be worth it in the sense that, damn, we're in one of the best businesses of the 21st century. So at the very least, dedicate the time it requires, okay? Getting a model and making sure this part is disciplined, which is also something you have to keep in mind, okay? When it comes to working, all right? So without a model, you don't have a business. So make sure to focus on that at the beginning. If you see that you're lacking that discipline, or maybe you just don't have the time and would rather invest a bit at the start, then I encourage you to check out certain marketplaces, okay? So it's a quick and efficient way. You won't have to waste time and the results will be immediate, okay? Depending on the marketplace, there will be different guarantees, different prices, and you'll be able to find some specific models, okay? So the good thing about this marketplace is that besides the guarantee, they give you quite a lot of information. That is, they'll tell you the model of the phone the model has, where she's from, the hours he's willing to work each day, the social networks he wants to work on, etc. Okay, so here I'm leaving you with one of the reliable marketplaces, at least for now, one of the best known. There are quite a few more which I've included in the OFM Starter Guide.
But anyway, the point is that there are quite a few. You just need to know where to look. Okay. There are also marketplaces for American or European models. Obviously, the price is quite a bit higher, but most marketplaces feature models from South America. Okay. So when it comes to starting out with a model, if possible, what do I recommend? If you are complete beginners, okay, what I recommend is that you work on commission. This is the only, and I mean the only time that I will recommend working on commission with a model. Always speaking from the agency's perspective, okay? Why? Because in the end, you are not experts in this industry. So if you offer a fixed salary, most likely in the first few weeks, you won't get the results you want or expect, since this is the best business. But you need to understand the subject just like with any other business. So you'll first need to know how everything works. And I recommend that you start with commission so you can really learn how the job is done. Another thing that I recommend if you are a complete beginner is to set your ego aside. And if you're having trouble finding a model and you don't know much about the subject, offer to work for free for the first few weeks. That way you learn for yourself how everything works. Okay. And it will really be a free training for you as well, obviously, but it will help you later on to work with that model, earn her trust, or even sign with other models. But you'll already have that experience. Okay. So then as a guide, when it comes to contacting these models, okay, now I'm going to explain the traditional method, which would be, well, through Instagram, okay? When it comes to looking for models, there are different platforms. The three main ones I recommend would be, well, Chaturbate itself, okay? It's a webcam website. There, many times the model's Instagram is listed. One benefit of this is that besides, you know that this model is also doing webcam, which is quite a plus when it comes to OnlyFans, because it's another source of traffic and a pretty good one if you know how to take advantage of it. And mostly with an audience from the United States as well. So that's one thing. Then another option would be OnlyFinder, which is also highly recommended, since you can search there by country, by audience. It gives you a series of metrics that you can take into account when searching, and it also helps you get a sense of the level of the model you're looking for, okay? It also shows their Instagram there, so you search on OnlyFinder and then contact them through Instagram, okay? That would be the other method. And then the third would be to directly send messages from Instagram itself, okay? So now a checklist for having a solid Instagram. Here we have three other options, okay? There are three possibilities when it comes to contacting a model through Instagram. From your own personal profile, which I recommend you keep well maintained, okay? This is a method that for me years ago was the one that worked best. It's true that there wasn't as much competition back then, but if you have a good Instagram profile, a well-maintained profile with featured photos where you look good, it's going to work really well. I would even dare to say better than many agency profiles, okay? Here, it's key that if possible, you have results showcased in your highlights. In this case, if you're a complete beginner, you won't have any results yet. So try to adapt, but as soon as you start getting even a few results, upload them. In fact, when you start working with anyone, any model, I recommend that you document everything from the very beginning. When you start working with anyone, any model, I recommend that you make a report of everything. From the moment you start, how you get your first results, and that you post that on social media or on your agency's profile so that people can see it, okay? Because in the end, as I said, that's going to attract a lot more people, more audience, and it's going to benefit you, okay? So yeah, that's it. I recommend, unfortunately, that you have quite a few followers. If not, then buy them, since we live in a society where people pay attention to very superficial things like follower counts. So whether it's on an agency profile or your own followers, if you don't have them organically and you want to sign a model and speed up the process, add some followers, okay? That will help increase your authority, okay? It's not something I like to recommend, but well, it works. So also try to make sure your followers aren't all from India and that it looks real, okay? So posts that grab attention results, trips, expensive places, those are the ones that work best, okay?
Then when it comes to reaching out to more models, I recommend that once you find a model who you think you might have a chance with, obviously, don't contact models with hundreds of thousands or millions of followers because they won't even respond to you. But when you find a model where you think, okay, this one is definitely going to reply, go to the accounts that model is following and also follow models from that same group of friends or others in the same niche, because a lot of times those models follow other very similar models, okay? So that's what I would recommend for reaching out to a lot of models, all right? So another thing I would also recommend once you already have a model is to talk to your model. If you've done a good job, she won't have any problem making a video or recommending you, okay? So that you can use that video to promote your agency, all right? So what else? Let's see. Additional tips, okay? Post useful content for models. Many times, when it comes to attracting more models, what works is providing quality content. And by this, I don't just mean results you've achieved with previous models, which is also good, but tips that you would use yourselves. For example, how to optimize an OnlyFans page, how to get noticed on Instagram. Basically, what I do on YouTube, and soon I'll also start posting it on Instagram because in the end, I'm going to re-upload all these clips, but provide quality content. And the thing is, many times to receive, you first have to give. So try to help out, and you'll see that many times the models themselves will become interested in you, and this way you'll succeed when it comes to signing more models, okay? You have no idea, since I started on YouTube, how many people contact me daily, both agencies and models to work with me. So keep that in mind, okay? Provide quality content, and you'll see that in the end, everything is rewarded, okay? So post daily stories so that the account looks alive and active. And then finally, I would recommend two other profiles, which would be the agency profile. In this case, the strategy is very similar to the personal account, but here I definitely recommend having highlighted stories with results. You can even create a cheap landing page. Don't spend too much money at the beginning, especially if you're just starting out, where you can showcase everything with a questionnaire so people can apply a link to your business WhatsApp or your personal number if you want to share it, so people can contact you there, okay? This is also important. Having an agency profile often works as well, okay? What I'm telling you is, I think the personal profile works better, but well, you can use an agency profile, provide quality content, add some followers, and that's it, okay? So try different niches when reaching out. You can, for example, contact only models from the same niche and tell them that you specialize exclusively in that niche to give a more professional impression, okay? In the end, try different strategies. Try reaching out to models who aren't so sought after. There are many Asian models whom no one is contacting. In the end, everyone is reaching out to the same models, right? And you also need to, well, think a little outside of where everyone else is thinking, you know? Just like, I don't have experience working with men, but I imagine it's a market that isn't as saturated by agencies. So you could try starting there, okay? So how do you send effective messages to models? Well, sorry, now I'm going to talk about the last one, which is also quite effective, and that is from the profile of one of your models, in case you already have one, having her recommend your own agency to other girls, okay? You would start by writing to other girls with some compliment. Hi, I really like your page. I'd love for us to collaborate together. And from there, at some point, after a few days, you mention, hey, well, I'm working with this agency. I'm really happy with the results, etc. Okay? This would be another method. If not, you can also do this. Just like you create an agency profile, you can create a model profile, use that profile, okay? To contact other girls, okay? In the end, I'm giving you all the strategies here, and you can really decide which one you think will work best for you, okay? Without a doubt, my favorite is the personal brand approach. That is your main account, without an agency profile, without a model profile, where it's clear that you're being transparent and you're the one reaching out, okay? In the end, keep in mind that these girls get contacted every day by thousands of agency profiles. And in the end, they all say the same thing, promising thousands of results. What models want to see is results, not empty token promises, because in the end, you can tell a model that you're going to make her $100,000 in a few months, but they're not stupid. So many of them will see right through you from a mile away. So try to write differently from what everyone else does, okay? Next, we're going to talk here about the topic of messages, all right? Avoid, closely related to what I just said, sending very long messages, mass messages with exaggerated promises, okay? Because you're not going to convince them this way, all right? What I recommend is that you start with some advice. For example, going with the simplest thing. Imagine she has a direct link to OnlyFans in her bio. You could simply tell her that you'd recommend using a protected link, like a beacons link or something similar, to avoid shadow bans, blah, blah, blah. And like I said, try to help at first so that later she's the one who gets interested, okay? You can still give her this advice, talk to her, offer a few more tips, and then from there you ask, hey, are you with any agency? Are you managing it yourself? And from there, if she shows interest, you offer to work with her, okay? The matter of ratios here tends to vary quite a bit, which I also want to mention, okay? When it comes to signing with a model, the ratios will also depend a lot. The origin will have a big influence. If she's from the United States, it's usually 50-50, okay? If they're European models, it's usually more like 60-40. And for models from Latin America, 70-30, okay? So as I was saying, in the end, it will also depend on the model's level if she's already making a lot of money and where she's from, okay? Just so you keep that in mind as well. So next steps, okay? Also, when you write any message, another opener could be boot. This one is already very overused. Hi, could I ask you a question? Okay? Keep in mind that when you send a message, you'll appear in the message request list, okay? So your goal is to get out of that request area and into her main chat. So the one about the question, I recommend that you do it based on OnlyFans. Try to pretend to be clients, okay? Potential clients of her OnlyFans. You say something like, I'd like to ask you a question about your OnlyFans. When she says, sure, go ahead. Then you can say anything along the lines of, well, I've been looking at your profile. You really fit the type of models I work with. I would do this strategy. You explain to her exactly what strategies you would use to grow her account so she can really see that you know what you're talking about, and that way you build trust, which is key when working with a model. Trust is essential, okay? So you have to keep that in mind 100%, okay? Based on these first questions, even if the model responds just a little, she's already showing some interest, okay? Then I'll tell you, in most cases, you'll see that they don't even reply to you because they get hundreds and hundreds of messages every day, okay? So keep that in mind, okay? Then you can also, there's a strategy where you add the model to your close friends and you share it as many models as you want to bring into your agency to your close friends, and you make them a short brief introduction video telling them, hi, I liked your profile, blah, blah, blah. And that video will show up for them. It's a method, I don't remember who I saw it from, but they approved it and said it was quite effective. I haven't done it myself, but I'm going to list here all the methods I've come across, okay? Last method, okay? I've seen this one. Honestly, I don't. Honestly, it seems pretty silly to me. I mean, it might work, but it's not something I would do, mainly because of the amount of time it would take. In the end, what we're looking for is action as soon as possible, meaning signing a model as quickly as we can and getting to work. So this method, from what I've seen, is to buy a Tinder Premium account or whatever dating app it is and meet up with girls, okay? And there you explain what you do, the OnlyFans management business, and try to spark their interest so they'll want to work with you, okay? Like I said, this isn't a method I recommend, mainly because it's going to take up a lot of your time. And in the end, time is what you'll have the least of, especially if you're just starting out. And also because in the end, you'll mostly be working with girls who really have no idea about this. And what you're actually looking for are people who are already involved and understand the subject, right? The benefits, yes, are that if that girl really wants to work with you and is disciplined, there's nothing better than working with a model whom you can actually meet in person, which makes things like content creation, brainstorming ideas, and meeting up much easier. But like I said, it's not a method I recommend, okay? So let's finally move on to the last strategy, okay? Here, well, when it comes to messaging, almost forgot if you see that she doesn't reply, you can wait a day or two and then send her another message, okay? Here, the urgency tactic sometimes works and sometimes it backfires. Let her know that there's only 1 or 2 spots left in your agency. Look, as I said, they're not stupid, so a lot of times they'll realize that you're just desperate and it won't work, but you can give it a try, okay? In the end, you have nothing to lose. The worst they can say is no, so that's that. Also, avoid spelling mistakes and messages that are too long. Like I said, keep your messages short, okay? Don't send huge blocks of text because they won't read them. Finally, the referral strategy. My favorite strategy, once you already have a model signed and you're getting good results with her, okay? This is the best way, because if you work with a model and that model is also good, ideally, and you get results with her, that model is obviously going to be happy with your results. So what I recommend here is that you talk to her directly and have her recommend some of her friends to you, okay? This way, you're going to optimize everything a lot, since you'll save yourselves that whole process and won't have to pay like you would on marketplaces. Although there's another option. If the model isn't that motivated, you can say to her, hey, look, I'll give you either a fixed amount. I'll pay you $500 for each model you recommend to me, or I'll give you a percentage, 5 or 10% of what I make with the model you bring me in that first month. Okay. Like I said, this is a method that we have used and still use quite often, and it works. The thing is, you obviously need to get good results with the models you work with so that, well, they'll actually recommend you. If your results are garbage, no model is going to recommend you, okay? So it's a simple, effective, and scalable method, all right? Because in the end, the more girls you work with, the easier it will be for them to recommend you, right? Like I said, it's not a recurring payment. It would be either a percentage of the first month or a flat fee of $500 to $1,000 per referred model. And that's it, okay? Key to expanding your network. It's not always necessary to pay, but many times, like with everything, it helps when the model is more motivated to recommend you, okay? So I also want to explain now the topic of marketplaces, all right? How exactly do they work, okay? In the end, what the marketplace does is that you already have models who are interested in OnlyFans, right? These aren't models who have never heard of OnlyFans. That is, they know what's involved, and they're basically on a waiting list where there's a middleman, a mediator, who takes care of handling the whole contract, okay? Then you pay a kind of fee, all right? Depending on the model or the mediator, it could be higher or lower. And you usually have a 1-week trial period to work with the model, okay? In the end, the model also decides whether to sign with you or not. It's not 100% guaranteed. It will depend on how much trust you inspire in the onboarding process, all right? When it comes time to sign the model, okay? I want to address this here as well. What I recommend works best right now is that she has a youthful appearance, prominent physical attributes, that she has something that stands out, something that makes her different from the rest, okay? Then preferably an attractive face, obviously. Of course, that she has the right equipment. It's important that she at least has an iPhone, I would say a 10 or above, okay? If you wanted to work on social media, quality is key, especially with the competition there is nowadays, okay? So proof that she's good at creating content, okay? Look, ideally she should already have some previously created material. Most of them will, and ideally she shouldn't have any restrictions, meaning she doesn't mind appearing on any social network, and you'll appreciate that in the long run, okay? Because in the end, if you work with a model who, for example, doesn't want to appear on Instagram, it's going to be a big problem for you, since you're missing out on a very significant source of income, okay? Keep all these factors in mind when signing, okay? So, like I said, it's a pretty effective way. Once you sign, I'll make a video now talking about the whole onboarding process, okay? What you should be asking for. at the beginning, everything you need to do to optimize from the moment you sign to speed up this whole process of scaling up that model, okay? So that's it. I hope all these tips have been helpful for you. Like I said, there are probably some other methods for reaching out to models, but here I'm sharing the ones I use and that work best for me, okay? So go ahead and put them into practice. Like I said, if you send 100 messages a day, you'll end up signing a model in just a few days, okay? I've seen a lot of places that tell you it takes weeks or that they guarantee you'll get a model in 2 weeks. 2 weeks is crap. I mean, if you really put in the effort, like I said, you'll get models within days. When I started my first year, sure, there was less competition and all that. By the second day, I had already gotten one. But why? Not because I sent 5 messages, but because I sent 100 messages every day and hustled everywhere. In the end, what life rewards is those people who are trying and insisting all day long. So put in the effort, put in the hours, because in the end, this is where you're gonna have to put in the time. And I assure you that you'll sign a model sooner than you expect, okay? I mean, there's no secret, it's not hard or anything like that. So that's it. I hope you enjoyed this part of the guide on model acquisition, and I'll see you in the next module. Well, in this part, I'm going to talk about the onboarding process for the model. Imagine you've already had that interview, okay? You've signed your model and everything is set up. So now I'm going to explain the process from the moment she joins, all right? What are the tools I would recommend using, okay? And that way, well, you can make your own decision. I'll also leave, since I get asked about this a lot, the topic of contracts. You can write to me on Telegram and I can send you different contracts, both for marketers and for models, all right? No problem, just message me. See you in the next module. I can help you there. So onboarding the model, in this case, I recommend 3 main platforms. When it comes to communication, the best option in this case would be Telegram. First, because if your model is from somewhere else and you don't share the same language, or if you have trouble with English, there's a Telegram bot called Yandex, all right? This bot will allow you to automatically translate everything you say. This way, communication shouldn't be a problem anymore, all right? And you can use it directly there. You're hiring English-speaking models or models from anywhere else, okay? So just look for it. It's called Yandex, and I'm telling you, it's really, really useful, honestly. So when it comes to communication, I highly recommend Telegram 100%. But when it comes to managing all the material, the best option or one of the best options is Google Drive because of the quality, all right? When you upload files to Google Drive, you don't lose any quality, so always try to do that instead of having someone send it to you, which I doubt anyone would do. But just in case, I'm going to mention it via WhatsApp or by email, okay? There's also another one called WeTransfer, but it's pointless when you can do everything through Google Drive, which is much easier. So that's another thing you need to keep in mind. Next, when it comes to staying organized, okay? Notion or ClickUp, all right? Those are the 2 main platforms. There are many, but those are the ones I use. Honestly, I'm really happy with Notion. I've been using it for a long time now, and honestly, once you get used to it, there's no going back. So with Notion, on one hand, you will need to teach your model some basic concepts, okay? You can record a video yourself, sharing your screen and showing her, well, how the dashboard works and everything. So what I recommend is that you directly create some subfolders where you'll put the links to the content she needs to do on a weekly basis, and some checkboxes so that when she sees it in Notion, she can mark whether she's done it or not. And once she's recorded it, she'll send it to you directly. She'll upload it to Google Drive, okay? And she'll notify you via Telegram or whatever communication channel you use. So it's really simple, honestly. About Notion, like I said, you just put a list there with the links to the videos you want her to make, and simply some checkboxes to mark when they're done. This way, everything will be automated and communication within the agency will be much easier. So once she shared the material with you, you yourselves need to be able to assess what's needed and what isn't. Maybe she'll have more than enough material and you won't be in any rush to get specific content, but that often won't be the case. So you yourself need to have a list of basic materials, both for scripts and for social media, okay? So that's also very important. When it comes to organizing, as I said, you can also use Discord which is another pretty good option, okay? Honestly, because of the voice channels and all that, it would be better, but it takes more time to build a well-structured Discord community. But if you want to do everything from the start and have it well organized, I recommend that you invest the necessary time in creating a solid Discord community for your agency. Another thing you also need to keep in mind is the importance of organization. What we do is that from day one, we have a template in Notion where we lay out day by day and a whole month in advance the organization of the content we're going to upload based on the strategy we've developed with that model. In other words, in the end, models also like to see that as an agency, you're not just improvising and that you have a well-structured and solid plan. So I recommend that you do the same and that you personally show and explain to them the strategies you're going to use with them, because in the end, they also understand the subject and they really like knowing if they're in good hands and what strategy you're going to implement. Because many times what I see is that, first of all, there's hardly any communication with the model. That is, once the contract is signed, you only talk once every 2 weeks. And in the end, that's going to work against both of you, both the model and the agency. Because think about it, you're working together, and what you need to do is form a good team that complements each other. And in this way, try to optimize your revenue as much as possible. All right, in this part of the module, I'm going to show you how to set up OnlyFans so that it's as optimized as possible. So when it comes to setting up OnlyFans, we first need to understand the different parts or structures of the platform. The first thing would be the visible elements on the profile. This is the most important part because in the end, it's what the potential clients are going to see before they subscribe. So it's important to first make sure you have a good banner cover, okay? So how can we create, or what makes an optimal banner cover? In this case, what I would recommend is a photo of the model lying down, where everything is well aligned and fits the correct dimensions. Or you can use platforms like Canva to make a collage yourself. The important thing is that everything looks well aligned and structured. To get ideas, you can simply look at creators who are ranked around the very top 1% or even lower, and you can simply copy, well, all the effective ideas they have. In the end, all these successful accounts follow the exact same parameters when setting up any new account. So it's really as simple as taking ideas from all these accounts that are making so much money. So for the profile picture, what are we looking for in a profile picture? Here, it's very important that it's a photo where you can see the model's face, okay? Nothing more. The most we can show in the profile picture would be, in this case, the breasts, if that's a strong point for the model. But the profile picture has to be something simple, where the face is clearly visible, and if possible, with a background that features a specific color. Here, I want to emphasize again the importance of colors, because a lot of people don't pay attention to this, but it's a strong distinguishing feature that can help fans or followers identify you with a specific color, okay? Next, let's talk about the name and the bio, okay? What I recommend here is that you include some kind of identifier related to the niche your fans are going to find, okay? You can get a lot of ideas here. As I said, always use top creators as a reference. And what I recommend here regarding bio or description is that you include absolutely everything the model is going to do. The more details you add here, the better. You can mention if she does live streams, DMs, creates cosplay, or any activity that takes place on that account, okay? I recommend that you always include this, okay? There are a number of things that most top accounts always add here, but the more you include, the better, because there will always be fans who are attracted to something specific, and just by seeing what's included, they'll stick around. That is, never put huge blocks of text or long paragraphs in the bios, okay? Keep everything organized and to the point, all right? And it's very important to specify what the model is going to include, okay? Next, the post feed. This is also an important section, all right? There needs to be a constant flow of posts. Don't just post once a week, okay? So here we can use different strategies, whether it's a post. Let's take an example, for instance, of how we could organize each day of the week. For Monday, we could make a post from the model in which she says that every follower with an active subscription with auto renewal enabled will get a free photo, okay? On Tuesday, we could say that everyone who likes a certain post or a certain number of posts, let's say the last 10, for example, also get a short, a 10 or 15-second video as a gift, or a photo, whatever it may be. Then on Wednesday, we could either make it a rest day or just upload any post without trying to sell anything, okay? That is something from the model's daily life where she tells any kind of story. Today I was in the car and this and that happened to me. It's also good to post things where you're not asking for anything in return, okay? As for Thursday, we could make a post where we put up a short from a video, cutting out the most interesting part, and say that if, for example, anyone tips $20, you'll send them the full video, okay? That way you're also playing with the viewer's curiosity. Then on Friday, we could also set a target amount, for example, a post that says, if we reach $100 on this post, I'll do a live stream over the weekend, or I don't know, I'll send a video to everyone who participated in this bit. Anything like that, okay? On Saturday, we could do a live stream and take Sunday off, or do a live stream on both Saturday and Sunday, okay? In the end, it's about trying to fill all those gaps, but always keeping the feed active and making sure there's movement, all right? This is very important. So then discount offers for the first month, this is also highly recommended. Always offer some kind of discount, okay? Very few people actually pay attention to this. Yes, more and more people are realizing its importance, but the fact that always, if there's an active discount, the perceived value is going to increase a lot. Because an only account that's worth $10 and isn't discounted compared to another account, we're talking about both starting from the same conditions, meaning both are really well presented and everything is great. But another account that's $10 but shows it used to be $20 is going to have a much higher perceived value. So always try to play with that as if there's always an active promotion. You can also set it up so it shows that there are only 2 spots left before the promotion ends, okay? In Inflow, you can set it to auto-renew, and I'm sure you can do it in any other CRM as well. But try to always have an active promotion, okay? Next, public display of published content, okay? Here you can show the number of photos and videos on your profile to generate curiosity and trust in potential subscribers, okay? You can make certain photos public so that if there are people who are unsure about subscribing, it helps them make up their minds, okay? Now let's talk about the OnlyFans Vault, okay? In this case, the Vault, also known as the storage, is where we keep all the pre-recorded content, okay? It's ready to be sold or uploaded to the feed, okay? In this case, there are several strategies when it comes to uploading it because it takes quite a while if you do it directly from OnlyFans. What I recommend is that you upload it from one of your own accounts, or if the model has 2 accounts, upload it from there. In the case of Inflow, you have the Vault Pro option where you can upload the content from there and it takes very little time. So that's one of the things I recommend, okay? In the Vault, I also recommend that you organize the scripts, okay? So that you have everything well organized there with the chatters. I've already talked about that, about how to organize the stages, okay? You can also include the price ranges and everything there, so it's all well organized, okay? What else? Also, regarding content, if your model creates content like cosplay, food content, or whatever, make sure everything is well organized, okay? In the end, it's key. What you're aiming for is to make sure the chatters have everything as accessible as possible and easier so they can be more effective when it comes to selling. Next, what are we gonna do? Statistics here, okay? Let's quickly talk about how important this is, okay? I also want to make it clear this is important to optimize the statistics. Always try to use tracking links, okay? That way you'll know where each subscriber is coming from, and you can keep a more thorough record of everything, since it's really helpful to have metrics for absolutely everything, to know which social networks you should focus on more and which ones are actually giving you the best results, okay? So always try, whenever you can, to add a tracking link to all your social networks, okay? So also keep track of the intra statistics. You can see the number of new subscribers, the number of renewals, subscription revenue, absolutely everything, okay? Depending on the CRM, you see it one way or another, but it's important that you're constantly analyzing everything, that you see how much money is coming from chatting, because maybe you'll realize that if your subscription income is very close to your chatting income, it means your chatting is very fragile, so you need to try to improve that. So as I was saying, make sure to pay close attention to the statistics section of your Only account. Next, income from tips. Here, you can also keep track of absolutely all of these. Tracking links, we've just talked about that. And then we would move on to the topic of setting up bundles, okay? Depending on the account, you can schedule or implement certain strategies. As I was saying, there will be times when, depending on the model, it will be more useful for you to use, for example, free first month promotions. Other times you might set the subscription at $2 or sometimes a bit higher. So try to figure out in the end what works best. For promotion, you could say something like, this month my subscription is the price of a coffee, for example, and have it show up with the offer I mentioned, which you can set up so that when someone goes to subscribe, it shows that there are only 2 spots left and things like that, okay? As for the various links you can effectively use, these are primarily links for robust protection, which each have their own dedicated landing page, whether it's the well-known Linktree, the versatile beacons, or the comprehensive Get All My Links. What I can tell you is that I've been working with Get All My Links for a while now. What you can also do from there with, I think only the paid version, is make certain configurations that can significantly increase your conversion rate. And they have advanced options so that you can track the IP of the person who clicks the link and make it appear as if your model is exactly in the same city as that person, that client, right? So you can set that up on one hand and also make it look like the promotion is going to end in 20 minutes. Quite a few things that are connected, quite a few things that will help so that, well, if the fan was already hesitating about subscribing, they end up being convinced, right? So, like I said, these are the most basic settings on Only, or at least the ones you should know about. As for the topic of payments, I'll cover the payments section separately in another part outside of this module. But as for the basics, you need to know this: general settings to make your account look appealing. Then regarding the main message, I'll mention that in the chatting module, okay?
But in general, you need to keep all of this in mind, okay? As for the recommended price, I always suggest offering accounts priced between $2 and $6, okay? Like I said, our main goal here isn't to make money primarily from subscriptions, although you can make a lot from them, but from chatting, okay? In the end, an optimized account is one that earns most of its revenue from chatting, remember this. So with that said, I'll wrap up the Only account setup section here, and we'll move on to the next module. Alright guys, in this chapter we're going to talk about payment methods, okay? I'm going to show you several different options here, alright? These are options you need to consider when it comes to handling payments with your models. So we have quite a few options here, okay? I'm sure many of these banks already sound familiar to you. So first we have 2 options, the fast option and the slow option, alright? In the case of the slow option, it would be making a direct bank transfer, okay, to your model's local bank account, and then she would transfer the money to you. It's important to highlight here that all accounts connected to OnlyFans must always be in the model's name. If not, you'll see that it will never let you, okay? What I recommend is that you create it together, but everything in her name, alright? And that you use an email address you both share so both parties have access. So as I was saying, we have 2 options, the slow one and then the fast one, which would be making an instant transfer, okay? From OnlyFans to either Skrill, Paxum, Cosmos, or Pagos 247, okay? Now, I'm also going to explain what Pagos 247 is all about, alright? Since it's another pretty interesting option, in the end, for the most efficient payments, these banks would be the main ones, okay? The good thing about Paxum is that it's available in any country, alright? And what's important here is that you register with Paxum e-wallet, okay? Not with Paxum Bank. And the same goes for all the crypto stuff. Then you also have Skrill, alright? Which is one of the most common options in Latin America, okay? It's also available in any country, but you'll see that many of your models, if they're from Latin America, work with Skrill. So A very common way is to make the OnlyFans payment to your model Skrill account. And then, well, Skrill has the option, if I'm not mistaken, to convert it to crypto with a 2% fee. So it's another pretty interesting option if you're moving money in crypto. Next, we have Cosmo Payment, okay, which is available in certain countries, all right? I'll also leave links in the description to all these different banks, okay? But it's not as common as Skrill or Paxum. And then finally, we have Pagomundo, all right? Very common in Latin America. So what do we have here? What is Pagos 247, all right? And I haven't heard anyone talk about this, and it's a very good option that for a slightly higher fee gives us the possibility to automatically split payments between the agency and the model. And this way you can avoid situations where either the model scams you and keeps all the money, or the agency does the same, right? So it's a way to automate this whole process of splitting the money and to do everything automatically without needing an intermediary or someone to manage it. That is, the program itself would take care of it. As I said, it's a very interesting option. If you don't want to take any risks, talk it over with your model before you start working. And like I said, it's going to save you a lot of work and a lot of headaches. So I'm also going to give you a little bonus now, okay? Which is going to be quite interesting for you, especially for those of you who have models from the United States, okay? Or from some countries in Europe, okay? In some cases. So, like I said, the most common thing is that you'll be working with one of these 4 options. But if you have a model from the United States, or as I mentioned, from certain European countries like Spain, Italy, France, and a few others, you can check the full list. You have GetMelon.io, okay? What is this platform? In the end, it serves the same purpose as Pagos 247, okay? It's ultimately designed to make splitting things easier, all right? It handles everything automatically, okay? It manages the income between creators and their teams or agencies, all right? Basically, what this does is handle all the payments, so you don't have to constantly calculate those splits, okay? It automatically handles all the splits for you, okay? On a European level, all right? There are more restrictions because, for example, they don't have a support team in Europe, but like I said, that's not really a problem either. What you need is a Stripe account, okay? Oh, sorry, not Stripe, a Wise account, all right? That is set up in dollars. In other words, you need to create a Wise Bank account in dollars. Once you have that, you can start working directly with GetMelon.io. Honestly, it's very interesting. The fees are quite low and it saves you a lot of work. In the end, what I recommend is that if this is a process you're going to do every week or every month, but more commonly every week, you should look for one of these alternatives that can handle all the splits automatically. That way, first, there won't be any errors and you'll save a lot of time, okay? So, like I said, GetMelon.io will also be in the description, all right? Maybe for many of you, if you're not working with models from the United States or Europe, it might not be as profitable because Wise is actually quite limited in certain countries in Latin America. But I'm leaving you this option as well, which I haven't seen anyone talking about anywhere. And honestly, it's incredible. So with that said, guys, when it comes to payments, honestly, there isn't much more to explain, all right? But you have all kinds of options, okay? Whether you want to send it to bank accounts or convert it to cryptocurrencies, all right? So with that, I'll see you in the next chapter.
All right, in this section, we're going to talk about live streams, okay? They're another tool to make money on OnlyFans, and not many accounts are using them, because you also have to keep in mind that not all models can do OnlyFans, especially at the beginning. And that's because you'll need a minimum audience, since you don't want to bother the model to do a live stream when she only has 50 fans. Or, well, if all 50 are active, then you can definitely make the most of it, but you know what I mean. If there are only going to be 1 or 2 people, then it's just not worth it to do a live stream. But as the account grows, it's true that live streams become a very interesting way to generate, honestly, quite a lot of money, because I'm going to explain to you here what really happens with live streams. First of all, people obviously like seeing that something is happening right at that moment, right? And it's like seeing the model live, doing any kind of game with the fans, interacting. What that does is make people more willing to spend more money, you know? That's just how it is. So another thing that doing live streams helps with is improving the status of the account. What I mean by this is that in the end, all of this is a bonus. The more things an account offers, if you look, many of the top accounts even mention in the descriptions that they offer live streams, lives, and games, right? Also, in the only feed, just like with posts, photos, and videos, it also shows if the model does live streams, okay? In this case, I recommend that you always keep that public so that all those people who haven't subscribed yet can really see that you live streams. Because in the end, it's always going to be a positive extra, okay? So, like I was saying, in this case, these would be the main benefits. It builds audience loyalty because in the end, being live and interacting with fans will make them feel more cared for and important. And therefore, they'll renew their subscription. As for tips, like I said, make sure you have a minimum audience, okay? Not every account should start doing live streams from scratch. First, make sure you have a solid foundation, okay? And then the best advice I can give you is to try to be creative, all right? Now, I'll give you several ideas on the next slide about how we can make the most out of these live streams, what types of games usually work best, okay? But the key thing here would be to first be creative, maintain constant interaction with your fans, and then be progressive. That is, live streams always need to be progressive. You can't just start off with full explicit content, okay? Because then people won't have any reason to stick around. So that's where the main idea and strategy for live streams comes in. And it's to start, for example, with a goal like, for instance, when you reach $200, then the model will take off a piece of clothing, okay? And as people keep tipping, the model will keep taking off more pieces of clothing, setting different goals along the way. What I recommend here is that the first goals, let's say you set 4 goals, okay? Make sure the first ones are very accessible, okay? Because if you set the first goal at $1,000, then most likely, if that model doesn't have a very large audience, she won't reach it, or it'll be very hard for her to get there. But if you set before reaching 1,000, first $100, then $500, and then 1,000, you'll give the audience more reason to participate with each other and help reach that money goal during the live stream. So try to do this right, okay? It's much better to start with lower goals and then set the very last goal much higher, okay? And make it like the biggest prize. Also, as ideas, what I'm suggesting here is to play a lot with games of chance. That is, you can tell your model that during the live stream, she should put different slips of paper in a bowl, and each slip is a prize. And each person who donates a certain amount of money, let's say $20, for example, it's a specific price, whether it's a photo, a video, or even a discount, anything really. But the point is to keep interacting constantly, okay? Another game would be to do exactly the same thing as with the slips of paper, but using balloons instead, and have the model pop the balloons with her butt, or however she wants. So in the end, it's about making it fun so that people stay as long as possible, and as a result, spend as much as possible, right? So another thing we've also been using that works really well are these roulette games, okay? If you can buy your model and she already has a roulette wheel, one of those small casino ones, you can set up games so that each spin of the wheel, you configure the prices each spin also cost a certain amount of money, or you can make it free but encourage people to buy, and in this way really boost your revenue during these live streams. As I was saying, in the end, each agency or team will have their own different games and strategies, but this is another very interesting way you can use to monetize your only accounts, okay? Like I said, set different goals, okay? This is what will really make the difference when it comes to whether a live stream goes well or not. And always try to talk to the fans, meaning the model should always pay attention to the people in the live stream, because otherwise they'll get the feeling that it's pre-recorded and they'll leave. So like I said, try to apply this once you already have a solid follower base, and you'll see how you can actually make a significant extra income on the model's accounts. In this part of the module, I'm going to explain CRMs on OnlyFans and the importance they have. a CRM in the end is a tool that will allow us to get more metrics or make it easier to manage the OnlyFans accounts of our models. Okay, it's like a software where we can add those accounts, and at the same time we can add all our workers there without having to give out passwords to anyone. Okay, so it's very simple. Depending on the CRM, there will be different prices and different features. Okay, here I've listed the main CRMs that are used. Okay, I'm sure many of you have heard of them. Personally, I currently use Inflow. I know it might not be as good as Creator Hero, but in the end, I've been working with Inflow for so long that I'm just so used to it that I can't get used to a new CRM. But in the end, like I said, it's about finding the one you feel most comfortable with, right? So the conveniences these CRMs offer you in general, besides adding employees, they can really help you with statistics, and they especially make chatting easier. For example, one of the options they offer is being able to see how much each client has spent. You can have a much more visual and organized chat, okay? When it comes to chatting with those clients, you can load preset scripts and a ton of other things, so to speak. So in the end, they let you do things that Only itself doesn't allow you to do. I think that in Creator Hero, you can also send a welcome message by scheduling it to be sent after a set number of minutes, not just when those new subscribers join. So basically, you can do a lot of things. Also within Inflow, for example, you have the option to do sub for sub, meaning that from all these promotions, it finds other creators on Inflow who are willing to do promo for promo, and you contact them and arrange a promo. So like I said, they give you quite a few conveniences. Depending on the CRM, some charge a fixed monthly fee, while others charge based on the creator or on what you earn with that creator, okay? So like I said, if you're just starting out, it might be better for you to start with one of the last three, okay? They're more affordable. As you progress, I imagine you'll want to lean more towards Inflow or Creator Hero. As for Creator Hero, it offers a 1-week trial, which is pretty good considering everything it includes. And as for Inflow, I believe the trial period they offer is 2 weeks, okay? So regarding Inflow, the problem that's been happening lately is with connecting to the models, from what I've been told. And it's due to the proxies, okay? If that happens to you, I'll take this opportunity to mention it as well. Contact them so they can assign you a new proxy when connecting a new model's account. And in principle, you shouldn't have any issues, okay? So as I was saying, you have to use, it's practically mandatory to use a CRM when working with an agency, because imagine if you have to add 20 workers in there. Obviously, you're not going to give the passwords to 20 people for your model's account. So it's a very easy way that allows you to have all the management handled within the CRM and thus manage everything much more effectively, okay? So that's it. If you have any questions, I'll also leave you the links, okay? The description of all these CRMs, so you can evaluate for yourselves which one fits best. Anyone who has already spent at least a little time with their agency, I imagine, is already aware of all these different options, but it's a section I also had to cover in this guide since, as I said, my intention here is to upload absolutely everything so that you have information about absolutely anything in the world of OnlyFans management. All right, in this section, we're going to talk about link in bio tools, okay? These would be the access points, okay? These are companies that allow us through certain links to act as transporters, so to speak, to what would be the accessories, okay?
All right, in this section, we're going to talk about LinkedIn bio tools, okay? What exactly are these tools? In this case, what they allow us to do is act as a safe passage from any social network to our Only, although they can obviously also be used to direct people to any other social network. But within the world of OnlyFans management, the most common and effective use is to move people, for example, from their Instagram profiles to our OnlyFans platform without any significant risk of shadow ban, okay? In this case, for example, what you often see is that on Twitter, Instagram, and also YouTube, to avoid this situation and reduce that risk, a lot of people use these platforms. In this case, I'm going to focus this video on Get All My Links, okay? It's the one I'm most satisfied with, and after trying them all, is the one where I've seen the best results and the highest conversion rate. But as I said, there are plenty of options. You have All My Links, Linktree, beacons, there are tons of them. In this case, I'm going to explain how to set things up in Get All My Links. And here, depending on the plan you choose, okay, there's the agency plan, which is the one I'm currently using. Okay, and it allows you to use up to 25 links, all right? Which is really, really useful when it comes to tracking where your traffic is coming from. So what you have here are two options, okay? I'm going to explain the direct link option first, which is the one I recommend the most, although there's also the landing page option, which if you set it up well, can also have a high conversion rate. So what is the direct link? Basically, with just a single effortless click on the Instagram link provided, it would seamlessly and directly take you to your model's exclusive OnlyFans profile, completely eliminating the need for any other type of cumbersome or additional interaction whatsoever, okay? No need for a second or third click like in many other cases, okay? You would just need to activate direct link here. Here, I've put an example, okay? But ideally, you would put a tracking link here, okay? You can create that with your CRM or directly from OnlyFans. That way, for example, you can know if people are viewing you from Instagram, from Telegram, from Reddit, or from any other platform, okay? So what would be the other option? I'm going to show you now how to use the landing page mode, okay? Because in this case, you would actually be increasing it to 2 clicks, okay? But depending on how you set it up, which we're about to see how all of this works, it could actually turn out even better, okay? In this case, you could add a lot of features here, okay? In this case, you can add a profile picture and it shows you the dimensions you need to make sure everything is nicely centered. A background, okay? Which is also important, is everything you see in the background of that landing page. And here, well, the name and bio you want to add for your model, okay? Here you can also add different background styles, although in the end what I recommend is that you use a picture of your model, okay? Finally, here is where you would put the links. Here you can add certain effects that Get All My Links itself offers, okay? For the call to action button, okay? Whether it moves, bounces, there are 1,000 options, okay? In the end, you can configure it in countless ways. But like I said, you need to take a little more time, spend a bit more time centering the image, making sure everything looks good, because as I said, once you have everything set up properly, it's going to look great. In the end, it's basically the same as adding the details of an OnlyFans account from the outside. And as I was saying, it's really important to pay attention to your profile picture, your description, and the background banner, because not many people focus on this, but in the end, it's just another part of the journey that a potential client will take from the moment they find you in an Instagram reel to when they decide to hit the subscribe button. Finally, I wanted to show you this option that Get All My Links offers in their paid plans, both the pro and the agency plans. I believe they're called, which lets you add these options directly, okay? I recommend that you set it to show as online, because on that very landing page that acts as an intermediary, in other words, once the Instagram client clicks on your Get All My Links, it will take them to that landing page. And on that landing page, you can decorate it. So, for example, the photo of your model who is online on OnlyFans appears, then you can set it up so that it geolocates that person. That is, if someone clicks from Spain, well, in this case, it even goes down to the city level. It's much more precise. Let's say someone clicks from Madrid or Barcelona, for example, 2 cities in Spain, that person will see that your model, even if she's from Venezuela, for example, will appear to be in Spain as well, specifically in Madrid if the client clicks from Madrid, or in Barcelona. This can also work against you if the model herself, for example, has an OnlyFans account from another country, although you could always say she's on vacation or something like that. But if used correctly, it can significantly increase that conversion rate, okay? Then here you can set this, though I don't recommend it. The response time, it should come out now. Honestly, no, it doesn't look very good. I've tried it, and the promotions you all are running, okay? And then this is very interesting because you could link it with your Facebook pixel and Google Analytics. Okay. So you can also get much more accurate statistics. So that's it. Another pretty interesting option. Okay. In advanced, which you can also use. And that's it. Here you have everything to set up your photo background, as we mentioned, the links, and here you have templates they provide for you. Okay, this is how one template would look, but as I said, it's more advisable for you to do it yourself in a personalized way. So with that said, this would be the case for Get All My Links. I'll also leave you the link. The price is really, really good for everything it includes. And keep in mind that your conversion rate will increase a lot in the end. So you can try this one as well as the others, but the one I'm happiest with is Get All My Links. So with that said, guys, I'll see you in the next episode. Welcome to the Psychology and Leadership section in OnlyFans Management. This chapter is going to be key for all of you who own your own agency and want to learn either how to lead well or simply how to deal with both the models and any employees you might have. This is a crucial aspect when it comes to keeping all your staff motivated and making sure they perform at 100%. In the end, this section absolutely had to be included in this guide since OnlyFans Management is quite a unique business in this regard, and we need to know at all times how to handle things and how to take care of ourselves mentally, because you can end up really burned out from doing this job constantly, especially as the creator or the head of the agency, because in the end, you're going to have to spend many hours talking to a lot of people and you'll always be facing constant problems that you'll have to learn to solve yourself. Ultimately, that's what truly makes an entrepreneur successful, or not the inherent ability to solve many very different problems, each and every one unique, and to do so constantly and consistently. So keep that in mind. If what you're looking for is to succeed without getting your hands dirty, well, you've chosen the wrong business, because here you'll be constantly solving problems. So what does a leader need to have when it comes to starting an OnlyFans agency? In the end, the leader's mindset is based first and foremost on being clear about your why. In the end, this isn't a game, so you need to know your purpose, your goal, and really be clear about whether you're gonna like, or if you actually like the business you're getting into. And for example, if you don't like working with people or talking to people, then in the end, this business isn't for you, because as I said, you're gonna have to be constantly talking with people. And unlike other projects or other types of businesses, in this case, you're going to need to have constant social skills, not just when it comes to recruiting models, since in most cases you'll have to conduct interviews, but also when managing your VAs, talking with chatters, making corrections with managers, and so on. So that's a key aspect. Then in terms of mindset, you have to be clear that once you start an agency, you're going to meet and work with a lot of people. Many models will end up leaving you. Many VAs will stay for weeks or months. You're going to experience all kinds of situations. So there will be workers you connect with more, and well, you'll be able to work with them for much longer, and others who might try to scam you or you just won't really connect with, and so on. So you need to be prepared before getting into all of this. The important thing in the end, as I always say, is to be consistent with your plan, set clear goals, and despite any problems that come up, and there will be many, don't give up and keep being persistent, okay? In the end, that's what will make the difference, and not just being able to solve everything, but not giving up at the first sign of trouble. So in the end, the one who keeps adapting to everything, since, as I said, this is a world where new strategies are constantly emerging, new rules in this game, and so on, well, you're going to have to adapt no matter what. So take your time to learn. What I can also recommend most is that if you're feeling completely lost, try to partner up with someone. And by this, I don't mean you need to have a direct business partner, but rather that you make friends with other agencies, ideally those that are at your same level or maybe a bit above. Although I also don't recommend teaming up with agencies that might be making 3 times as much as you, because in that case, their problems will be completely different from yours. But here, the key is to do co-working, okay? In the end, it's about making connections and sharing information. For example, if you're really good with Reddit, but you know someone else who's great at Instagram, you can do a bit of co-working so that each person can teach the other their strategies and key points, allowing both agencies to learn from each other. So that's what I recommend. Another option as well, but in this case, what I'd say is that if you're going to team up with a partner and you're going to run the agency together, the two of you. In my case, I have two agencies. One I run with two partners and the other I manage on my own. But what I'm telling you here is that if you're going to partner with someone and split things equally, make sure that person is better than you at something. Because in the end, why would you split the company's income when you know you could do just as well on your own, since you know how to do the same processes as the other person? So you just be losing money. So when it comes to partnering with others, an example would be if your partner is really good at marketing and you're really good at, say, structuring the agency and motivating the staff, then each of you should handle one of these tasks 100%. And in this way, you can reduce the stress within the company. So leadership and motivation. In the end, the key here is going to be communicating clearly with your staff, but above all, also having empathy. And one of the biggest mistakes I see in agencies nowadays is that because they think they're dealing with people from third world countries where the purchasing power is very low, they believe they can treat them any way they want. But in the end, those people's time is worth just as much as yours. And if they sense that in the end you don't give a damn about their time, their mental health, or any of that, then obviously they're going to do the same to you. And they won't care at all about the money you've invested in proxies or accounts. If they don't want to follow the SOPs you've sent them, they simply won't do it. So in the end, it's important that you agree on a price, that you always keep your word, and that you keep them motivated, not just for their sake, but for yours as well. Because in the end, nothing will make you lose more money than having leaks within the company, in the sense that you have staff who aren't satisfied and as a result don't perform at 100%. So keep that in mind. You also need to know how to motivate them, but at the same time, you shouldn't be losing money either. In this regard, one thing I always talk about and recommend is to always offer a commission component. The thing is, many VAs obviously won't want to work solely on commission because they've been completely scammed by the kinds of agencies I mentioned earlier. But if you offer them a reasonable base salary and also add a small commission incentive, not only will you keep them motivated during their working hours, but they'll also have a reason to work even better, since if things go well, they'll earn more. So in the end, it's always about finding that balance to motivate your average staff. Afterwards, celebrate results, but also show progress. And this is more related to the topic of the models, okay? In this case, something that works really well is to keep the models informed about the processes you're following, the strategies, so that they can really see how everything is working. In my case, I'm the first one who, when I lay out Instagram strategies, for example, the one I mentioned in the guide about working with 10,000 accounts, I'm the first to show the model everything we're going to do with all the accounts we're managing. And they are the first ones interested and who really like to see that the agency is involved, that it invests money in them. And in the end, when they see the results, obviously that's even better, right? But also be completely transparent and show absolutely all the operations you carry out. Then something I had missed earlier is to understand that each model and marketer or worker has different motivations. So as a professional, you have to always be able to read each person's motivations. There will be a model whose only motivation might be to travel the world. There will be another, one of your workers whose motivation is to pay for their studies. Another person might be motivated by wanting to help their family retire. You really need to know what each person's ambitions are, okay? And from there, know how to talk to and motivate them so they can perform at 100%. Or in the case of models, besides performing well, you want them to stay with you as long as possible so that both parties can make as much money as possible, right? Next, a key point would be to give constant feedback and set clear boundaries in order to maintain focus and energy. And by this, I mean always being in constant communication with the different parts of the company. Because I often see that when an agency signs with a model, they talk once a month and that's it. or sometimes just once a week. What I recommend is that you set specific times, for example, a weekly call to discuss progress and how everything is going. And then, in addition, obviously, keeping constant contact through messages as well. But it's also key not just to do it by message, but to actually schedule a video call, because in the end, that makes everything much more personal, and it also helps the model build more trust. And in the long run, everything will go much better. Next, finally, when it comes to truly leading, we would say it's about making quick decisions, right? In the end, it's not about always thinking about what the best strategy is without taking action. But as I said, this is a world where everything is constantly changing, and what we need to do is take constant action, right? It doesn't matter if you make mistakes later on, but it's better to be executing a plan from the very beginning. Because in the end, as I said, if you spend too much time thinking about a strategy, by the time you decide to execute it, even if you do it 100%, I'm perfect that the strategy might no longer be useful because it's no longer effective in the market, right? Next, have clear SOP processes. In the end, a leader needs to know how to create a good SOP metric systems and how to properly analyze all the company statistics, right? That's where the topic of tracking links comes. In always use tracking links so you know where your traffic is coming from and so on, okay? The topic of statistics is very important, especially for the agency founder, or if you already have someone dedicated exclusively to that, then measure performance, okay? As if you were a CEO with investors behind you, and this happens a lot. Imagine that you're no longer the only ones, but you have people who have invested in the agency, which is the case for many, and obviously they have certain expectations of you. And the thing is, there are many people who, when working with others, push themselves even harder than when they're on their own. That's not my case, but I've seen it. So for those people who really are like that, imagine that it really is a job with partners, and you have to do everything possible to make sure everyone is happy. So that's another very important aspect, okay? The fact of constantly performing when it comes to a business and not letting yourself relax, because in the end, like I said, one day you can be on top and the next day you could lose 2 models and end up practically out on the street. So be careful. And here's another aspect I wanted to discuss, which is that when it comes to leading, what I recommend, and this isn't entirely related to psychology, though it is in parties, that you should try not to have your only source of income depend on a single model, okay? In the end, just think that a model can be completely unstable from one day to the next, and she might decide to leave because her cat died, or simply because she says she doesn't want to make money anymore, that she wants to dedicate herself to something else. And if you're only working with that person, you stop having any income, you'll be left with nothing, and you'll have to shut down. So what I'm saying is, in the end, it's not about having a lot of models, but at least try to have 2 when you're starting out, so you're not putting all your eggs in one basket. And if something like this happens, you're not left out in the cold. Ultimately, the agency will never grow beyond your mindset, and that's very important. And in the end, whether it's on OnlyFans or in any business, when you start any of these projects, even if this project doesn't work out, you'll have learned a lot along the way. In the end, over these 3 years, I've learned so many things that can be applied to any other type of business. And I'm sure that if I were to leave OnlyFans right now, actually, I'm starting other projects as well, I would learn a lot and could put into practice many of the things I've implemented in my agency over the years in completely different projects. So in the end, try to soak up everything you learn and apply it to anything you do. So that's it, guys. Having said that, a very key point is the topic of psychology, learning how to deal with your staff, how to motivate them, and how to be good leaders. In the end, that's what will allow you to succeed, not just in the OnlyFans management industry, but in any other type of business. All right, in this section of the module, we're going to talk about SOPs, okay? These famous SOPs are the key to making an agency work, saving you time, headaches, and making everything as automated as possible. In other words, so you don't always have to be there in person training and educating your employees. An SOP needs to have certain structures and some points that must always be followed no matter what, okay? People don't give it the importance it deserves, but it's crucial to create an effective SOP so that your employees can work at 100%. So what basic structure does an SOP need to have? In the end, every SOP needs to have a title that is clear and descriptive, okay? In this case, for example, it could be something like how to schedule posts on social media, or more complex tasks like creating multiple accounts on Instagram or any social network, and carrying out, for example, the warm-up process, okay? Each SOP will have a different objective, but as I said, it's crucial that it has a clear and descriptive title for the task so that any employee, just by looking at the title, immediately knows what it's about. Next, the objective. In the end, obviously, every SOP has an objective where we include a brief explanation of its purpose. That is, in the end, if we create Instagram accounts, then the objective will ultimately be to scale those traffic channels for that model as much as possible and reach more people. Next, step-by-step instructions. This would basically be the objective on which we are basing that SOP. In the end, it's about putting in the most concise and detailed way possible the fact that we're teaching that worker how to do something, right? And then finally, the expected result. Ultimately, every worker, when starting a project, needs to know what we expect once that task is completed. That's going to be one of the most important things. And then there are other aspects which aren't present in many SOPs and which I think are just as important or even more important than the previous ones. And that's the common mistakes to avoid. As you go about training your workers, you'll notice that depending on certain projects, there tends to be a series of mistakes that are always common in these cases. So things will go much better if you anticipate all of this and note down those mistakes, whether it's in the form of a step-by-step SOP or as a video, which I'll go into more detail about later and explain the possible errors that might come up when performing that task and thus help prevent them. Then finally, we would have the notes or additional links, right? This would mean attaching supporting materials that they can use as a reference in case they get lost at certain steps and in this case be able to find a solution. So finally, let's move on here to some key aspects, okay? Characteristics of SOPs. In the end, an SOP has to be a task management system with priorities and important due dates and assignments, right? In the end, an SOP has a limited time frame, meaning it has a start and an end process, and the VA themselves needs to know ultimately how much time they have to complete that task. Another example, let's say if a SOP's objective is to warm up an Instagram account, then let's say that process will last 7 days. So it's key that we set from the very beginning the duration that this whole process will have so that the worker themselves knows how long this project will last, okay? Next, collaboration tools. In this case, we would include a chat service, which could be through Telegram channels, Discord, or Diff Slack, different platforms where we can more easily share those instructions or information in the form of documents. Then we would have automations to optimize workflows and update tasks. This is a key aspect of SOPs. In the end, what we aim for with this is to automate the entire workflow so we don't always have to spend our time explaining certain processes, while ideally they would already be pre-recorded or written in the case of the other type of SOPs, and in this way, automate the whole teaching process. Next, we have the case of tracking objectives, okay, and the timelines for these projects. In the end, as I was saying, each SOP needs to have thorough monitoring. That is, there needs to be someone who monitors whether those employees are performing the tasks correctly or not. We'll get into what kinds of tools and systems we can use later on to maintain thorough oversight and in this way optimize the entire learning process. And then the last tool would be customizable dashboards for an overview, okay, at a high level of the project. This would fall under the two tools, which are ClickUp and Airtable, the main tool for this SOP process. And finally, the detailed task management and team collaboration, okay? These would be the general features. Now I'll explain clearly how all of this would be carried out, okay? And then, as I was saying, the main uses of SOPs related to the previous point would be to manage complex workflows or those that involve multiple parts. For example, the operations I'm currently managing on Instagram, where we handle more than 10,000 accounts, everything has to be thoroughly detailed step by step so that any employee can follow the entire operation without getting lost at any point and has all the tools and documents on hand for any questions that might come up. Another use of SOPs would be the assignment and tracking of tasks for assistants in a structured environment. That is, so that at all times they are aware of the tasks they need to do, know which programs they have to use, and know who to turn to in each situation. In other words, ideally, if you are the owners of an agency and you have an SOP in place, if that person is following it and has any questions, either they should know which document to access at all times, or ideally, they shouldn't contact you directly, but rather there should be someone in charge of that operation whom they can reach out to if any problem arises, okay? This way, as I was saying, in the end, the priority is total independence of your agency from you. In other words, I always repeat this, but an agency that works is one, or any business in general, is one that does not require your presence 24 hours a day to keep carrying out its functions. Finally, this is about setting long-term business objectives and monitoring the process. Here I'm explaining everything from a general business perspective, but applied to the online world, it would be, as we mentioned before, clearly setting your objectives, whether that's, for example, reaching X number of followers on Instagram or hitting X number of tips in a month on OnlyFans, in chatting, etc. Okay? In the end, each objective is individual and you need to know how to define it. Then, as I mentioned, there are two types of SOPs. In this case, we have the written ones, which would be like a detailed step-by-step guide, okay? In my case, for certain projects, I have detailed step-by-step SOPs in Notion and ClickUp, okay? So that everything is clearly explained and detailed, including the structure and steps that need to be followed. You can lay it out in bullet points with number steps, all well structured. And what really helps is to include screenshots. In other words, what you're aiming for is to make everything as visual as possible. And the thing is, to find the best workers, as I mentioned in the chapter about chatting, what you'll always want is to train people from scratch, to train people who don't have bad habits, right? You want to be educating them completely from the ground up so that in this way they fully acquire and absorb the instructions you're going to be giving them much more effectively. In the end, like I said, there's no better chatter or better worker than someone who really has no idea about your business, but who is interested in learning and whom you are able to train and provide with the necessary tools to learn. Then so that they can be stored in the form of a shared document for easy access. That is, you can use the simplest and oldest method, which would be, for example, Google Drive, where any modification you make appears instantly to those people who have access or who have provided you with their email. Or you can use other slightly more advanced options like Notion, ClickUp, Airtable, right? There are different options available to us. In this case, as I was saying, for creating SOPs, what I most recommend is either ClickUp or Airtable. So the video option would be the other alternative, that one is better than the other. You just need to know when to use each one. In this case, it would be a screen recording or a narrated guide that visually demonstrates a process. In this case, you should keep in mind that if your English level isn't very high, you might be better off going with the first type, since most of your employees will likely be from the Philippines or from countries where English is spoken as a first or second language. So keep that in mind. Also, this is ideal for tasks that involve using software. That is, if you're going to train an employee, for example, on how Inflow works, it will be much better, especially if that person has never used Inflow before, to create a video SOP for them, where everything is more visual and they can actually see how the whole website structure and the workflows operate at each step. Finally, these types of video SOPs help team members follow the process in real time. In other words, it's a much more visual guide, and there will be people who find it much easier to follow. So, best practices for creating SOPs. These are the best tips I can give you to make an SOP effective. In the end, what you're aiming for here is to keep everything concise, clear, direct, and to the point. Okay? Try to use the minimum amount of text possible, but make sure it's text that absolutely needs to be there. Okay? Key information only, so they don't get distracted by things that are important, all right? In the end, think of it as if you're explaining it to someone who knows nothing about it, basically. Explain it as simply as possible so that anyone can understand it. So you can use bullet points, steps, screenshots. Screenshots are very important, and always keep a consistent format across all your SOPs, okay? This will help both you and your employees, because in the end, if you start assigning them different tasks, which is very likely, since many times your VAs will always be doing the same tasks, but maybe you notice that one of them isn't performing well in a certain area and you want to try moving them to a different task, then if they're already used to a certain template, it's best to always use the same structure in your SOPs, okay? Then, as we mentioned before, write as if it were the first time they're doing that task, okay? This is going to be key, because in the end, you have to understand that for many people, the tasks you're going to teach them are things they've never done before. These are very specific operations, whether it's, I repeat again, creating accounts, multiple Instagram accounts, or how to set up a proxy, and so on. In the end, for them, it's very likely that some of these tasks are things they've never done before, and then we should test the SOP with someone from the team, okay? In this case, one of the best tests is to send it directly to someone on your team, have them carry out a task using your SOP, and if they have no questions and can complete the task without any issues, then it means the SOP is perfect, okay? In the end, this is the golden rule. If an SOP is well made, the person carrying it out won't ask you any questions. In other words, there are no dumb workers, just owners who don't know how to create a proper SOP, or at least that's the case most of the time. Now, let's talk about Airtable versus ClickUp, okay? Which one is better, and in which situations would I use each one? Surely many of you have heard of Airtable, or others have heard of ClickUp, or maybe both. So in the end, both are very useful tools at a business level. In this case, I'm going to focus more on OnlyFans management, but I'm going to leave a table here for you, okay? You can take a screenshot and, well, analyze the main differences, and that way, depending on the goals you have for your agency, you can decide for yourselves which one will work better for you when it comes to working, okay? Like I said, there isn't one that's better than the other. You just have to see for yourselves which one to use. In fact, I actually use both of them. In fact, in most cases, it's actually recommended that your SOPs might need to combine both programs, okay? Ideally, in the end, you should get familiar with both, since, as I said, they are extremely useful. So, generally speaking, we can draw this conclusion. We'll use Airtable when we need a flexible system, where the main goal is to follow those steps, and where we're working with customizable databases for workflows that have a fairly large structure. That is, if our goal, let me give you my own example, is to manage 10,000 accounts on Instagram for the follow-unfollow process or certain strategies, Airtable is key, because we're going to be handling very large databases, right? And this is the key with this program. In the case that it's more about process management, for example, if we want to explain to our employees how to manage 20 accounts on a jailbroken phone using threads, in this case, we would use ClickUp because in the end, it's a much simpler space, so to speak, where, well, that step-by-step structure is going to work much better, right? So as I was saying, it's not that one is better than the other. If you're handling large databases, use Excel or Airtable, okay? These table formats, in the case of Airtable, are much more sophisticated and give you many more options. But as I said, in this case, I would definitely recommend Airtable if what you're looking for is more step-by-step processes, but with much simpler databases, use ClickUp or Notion as well. You can use it for SOPs, and in fact, I've used it for a long time, and I still use it for certain things, but you have to evaluate for yourselves and figure out which one works best for you. Finally, let's talk about the famous KPIs, okay? These are basically the tasks that those employees will have to perform when it comes to evaluating whether they are doing well or not at work. So in the end, with KPIs, there are 5 key points we need to keep in mind. One would be that there needs to be a task completion rate. In the end, if the employee themselves is not able to complete 90% of the assigned tasks within the deadline, it means they are not effective, okay? Then when evaluating whether an employee is efficient, we also have to consider other aspects, such as response time, how long it takes that employee to reply to messages we send them, obviously when they are within their working hours. Because if imagine you have an employee whom you're paying by the hour and they have a set schedule, but they reply half an hour or even an hour later, well, obviously that's not going to be effective at all, and you'll probably end up losing out, if not right away, then in the long run. Next, precision and attention to detail. And in the end, you'll see for yourselves that when you have an agency, no one is going to put in more effort than you, the owners, because you're the ones investing. You're the ones who will lose out if things go wrong, and no one is going to do a task better than you. So it's up to you to know how to transform or properly motivate those employees so that they pay attention to detail. Because if an employee isn't motivated, they'll do just enough to make it look like the job is done well, but they won't pay attention to any details and will do things halfway, so to speak, okay? A very clear example would be if you assign them a task. This has happened a lot and still happens with some of the VAs we had, until finally, well, we explained everything to them properly, and now they fully understand the importance of it. But the fact, for example, of creating those accounts on Threads or Instagram, where one of the KPIs they had to meet was to spend 5 or 10 minutes scrolling on each newly created account to simulate human behavior, right? And that way they would complete the account warm-up process. And many, well, obviously would skip that process because they thought, look, no one's going to notice. And obviously that would later be reflected in the issue of account bans, right? So, like I said, you have to pay attention to all the details that are included in the guide, in this case, in the SOP, so that in the end, if it's there, it's for a reason, and it should be followed 100%, okay? Next, point 4, time efficiency per task. In the end here, we have to compare the expected time with the actual time when completing tasks. And the thing is, the VA shouldn't take, for example, imagine that, and this goes back to what I mentioned earlier, you first need to perform certain tasks yourselves, or at least a VA manager does, to know how much time they actually require. Because otherwise, you can't expect someone to complete a task in a certain amount of time if you yourselves don't even know how long it really takes to do that task, and you won't have an optimal idea of the time it actually requires. So it's important that before assigning something and demanding a deadline, you yourselves know how much time that actually takes, because in the end, that goes both ways, for better or for worse. I mean, maybe you think that carrying out the process like creating an account, let's say, on Reddit takes 10 minutes, but then it turns out it actually takes 5 or maybe it takes 15. So you can't demand something from someone without first having tried it yourselves to see how long it actually takes on average. Finally, we have proactivity and problem solving. And ultimately, it's about you keeping track of how often the VA finds solutions without needing constant guidance. And this, in the end, is key. And you'll see that it will be greatly influenced by the person's character. And the thing is, there are people who prefer to be asking questions all the time, right? In the end, it's about finding a middle ground. But there are people who prefer to ask questions because they're afraid that things might go wrong. And then there are others who don't ask anything, just do things however they want. And before asking you, they just do it. And if it's wrong, well, it's wrong, right? So ideally, in the end, it's someone who, if they really have a doubt, knows that they can spend a few extra minutes to solve it. That's perfect. But ideally, it's also someone who knows when to ask questions. That is to say, in our case, obviously, we like it when people ask us questions before making any mistakes in a process. But we also really value the fact that the VA is sharp and often able to solve problems that are obvious or that just require a bit of minimal research. So that's important too, that you consider these 5 aspects to decide whether or not to continue working long term with a VA. But as I said, it's a very key aspect. You have to pay attention to this and dedicate a lot of time, honestly, to writing an SOP that is truly effective. Because you'll see that for operations that require a lot of steps and are quite complex, you'll need to put in the time and make sure everything is well explained. So to sum up, to know if a SOP is well done, make sure you send it to any of your employees. And if they don't have any questions, perfect. So that means you've been effective and that really that SOP will last in the long run, or at least until the terms change, because whether it's on Instagram, Threads, or any social network, they're constantly changing things, and that's happened to us. We always have to be updating the SOPs. But as I said, all right, guys, in this part of the guide, we're going to talk about VPNs, proxies, and also what anti-detect tools are for, okay? These are browsers that are widely used within the OnlyFans management industry. So let's start with VPNs, okay? In the end, the main function of VPNs is to hide your IP, right? Basically, what they do is encrypt it so that the platforms you're going to work on, whether it's Instagram, Reddit, or any other, won't be able to tell where your IP is coming from. This is a problem because you're basically telling the platform yourself, in other words, they're the first to realize that you're using a VPN. And as a result, your reliability is going to decrease and you won't inspire trust in the platform, which in many cases will increase your risk of being banned. Like I said, it's not that common within OnlyFans management, although it is used in certain contexts. Next, we are going to talk about the important topic of proxies. These are actually very common and you need to learn about them and get familiar with them if you really want to grow in this business. In the end, proxies, unlike VPNs, are not encrypted, so it's much easier for the platform to locate you, and they are used or allow us to manage multiple accounts, okay? Basically, a proxy lets you provide a location. You can buy a proxy in the UK, in Australia, in the United States, anywhere really. And each proxy is unique. It will give you a different location. Next, the types of proxies we have, okay? We have static residential proxies, which are the ones that replicate what would be a Wi-Fi address. In this case, they don't change, meaning it's always the same one, and they're usually cheaper. That is, these prices usually range from $1 to $10 depending on the quality of the proxy, okay? Later, I'll also explain how to measure the quality of a proxy so that when you're looking to buy one, depending on the platform you want to work with, you can choose the right one. In this case, as I was saying, it would replicate the IP of a household and it wouldn't change. It would always be the same, replicating a Wi-Fi connection. This would be useful for managing a single account, okay? Or depending on the platform, you can use one proxy to manage up to 3 accounts, like in the case of Instagram or Threads. Although the fewer accounts, the better. Ideally, as always, obviously, it would be one proxy per account. In the case of Reddit, don't even try with more than one because you'll get banned. Although now I'm going to explain some more interesting options for platforms that are more demanding when it comes to proxies like Reddit. Next, we have mobile proxies here, okay? And these are the most common or the ones that will give you the best results in OnlyFans management, depending on the strategy. And what these do in the end is replicate a 4G or 5G mobile network. So the IP keeps changing constantly. So what are the benefits of these proxies? In the end, keep in mind that if your IP is constantly changing, it will be much harder for the platform to track you and ban your IP. Although it's still possible that they could ban you as well, because in the end, if you don't have it properly set up and you're not rotating the IP, eventually they'll find you and ban you. So what features do these proxies have? As for the price, they can range from $40 to $100, depending on the quality of the mobile proxy you get. Regarding where to buy them, for mobile proxies, I would recommend GridPanel. As for static residential proxies, you have any IP and the Tibia proxies. Tibia proxies cost you $1 per proxy, which is crazy. I'll also leave all of this, I repeat, in the description. But as I said, for certain things, mobile proxies are very useful since they allow us to manage a large number of accounts. Also, I almost forgot another important thing. Here, you can configure them on the same platform so that the mobile proxy rotates every 5, 10, or 15 minutes, depending on what you want, completely automatically. Next, the quality and reliability of the proxy, okay? In the end, keep in mind that static or residential proxies have been used before, mostly for activities like yours, whether it's spam or fraudulent activities. So you have to keep in mind that many of these, will have low reliability, and it will be much easier for you to get banned since, they will already be flagged or blacklisted, okay? So keep that in mind. Before acquiring, or rather, right when you get a proxy, always check its quality, okay? There are certain websites where, you search for proxy trust score and there you paste the proxy, and it will show you a scale that tells you whether that proxy is actually good quality or not, okay? In case you buy a proxy and there are certain guarantees, let your provider know so that if it turns out to be worse, they can replace it for you. Next, anti-detect browsers. What are they? Basically, what these browsers allow us to do is to open tabs with proxies and unique cookies, so we can manage multiple accounts at the same time. That is, here we have different options, okay? Whether it's AdsPower, Dolphin Anti, Incogniton, or many others. In the end, they all serve the same purpose, which is to let us manage multiple accounts, be it Reddit, Instagram, Threads, whatever, on these anti-detect browsers, okay? There, depending on the plan we have, we can add 10, 100, 1,000, even 10,000 profiles, and each one can have unique access from different locations. So there's no problem managing all those multiple accounts at the same time. This is basically the main function of anti-detect browsers. In my case, I use Dolphin Anti and AdsPower as well, depending on the activity. So, as I said, those will also be in the description. Next, iPhone with jailbreak, okay? In this case, when would we use it? For certain strategies, me in my case, I use it when my VAs need to manage multiple accounts on Threads and Instagram. We would use those mobile proxies I mentioned earlier, along with certain apps, okay? Once we have the iPhone with jailbreak, we would use, say, 20 containers, for example, just to give a number, and we would manage different Threads or Instagram accounts there, okay? So to each of these accounts, we would assign a different proxy. That is we would configure the iPhone so that it has a mobile proxy, ideally one that rotates every 5 minutes. And that way, on each account, we would carry out the daily activities that need to be done. That is posts, stories, comments, etc. Okay?
In this case, as I was saying, once it's set up, our VA could manage multiple accounts. They would start with account 1, and by the time they move on to account 2, ideally after 5 or 10 minutes, however long it takes, the proxy would be configured to automatically change the IP, making it completely untraceable. Even so, let me tell you that if it were to happen, if you changed it too soon and used 2 accounts with the same proxy, absolutely nothing would happen. That is, at least on Threads and Instagram, there's no issue with this. On Reddit, you might run into some issues, but like I said, in the case of Instagram, with the operation involving 10,000 accounts, I'm currently running 1 proxy for every 3 accounts, and absolutely nothing is happening, at least for now. So that's it, guys. I hope you found this information useful, since I've noticed that not many people talk about this, at least not on YouTube, and it's really important for you to have a basic understanding of what VPNs are, what proxies are, and what anti-detect browsers are. All right, now let's talk about TikTok and how to optimize it for OnlyFans management. In this case, TikTok, I'm going to start by talking about the disadvantages, okay? It is a very good source of traffic, I have to say, but at least right now is not even in the top 3 for my agency. It's true that it can be complementary when it comes to helping Instagram accounts grow organically and generating some extra funds with the TikTok likes method, which I'll mention next. But as I said, the main disadvantages are that it's not OnlyFans friendly. In other words, the moment they associate you with OnlyFans, you get banned. You obviously don't have the option to put a direct link. There are quite a few restrictions, and the audience is younger. That is, the TikTok audience isn't of very high quality, in the sense that it's not usually people you might find, for example, on Reddit or Instagram, depending on how you approach your strategy. So you can't get as much profitability out of it, obviously. There are always exceptions, but generally speaking, it will be harder to find an optimal audience on TikTok than on other platforms. Next, as the main advantages, in this case, we have the fact that it's easier to make content go viral than on other platforms. And something I like about TikTok is that it recommends your content to new users. That is, unlike Instagram, for example, if you do a TikTok live, it will show up for any even people who don't follow you while you're live. The same goes for posts. It's easier for TikTok to recommend your posts to people who don't follow you. And obviously, when it comes to gaining new fans, that really helps. Also, I personally like TikTok likes a lot more than Instagram likes. You also have more options too. The only problem in this case is what we talked about earlier. You have to be very careful about what the model does during the live, the words she uses, because if you directly mention the word OnlyFans, you'll get banned. So, well, these would be the 3 main advantages I currently see with TikTok. Like I said, I'm also speaking in general terms as of 2025, we're at the end of March. It's possible that some of the conditions I'm explaining here might change in the coming months, since these social networks are always subject to constant changes. But I'm telling you about what's working as of today. So, strategies to make your content go viral, okay? Here we have 5 very important things. The first one is the most obvious, but I still see that it's not being done, and that's following trends. In this case, I recommend the Trend Hunter app, okay, which is going to save you a lot of hours, and in the end, for what it costs, you can really always have up-to-date content from models who are constantly going viral. So it's as simple as copying that trend and giving it your model's personal touch, okay? Next, this is very important. TikTok, when it comes to recommending content, doesn't base it on likes or on how many people have saved that content. It's based on retention time. Like all social networks, in the end, they compete to capture people's time and attention. So what TikTok is going to base itself on to decide if your reel, or rather your TikTok, moves past the first phase, there are different phases, okay? For it to recommend your video to more than 2,000 views, there needs to be a fairly high percentage of people who at least stay for more than 3 seconds, all right? In what is your video? So it's very important that the best 3 seconds are at the beginning of the video, okay? And that they have a visual hook so that you retain that audience and can move on to the next phase and keep getting recommended, all right? So keep this in mind, okay? Very important, don't forget about likes and all that, because you might find yourself saying, hey, why isn't it going viral if out of the first 50 views I got 30 likes? It's not like that, because maybe you got likes but people didn't stay until the end of the video, so it won't get recommended, okay? So that's very important, is what TikTok takes into account the most when recommending content. Next, there's the matter of changing the metadata of the videos in case you're working with several accounts, okay? TikTok has a pretty advanced system for detecting duplicate content. So you need to use a good spoofing application, okay? To change the metadata. In the case, obviously, I mean, if you're working with several accounts, what I recommend here again is not to just use one TikTok account, try to use several, okay? That way, well, you reduce the risk and increase the chances of going viral, okay? So another thing that's not mentioned here, but that will obviously help as well, is being consistent with your content. I mean, of course, you can't say you're not going viral if you're only posting 3 times a week, right? At the very least, try to upload 2 TikToks a day, and you'll see that in the end, if your content is high quality, well lit, and well framed, it will go viral sooner or later. Finally, the 2 main things would be to define a good niche. This applies to all social networks and to OnlyFans, but it's also important that your profile immediately shows a clear niche as soon as someone visits it, whether it's cosplay, fitness, some kind of job, whatever it may be, but there should be a well-defined niche. Finally, it's also important to be able to identify the model's strengths. If she's good at speaking on camera, then make more videos where she talks to the camera. If she has light humor, then focus more on funny videos. You and the model should both know what things she's good at, so you can create content based on that. So these would be the key points, okay? Try to keep absolutely all of this in mind, because you'll see that by following this, all your videos will go viral easily. Next, let's move on to TikTok Lives, okay? This is another thing that people really don't take full advantage of, and it's a good strategy, as I said, both to grow your Instagram organically, because in this case, I recommend that you always have your Instagram link there, obviously. If not, having TikTok here won't do you any good. And take advantage of lives first, because on average, they bring in about 6 to 10 subscribers per hour. Obviously, it's going to depend a lot on the model's content, on the model herself, and on quite a few other factors, right? But on average, it's between 6 and 10 subscribers. So, how are we going to optimize this? In the end, these are subscribers per device. So this is where the strategy comes in. When we can use 3 different devices, ideally an iPhone 8 Plus or newer, for quality reasons, and set them up in front of the model, those 3 phones, 5, 10, however many you have, and this way you'll be streaming from different accounts, multiple live streams at the same time. So what are the benefits of this? Well, in the end, it's a numbers game. If you have an average, let's say on the high end, of 10 subscribers per hour, imagine you're doing this with, say, 10 phones at the same time, you'd already be getting 100 OnlyFans subscribers per hour since you're using 10 devices. I've personally done it with a maximum of 8 devices and managed to get between 75 and 80 subscribers in an hour when we were doing 3-hour live streams with the model, okay? So really, if you can take advantage of this, you can make it very profitable. Finally, as I mentioned before, be very careful with the words you use during the live stream, okay? You can't just say any word. OnlyFans is very restricted, nothing explicit, and all content should be safe for work, okay? Here, I recommend anything, whether it's the model doing hair makeup, a recipe, a vlog, anything at all, okay? Also, as we mentioned, live streams are a great way to organically grow your Instagram. And another really good strategy here, okay, when you're about to make a TikTok, try to do a live story. Try to post something before you go live, okay? Why do I say this? always start your live about 20 minutes after posting, because TikTok usually takes between 15 and 20 minutes to start recommending the post you've uploaded. So we'll upload that post, and then 15 or 20 minutes later, we'll start the live stream. Why do I say this? Because when that post your model has uploaded gets, it starts getting recommended on TikTok. It will show upor rather for the followers or even non-followers who see it. When they're on that post, they'll see on the profile that the model is live. So it's going to be another extra way to bring more people into that live, which TikTok is already going to recommend, because unlike Instagram, it also recommends to non-followers, and you'll get a bigger audience in your lives. So the more people there are, obviously, the more likely it is that you'll be able to turn those followers or non-followers into fans of your OnlyFans. So keep that in mind. Also, try to have the model interact a lot with the people who are in the live, okay? You can also do Q&A sessions, anything really, but always try to keep things lively, because in the end, that's what's going to make the difference between increasing your conversion rate or not. Finally, another thing, another little trick that isn't used that much either, or at least not by small agencies, and many might not even know about it, is the possibility of doing pre-recorded lives, okay? In this case, or the so-called fake lives. In this case, this would be live streams that aren't actually live. They're videos you've already recorded beforehand, okay? And with certain software, there are quite a few. You can use the most common ones like OBS Studio, Multistream, IO. There are many options. So with these programs, what you'll be able to do is broadcast, okay? You can take any video of the model doing her makeup for an hour, anything at all, and you can broadcast it, okay? This is done from a computer, and you can find thousands of videos on how to set up OBS Studio or any of these platforms, and you can be broadcasting constantly. This can also be done on YouTube, on Instagram as well, as far as I know, and on multiple platforms like TikTok, and you can actually be live streaming 24 hours a day, okay? In the end, you have to try out which strategies work best for you, okay? Like I said, this isn't one of my favorite strategies, because the quality of the TikTok audience, as I mentioned, isn't the best, okay? And even less so if you have paid websites, okay? This tends to work better with free subscriptions, but in the end, it's about trying out a lot of strategies and then scaling up the one that works for you, okay? Just like with everything else. So that being said, it's actually a pretty good way to automate traffic. Imagine you have several devices streaming 24 hours a day on different social networks, okay? In the end, these programs let you do just that. And you'll obviously make some extra money from it. So requirements for live streaming, which I haven't mentioned yet, they usually ask for, it depends a bit on the account, but around 1,000 followers per account, okay? That's to be able to start live streaming. What can you do here? Well, you can simply buy accounts on any marketplace that already have more than 1,000 followers, and that way do a minimal warm-up and then start doing all these live streams, okay? In fact, I actually prefer TikTok for live streams rather than for posting content. But like I said, both things work. Try things out and find what works best for you. So finally, I want to talk about how to remove shadow bans, okay, on TikTok. First, let me clarify this. If your account is shadow banned, just forget about it, change it, delete that account, and that's it. But there are a lot of people who actually think they're shadow banned when that's not really the case. If you notice that you upload several TikToks and you don't get more than 200 views or 300, what I recommend is, what is recommended here when you've already uploaded quite a few videos and you see that your views don't go beyond that before assuming that you have a shadow ban, what I suggest is that you follow the 40-hour rule, okay? You can leave your account inactive for 40 hours, okay? And then post again and see if the same thing keeps happening. Normally, if your account really isn't shadow banned, this will make your views go back up to what they used to be, okay? So it's a good way to solve the problem. You let your account rest for 40 hours and then you shouldn't have any more issues. The other option would be to delete the app, okay? From your mobile device, and also wait between 24 and 40 hours, okay? If after doing this, you see that you have more than 12 videos with fewer than 300 views, then it means your account is definitely shadow banned and therefore it's not worth it for you. switch to another account and try again. That's why I recommend not relying on just one account, but rather managing several accounts at the same time. So that's it. This is a pretty comprehensive guide. Now, I wanted to finish by talking about TikTok's competition, okay? Another platform that isn't talked about much, but you can really take advantage of it because in the end, you can use the same content from TikTok and upload it there. And I'm talking about Clapper, okay? It's a platform that became more popular when there were rumors that TikTok would be permanently shut down in the United States, and its audience has grown a lot since then. Clapper is basically like TikTok, but OnlyFans friendly. In other words, right there on the platform itself, you can put a direct link to your OnlyFans and you won't get banned. You can also set up your account to be not safe for work, okay? And you can post, well, somewhat more explicitly. So keep this in mind, all right? It's another platform that will take up your time, and in the end, the more places you do advertising and marketing for your model, the more chances you'll have to optimize your traffic and reach more people. And even more so in these cases when you don't have to create a specific video format. So another good thing about Clapper, besides not having so much competition, is that most of the audience is from the United States, and also you can create your own a community within your Clapper account and charge those people who join that community. In other words, it would be like a mini OnlyFans within Clapper itself, which I don't use in this case, but just so you know that you also have that option, okay? So when it comes to making content go viral, it doesn't have as big an audience as TikTok, but since there's not as much competition, well, it's also pretty easy to make the content you upload to Clapper go viral, okay? I've already uploaded, I've been using this platform for 5 or 6 weeks now, and I've already managed to get several viral videos. And obviously, it's not like on Instagram or TikTok where you can get millions of views, but you can still give your content a little extra boost. So with that said, I also recommend that you take a look at this platform, okay? It's available on mobile devices as well, and really you should decide for yourselves whether it's worth it or not. So with that said, I consider the TikTok guide finished, okay? Now I'll go on to talk to you about the software I used to use. Now I have my own, but to change the metadata of the videos so that you can upload to multiple accounts. And this doesn't just apply to TikTok, obviously, but to different platforms, okay? In this case, I'm gonna talk to you about TikFusion. All right, in this video, I'm going to quickly explain how to get a US audience on TikTok, okay? It's very simple, but I still get a lot of questions every day about how to do it. So I'm going to explain it to you very briefly, okay? You only need 3 things. In the end, all you really need is a US eSIM card, okay? I'll also leave the link in the description. Any mobile phone. I have all of these with an American SIM card and then a quality VPN, okay? In this case, I recommend Surfshark VPN or NordVPN, all right? They're on the Apple Store, just search for them and download them, okay? I think they have a free week, but anyway, you get the paid version. It's $7, I think, or $9, and that's it. So what are the steps going to be? First, you're gonna order the card, and when it arrives, what you need to do is reset your phone, okay? Set it completely back to factory settings and insert the SIM card, all right? Once you've done this, you just go into the phone, everything as usual, and when it comes time to download the Surfshark VPN app before you download TikTok or anything else, you're gonna activate it as if you're in the United States, and that's it. It's that simple. Then you're gonna download TikTok, and TikTok will already show up for you. If you want to check if you've done it correctly, when you go to create a TikTok account, you should see in the part where you create it with your phone number a +1, okay? That's the United States country code, which is the prefix they use over there. So once you see that, it means you've done it right. Then you're gonna create an account with an email address in this case, and that's it. Here you can use an account that you've bought with a purchased email or one of your own accounts, okay? And you'll see that the moment you create the account, when you log into TikTok, all the content you see will already be from the United States, okay? To test it out, upload a first video and check the analytics. You should see at least 85 to 90% from the United States, okay? So yeah, this is a very simple video, but I wanted to clarify this because I've seen a lot of people making things complicated, like buying a US Apple Store account. That's not necessary. All you really need to do is insert a US SIM card, do a factory reset on your phone, that's important, and use a quality VPN, okay? In this case, the two best ones that I've never had any issues with are Surfshark VPN and NordVPN. So with that said, I hope this helps you and that from now on, you won't have any trouble at least getting the US target on TikTok. All right, guys. In this chapter, I'm going to talk to you about metadata, okay? And I'm going to give you alternatives so you can change those metadata and in the end, upload your content to different platforms. Basically, metadata is the information that a video contains, okay? Each video has unique information, but if you re-upload it, if, for example, you upload the same video multiple times to a social network, these platforms have their own built-in programs or algorithms that often detect when you re-upload a certain type of content. So there are platforms where this algorithm is much more powerful. This ability to detect copied content, like in the case of TikTok, which is very strict. And then there are others where maybe it's not as strict like Instagram or Threads, but that doesn't mean they don't have these algorithms or that they won't notice. So here we have two options, okay? We have the option of Tick Fusion, which I've also been working with for quite some time, but it comes at a much higher cost. And then there's a bot on Telegram called then there's a Telegram bot called Slouch AI, okay? So there are many more options. As I was saying, in my case, for example, I ended up developing, well, not me, but my Tima custom program that does the job of these programs I'm about to mention. And in the long run, I end up saving on the monthly subscription fees. But I'm going to bring you two options here, okay? Just so you can keep them in mind. TickFusion, at the moment, I dare to say it's one of the best out there, but it's more expensive. It costs, if I'm not mistaken, around $199 a month. But like I said, it's backed by some pretty major agencies. And in the end, it lets you easily bypass TikTok's algorithm, which with the other bot, the Slouch one on Telegram, has given me some issues, especially with the video part, okay? That is, there are times when it doesn't manage to change the metadata efficiently. And so those videos get detected as spoofed or as duplicates. So what I'm telling you is to just keep testing it out. When it comes to photos, I have to say I haven't had any problems at all. Price difference. One ends up costing you, if I'm not mistaken, $30 a month. And this one, in this case, $199. So it's quite a significant difference, but that's up to you. In the end, I just want to give you these two options. For more advanced agencies, it's probably worth it for you to use Stable Diffusion. And for those of you who are just starting out, the other option will work out much better. So let's see here, if I'm not mistaken, yes. Basically, it allows you to get a lot of similar results from a single video. As I mentioned, here's the price, $199. I'll leave links for both in the description, okay? That way you can decide for yourselves which one best fits your needs, all right? But it's very important, especially when you're working with different accounts and want to re-upload the same content so the model doesn't have to record 800 videos, that you use one of these programs. For example, in the case of the strategy I mentioned on Threads, where we're going to manage at least 20 accounts for each model, we're definitely going to need one of these programs so we can re-upload content without any issues. So this is another very important aspect that absolutely had to be included. You also have his Telegram, by the way. I think he has a YouTube channel where he talks quite a bit about his program, and the people in the Telegram slots usually respond pretty quickly. So that's it, guys. If you have any questions, you can also ask me, but keep in mind that you can't re-upload the same content twice to social media, because either they'll notice and shadow ban you, or in the worst case, they'll ban your account. So with that said, I'll see you in the next episode. In today's video, I'm going to show you how to make your content go viral. And I'm going to introduce you to a tool that I've been using over the past few months, which has been working quite well for me when it comes to making both Reels and TikToks of the models I manage go viral. So this app is called Trend Hunter. I don't know if you've heard of it already. I'll leave the link in the description so you can download it and try it out. but honestly, it works really well and saves you a lot of time when it comes to figuring out which content is the best and which is the worst. What features does it have? Basically, what you can do here is sort based on niches and the characteristics your model has. And from there, it will look for videos that are performing well on that platform. So you can choose from both Instagram and TikTok. In this case, for example, let's go to TikTok and search here for a niche, any niche. So the videos will appear here, right? So here you'll see that set of features. This means that the higher this number is, the more likely it is that the content will go viral, in the sense that it's the number of views it has received, the recognition it's gotten in the shortest possible time. Still 6 in this case, these two are the same, that's also very good. But you should also pay attention to the upload date. Try to make sure it's within a maximum of 72 hours, 5 or 6 days at most, since the video will be recent, and therefore it means it won't be oversaturated and not many models or agencies will have done it yet. So let me give you a quick example. Assuming we go with this first one, for instance, uploaded 2 days ago, 39.9, that's very good. So what are we going to do? Assuming it's in this case, it's from TikTok, we have two options. Either we send it to the model so she can imitate it. You can also create lists directly here, okay? You can create a list here with the name of your model, Juanita, for example. You create a list, her name, and then you add all the videos you want her to do during that week, okay? So what other options do we have? Imagine that your model is very, very lazy, or doesn't have much time, or maybe she's very hardworking and doesn't have time to make those videos you send her. So this is where another application comes in. There are many in this case, but I'm gonna give you one that's completely free, so that I think you get 3 tries per day, but you can access it from different places. Just like when you use accounts with any Reddit account, with, you know what I mean. So, or even you can delegate all this work to your video editor and let them handle it. The point is, assuming your model can make those videos, you'll pick one of these. We take this first one, it takes you to TikTok, you copy the link, okay? And the next step would be to download it. In this case, I'm using this platform to download videos, TikTok video downloader. I'm sure there are hundreds of thousands, but anyway, I'm showing you this one because it's the one I use and it doesn't take you any time at all. You click download and the video will download for you, okay? Here you can download them in HD. You'll have to sit through an ad, but that's it. I mean, they are 5-second ads, so it's really not a problem, right? So once this video has downloaded, what you'll need to do is go to this face swap. What is a face swap? It's an exchange that will change the face using artificial intelligence. It will take that viral video and you'll put your model's face on it. This way, without her needing to constantly record herself, you'll be able to keep uploading content. There are different types of face swaps, some more realistic than others. This one, for being a free version, actually does it quite realistically. Some advice here, I recommend you do it with a model who looks similar, that is, the video you choose, the features of that model should resemble yours, because otherwise there could be more difficulties. You also have to be careful if the person has tattoos, because obviously it's an AI and it's not perfect, but it can save you in many situations. In this case, I had put, for the example, it's loading, so never mind. The thing is, sometimes it takes a little while, between 5 and 10 minutes, but as I said, you get 3 for free, 1 every 12 hours, so you can already make 6 videos a day, and you can actually make unlimited ones, really, because as I mentioned, you can access it from different places and accounts, and there wouldn't be any problem. Hello everyone, now I'm going to talk to you about the Threads method. Here we have two options, whether you want to do it using the organic method or with a phone that has jailbreak, okay? So I'm gonna start by explaining the organic method, which is the simplest one, all right? And that way you can understand it and apply it yourself step by step. So everything is detailed here. First of all, talking about Threads, I honestly think it's the best platform out there right now, since it's the one where you can see results along with Twitter the fastest, without having to wait. Instagram is great, but it takes more time. So Threads, as I was saying, if you manage several accounts, you can see results in just 1 or 2 weeks at most. So how are we going to use this in the organic method? The idea is that you have 3 to 4 accounts per mobile device, okay? A maximum of 4, because otherwise Instagram will put you on the blacklist and you won't go viral at all. In other words, you'll get a massive shadow ban. So how are we gonna do this? In the case that you buy the accounts from a provider, whether it's Accounts Market or one of the ones I include in the starter pack, what you're gonna do is log in to Instagram, okay? And the only things you're gonna change there are the username and the account name, all right? You're not gonna change anything else, not the profile picture, nor are you gonna like any posts with that account or anything like that, okay? This is important to help you avoid a lot of bans as well. Once you've changed the username, okay, you log into the account that you bought, in case you bought it, obviously. If you want to do it yourself, well, that's up to you. And once you've changed the username and the name, that will already be reflected in Threads, all right? So choose whatever name you want, so you won't have to change it again. Then you're gonna close Instagram, you won't go back into Instagram anymore, and you'll go into Threads, okay? There you'll already have your account, all right? So now we're going to let the account rest for 24 hours, okay? Important when you're gonna switch this, we're talking about the process as if you're doing it with one account, but in this case, we're gonna do it with 4, okay? So we are going to do the same process, but this TI, this time we'll close the Instagram tab in the app and we'll turn on airplane mode, all right? We'll turn airplane mode back on and log into another account, okay, to log in again, all right? We'll repeat the same process, okay? We'll enter the new account's details, change the username and the name, and that's it, okay? Once we reach 4 accounts, okay, we'll let them rest for 24 hours and then move on to the warm-up phase, all right? Why do we use airplane mode for this? Basically, it's because of the IP issue. We need to change the IP, because if Instagram detects that we're accessing 4 devices from the same IP, 4 accounts from the same place, well, it's also going to flag that and it won't like it. So it's important that you do this not just when creating the account, but also when we move on to the posting phase, which I'll talk about later, okay? So once you've done this, we'll leave the account for 24 hours and then move on to the warm-up. It's very simple regarding the warm-up, okay? We'll log into each account for 10 or 15 minutes, scrolling, liking some posts, and that's it. We won't do anything else, okay? This will be for day 1 and day 2 of the warm-up, okay? And on day 3, we can already start, okay? Editing the bio, the profile picture, and that's basically it, okay? We could already start posting with the KPIs that I'm going to explain to you here, okay? So, like I said, what I'm explaining to you now is information updated as of March or April 2025. Maybe in 5 months, it turns out that the most optimal account warm-up process is different, or that they've introduced new restrictions or new measures. So take this, don't take everything literally, since as you know, these social networks are constantly changing everything. But I'm telling you what's working as of today, and I don't think it will change much since it's been this way for quite a few months. So once we've completed the warm-up process, okay, we're gonna move on to the daily KPIs, all right? In this case, what we'll do is 5 posts per account, okay? Here on Threads, double posts work much better, that is carousel posts. And then we'll make 20 replies to guys or content creators, preferably from a similar niche. And then next recommendation, follow 15 or 20 people a day, all right? In this case, I do recommend following fans or followers of those models, since many will follow you back and could become potential clients, okay? Always like the comment of the guys you interact with, right? Above all, create some engagement with them, since that's ultimately the most important part. It's absolutely no use at all having the very best and most effective KPIs in the entire world if you genuinely do not interact with the crucial people who will ultimately and eventually be your potential future clients, okay? 5 text posts. In this case, I'll also leave you a template, all right, with lots of ideas, but really it's as simple as looking at content creators or agencies that manage accounts that are doing well and copying exactly the captions they're using, okay? So basically it would be this: liking, comments, interacting, 5 photo posts, 5 text posts, and most importantly, comment dating, all right? Just like you would do on Twitter, 20 replies to others, okay? Important here, what we're gonna do is always try to upload, stay connected from mobile devices using 4G or 5G, all right? Preferably this rather than Wi-Fi, basically because Threads rewards this much more and gives more virality when content is uploaded this way. Don't ask me why, but that's just how it is. It's the same with uploading content to Threads from from a website instead of the mobile app. They really reward content uploaded from the mobile app much more, okay? So keep this in mind, just like switching IPs with airplane mode in case you're doing it using the organic method. Then with the jailbreak method, we have other programs where we can set different proxies for each Threads app we install that we can run on the same mobile device, okay? So that's it. Here you have the daily KPIs. What do I recommend here, okay? The same goes for the jailbreak method. Don't do them all in a row. If your plan is to do everything within an hour on all 4 accounts or in an hour and a half, what I recommend is that you alternate. That is, imagine I have 4 accounts for a model. I'm not gonna quickly rush through those 20 replies, those 5 posts, and those 5 text messages, because if I do it too fast, I'll probably end up getting banned. So what I recommend is that you do half or a quarter, turn on airplane mode, turn it off, switch to the next account, do the same thing again, about a quarter or 50% of the post, and when you get to account 4, go back to account 1, okay? In other words, this way you're leaving a bit of space between the posts, and you avoid or imitate that robotic behavior that Meta really dislikes. So an important point here, when you start delegating this work, okay, because you'll eventually have to delegate it. If you're the ones running the agency, you need to try to structure everything in the best possible way, okay? Whether it's in a Telegram group, a Discord community, or whatever it may be, make sure there's good communication and that you make everything as clear and easy as possible for your virtual assistants so they can understand it. And this applies to everything. So when it comes to making weekly reports, have them send you a link to their profile each week so you can check for yourself that they've been meeting the daily KPIs, okay? And that everything is being done properly. It's important that you check this at least once or twice a week, okay? Because if you're managing 300 accounts, that is, if your team is managing 300 accounts, so you need to have weekly reports in order to review everything properly, or at least have someone hired to take care of reviewing it, okay? So have them send you screenshots or links. That's very important. And then, well, you can do the reviews randomly or on a specific day of the week, but make sure they get done and that you analyze all the statistics. Put a tracking link in all the bios, okay? This way you'll know where the traffic is coming from, because otherwise you really won't know if it's profitable for you or what's not working, okay? The thing about tracking links is also very important, which we've already discussed in more detail in other parts of the guide. So now we're gonna talk, okay, about the jailbreak method. As I was saying, in this case, I definitely recommend that you hire more staff, since here the idea is to manage about 15 to 20 accounts per mobile device, okay? For the jailbreak here, you would need Palera or similar tools. Crane is for cloning all the app containers, and ShadowRocket is for handling proxies, okay? For proxies, I recommend GridPanel or AnyIP, okay? I'll leave you the link to AnyIP, and you'll also have a discount code, okay? And basically, so you can consistently keep switching your proxies all the time and effectively avoid any potential issues with bans, okay? You can also conveniently set it up yourselves so that every 10 or 15 minutes, it automatically rotates, ensuring your marketers don't have to do it manually, okay? But anyway, that being said, once you have all this set up, like I said, make sure to include it as one of the main requirements when looking for marketers in any group, because obviously, as I mentioned, This method requires more training and more time, but it's more effective. In the end, it's not the same to manage 5 or 4 accounts with an organic method as it is to handle 20. So in the end, it's a numbers game. So let's move on to the next step. The process would be exactly the same, okay? We would log into Instagram, change the username and the name, okay? And then we would move on to threads, all right? There we would deactivate the Instagram bots. In this case, we're not interested in having people go from threads to Insta. We're interested in having people go directly from threads to our only, okay? We don't want any distractions, and we want to make that funnel as easy as possible for anyone who wants to access it. So when it comes to setting things up, it's the same process as before, all right? Don't update your photo, links, or anything else until the warm-up is complete, okay? You shouldn't put any links in the bio until day 4, all right? Same scrolling process, okay? You follow 10 people. If possible, try to train the follow page, all right? So that the feed is as accurate as possible. Follow content creators from the same niche, and as always, try to target that US audience, okay? In the end, there's no magic number for this, all right? So it's the same process, but with more accounts, all right? What else? Here, the KPIs are exactly the same, okay? You can do a little fewer posts if you want. You can do 4 or 3. In this case, I'm telling you exactly what I'm doing with my agency, which is 5 double carousel posts, 5 text posts, and the comment bait, all right? Besides following and the rest. But like I said, this is giving me really good results. So I'm sharing exactly everything I'm doing in my agency. Next, strategy. This is what I mentioned before, but here it's even more important than in the organic method that you applied, okay? Try to always spread out your posts, all right? I'm not saying that your marketer should work both in the morning and in the afternoon, but if they're going to spend 3 hours in the morning, they shouldn't just do the entire account 1, all the KPIs, and then move on to account 2. Instead, they should do 25 to 50% of account 1, 25 to 50% of account 2, and so on, up to account 20, and then go back and do a second round or a third if necessary, okay? This way, as I said, what you'll achieve is that your accounts will last much longer and you'll get the most out of them. An important point here when managing threads accounts, you'll see that if you're managing 20, 40, 100 or more accounts, there will be many that along the way you'll notice aren't getting any results. That is, no matter how well you've done everything, there are no results. So it's okay. It's completely normal. Simply forget about those accounts and replace them with new ones. There are accounts that even from day 5 already have a red flag from Meta, and they decide not to give them any more virality. In this case, as I said, if you're working with 20 accounts and 10 die off, you just add another 10 and that's it. In the end, the goal is for you to keep the accounts that work and try to scale them as much as possible, okay? Another important point here is when it comes to uploading content, all right? Now let's talk about content organization, which is very important. I recommend that you create a Telegram group, okay, with all your marketers, all right? Let's say we have 100 accounts, okay? And each marketer is going to manage 20 accounts, so we would have 5 workers. The first thing I recommend is to change the metadata of the posts. There's a pretty good bot here that I think costs only $25 or $30 a month, okay? I'll leave everything in the description as well, but it can make up to 100 or more identical photos from a single image. That is, from one photo, it generates 100, but with different metadata, so you can upload them to the different accounts without Instagrammr in this case. Well, yes, it's the sum detecting it, okay? And you get shadow banned. So this is very important. I had forgotten to mention it, okay? Always try to spoof all the content so that this way you don't get any penalties, okay? When it comes to organizing, I recommend that you create groups with the model and the daily content, okay? If you want to have 20 accounts per model, which is the minimum I recommend, in that group, you're going to assign your marketer or hire someone to send all the content to your marketer. Even you yourselves or the person you hire can already tell them that in each post you're going to send them, okay? With the bot application, which in this case is called /IO, which is the one that makes absolutely all these copies of the photos or videos for you. You're going to Ask them to directly include the description so that the marketer will simply have to copy and paste everything you send them through the Telegram group. In the end, it's not complicated at all, but like I said, always try to make everything as clear and straightforward as possible for them so they understand it well and can really make the most of it, because as I mentioned, the goal is to automate all of this. In this case, on Threads, it's not as complicated as on Twitter. That is, you don't need a super high level of intellect to figure out which post might work best and so on. In the end, here, with this method, it's just copy and paste and try to manage as many accounts as possible, okay? So when it comes to posting, I recommend a few things. First, regarding captions and the photo descriptions, I leave you a list, as I mentioned, with plenty of ideas. But what I recommend is that you take a look at content creators who are successful and going viral and simply copy everything they do. In the end, you'll come to the conclusion that nowadays the comments that work best on Threads are those aimed at older people, okay? What works is the typical girl who is around 18 to 30 years old and is looking for a sugar daddy, or is single and posts 5 times a day that she's single and wants to get attention, okay? So when it comes to posting, put yourself in the shoes of that person, that girl who wants to get attention and is constantly making immature girl comments, because in the end, that's what's going to work best for you, okay? So try this out for yourself. You will undoubtedly see, as soon as you get on Threads, if you happen to use the specific hashtag girl or anything else along those lines, you will certainly see a significant ton of posts that are exactly like that. So just copy the ones that are working best, and like I said, keep interacting all the time, and you'll see how well it works for you. In the end, be patient. It's important that you follow every step, okay? Both with the organic method and the jailbreak one, pay attention to all the details like content spoofing, changing IPs in the organic method, using airplane mode, okay? And engagement, which, as I said, not many people pay attention to, but always reply to comments, okay? Then lastly, and this applies to everything, but there's no point in doing everything perfectly on Threads if when people go to the link in your bio, your OnlyFans cover is totally neglected. There's no active offer, your profile picture is bad, there's no eye-catching banner, the descriptions are poor. Take care of that, because in the end, that's the last part of the movie, right? So if everything else is well taken care of, but when people go to your OnlyFans, they're not attracted or they don't like what they see on the outside, no one is going to pay. So try to make everything perfect, because otherwise you'll be losing a lot of money. So I hope you're enjoying this whole guide, okay? I'll also leave you now the video about the Threads bot, which really is another source of income plus. It's automatic, incredible. I've been using it for over 2 months now. So now I'm going to give you a step-by-step guide and also my contact info for anyone who has questions. All right, guys, in this short chapter, I'm going to explain the Threads bot to you. I already uploaded a video, but it needs to be included in the guide, since in the end, it's another tool you can get incredible value from. And besides, you can run it completely automatically, all right? I'm going to explain how this autofollow bot works, okay? Unlike other bots, the good thing about this one is that first, you can target the specific audience you want, and then most importantly, which I haven't seen in other bots, is that you can choose the time range in Threads for when you want it to follow people, okay? This way, an account won't behave so much like a robot and it will last you much longer. In fact, I've been using this bot for over 2 months, and only 2 out of the 300 accounts I'm currently running have been banned. Actually, I'm not even sure if those 2 accounts were banned because of this bot or for some other reason. So I'm just going to explain how this works. We would need to go to any account whose followers we want to follow. In this case, I recommend that you look for a model who resembles yours, okay? From the same niche, and then you're gonna run the bot. It's an extension, okay? For Google Chrome, very simple. Here you go, here it will already be activated. You copy that username, okay? You paste it here and then set a maximum number of followers. In this case, I recommend that you set 20 as the maximum, okay? We're gonna test it with just 10 people so you can see how it works. Here, it's the same as I mentioned before. I recommend you set it to random, okay? So that the time it takes to follow people is more random. And for the seconds, you can set it between 3 and 12, okay? If you set it higher, even better, since there will be more waiting time and it will be harder for it to be detected. So in this case, for the test, let's set it between 3 and 9 seconds, and then we would click start. Now, right now, the bot would start following all those people who are currently following this girl. If it shows up in red, it means it couldn't do it because the account is private. And if it shows up in green, it means the follow was successful, okay? Now, in this case, it turned green, which means it has followed that user, and it would keep working like this the whole time. As you can see, it has already followed 2 people, and this would keep loading. You'll see the success rate in green, and in red, those it couldn't follow for any reason. Usually, it's because their account is private. So that being said, for anyone who wants to use this bot, I want to recommend first that you have at least 50 accounts, 30 at the very minimum to run this bot, because obviously if you don't, you won't get any real benefit from it. But if you're running it on more than 100 accounts, you'll really start to see a good return rate in terms of paid subscriptions. I'm telling you, with 300 accounts, it's generating me around $1,500 to $2,000 extra a month with everything completely automated. The good thing about this is that you can really scale it to whatever level you want. Here, for example, out of 10 people, it was able to follow 7, but as I said, I set it to 10. You can try it with 20, 25, whatever you like. So the more accounts you have, obviously, the more followers will follow you back. If your profile is even minimally optimized, they'll likely end up becoming OnlyFans subscribers. As I mentioned, right now, I have all the accounts except for 2 of the paid models, but I'm sure that if you use this with free accounts, the conversion rate will obviously be much higher. So for anyone interested in getting this bot, I'll leave it on my Telegram or probably provide a direct payment link. Honestly, I'm gonna let it go for a steal. I'll probably set it at around $65 or $100. So that's it. The access will be lifetime. I don't want you to have to deal with subscriptions or anything like that. So it's a one-time payment and you'll have the bot forever. I'll leave the link in the description for anyone who's interested. And as I said, if you know how to use it and do everything I've mentioned, you can get incredible results from Ethan. The best part is it's all completely automated. In this chapter of the guide, I'm going to show you a very useful tool for organizing and publishing content, okay? I'm talking about Metricool. I already uploaded a video to the channel talking about this tool, okay? Right now I'm using another software, just testing it out because I like to try different tools, but I spent several months with the premium plan, and honestly, it's amazing. So what is Metricool for? Well, what you can do here is connect all your models' social media accounts, okay? And schedule content to be posted at whatever time you want and simultaneously on different platforms. That is, if you're managing, for example, YouTube, TikTok, Threads, Instagram, Facebook, you can schedule posts, have access to all the accounts, and with just one click publish to all of them at once without having to post separately one by one. In the end, keep in mind that if you're managing multiple accounts on each social network, for each model, it's an incredible amount of work. So here you can do everything, not just with posts, but you can also schedule stories, reels, whatever you need. So how does this work? When you log into Metricool, you have a free brand, meaning a free profile. And then with the premium plan, which is the one I was using, I think there are different plans. And honestly, the price is quite affordable. You can add many more brands, okay? Now I'm gonna show you how this would work. So you would go to connections, okay? And here, well, I have all the options that Metricool allows me to work with, meaning both web stuff, Twitter, which I think is the only one that has an extra cost. Then you have Facebook, TikTok, Blue Sky, Twitch, basically, or pretty much everything, okay? So you would go ahead and connect here the brands you're interested in, okay? Once you have everything connected, we would go to planning, okay? Here we could also adjust the time based on where I want the post to be published and better match the timing. So if I want to post at 10 at night in New York, for example, instead of constantly calculating the time difference, because right now I have it set to Dubai U, I would select New York here, and the time, would be shown based on New York. So here I could schedule all of the content. If I wanted to post at 10 in New York, I would just go here, select 10 o'clock on Saturday, for example, and here I would decide what I want to upload, whether it's a post, a story, a reel, whatever, right? In this case, I have Instagram selected, and I want to publish on all the accounts I have connected at the same time. I select Threads, I select YouTube as well, and that's it. I can also choose the short format in the case of YouTube, and it's very simple. I will just click here to upload the file I want to add, right? You can link it with Canva, with Google Drive, or add it from your desktop. Honestly, it's crazy how many conveniences this gives you, and it's not talked about much either. In the end, keep in mind that when you're working with a lot of social networks, this is going to save you a ton of time and money, right? So here you could write whatever description you want, the place where you want to post it, the location, a first comment, hashtags, emojis, absolutely everything. All right. So you can also save texts. Like I said, just another tool. Here you can also go back and change the dates, month, absolutely everything. Okay. So like I said, just another tool, and you can add 2 or 3 more like this, I think, of this kind. In the end, I compared all of them back in the day, and Metricool is the one that has worked best for me. Like I said, now I'm trying out another one. If I end up liking it more, I'll share it on the channel. But for now, as a guide, I'm bringing you the best options. And so far, in terms of organization, this is the best tool I've found to organize all the content. All right. So that's it. If you have any questions about Metricool, you can ask me. I'll also leave the link in the description so you can download it. All right. And another option I almost forgot to mention in the paid plans, which is obviously what I would recommend in this case, you can add team members, meaning you can delegate content just like you would with a CRM such as Inflow or Creator Hero for OnlyFans. Here you could do the same and add team members so they can handle all the post management for you. This way you could completely forget about those social networks, and they would take care of making all the posts. So what is this useful for? It's very important, especially if you're concerned about or don't want to give your passwords to your marketer. With just this, you would give them your email, you would give them the access to this, and they could simply handle the posts, but they wouldn't be able to change anything else in the settings. You can add quite a few team members depending on the plan you have. So as I was saying, I found it very interesting to include this in the guide as well, since I think it's something fundamental for organization. And that's it. I hope you enjoyed this part of the organization module. I'll keep adding more videos as I record them about tools I've been using and that are useful. All right, guys, in this module, we're going to talk about our beloved Reddit, okay? It absolutely had to be included in this guide. I'm going to explain everything in detail, whether it's still profitable, whether it's not what you need, absolutely everything, all right? So what is Reddit? For those of you who have no idea, which might be the case if you're new to OnlyFans management, you've probably heard about it in passing, but you don't really know what this platform is all about. In short, Reddit is a platform for mentally disturbed people who have very specific fetishes and who are looking to satisfy themselves on that platform. So it's still profitable. There are a lot of bans these days on this platform. Every month there are new waves of bans, but it's a very, very good source of traffic because you can get a lot of paying followers on Reddit, just like on any other platform. But on Reddit, they tend to be the ones who spend the most. All right. So that's something you need to keep in mind. Another good thing about Reddit is that unlike Instagram, which takes time to start getting fans from that platform, with Reddit, you can actually buy an account that's already been farmed and start gaining fans from day one. All right. So that's also something to keep in mind. All right. So what do you need to consider here? All right. Because I see a lot of people complaining about the risk of constantly getting banned. Okay. So I'm going to put up a comparison table here. All right. So that you can better understand why your accounts are constantly getting banned. Okay. Here on the left, we have the regular Reddit user, and on the right, that's you. Okay. In this case, now you'll understand why your accounts get banned so often, and it's not just because of one of these things. Usually, bans happen when several of these things are present at the same time, all right? So a regular user uploads safe for work content, okay? Content that isn't explicit in this case, all the creators and agencies, it's fully explicit content, right? This is also the main reason why there are so many bans. Also, most Reddit users are men, so there's more scrutiny on accounts that are women because when a lot of female accounts are created, it really stands out to them. And well, obviously, it raises a red flag, right? Also, most Reddit users, in case you didn't know, are from the United States. So when they see that there are a lot of accounts from other places, that also draws attention. This would actually be, I think, one of the main problems that a lot of people make these mistakes. The fact that they don't basically leave any comments, you know. So you lose a lot of credibility with the account, and the risk of being banned increases a lot, since in the end, most Reddit users only comment without posting, and these agency accounts are posting all day without leaving comments, and that stands out. Therefore, it's a major reason for being banned. After these last two, not much is said about this in videos, but you also have to keep it in mind, and that's that most Reddit users have the app on their cell, on their what would be their mobile phone. Okay, that is, they're not always on a computer with the Wi-Fi connected. So it's also a sign if all these accounts are always or most of the time accessed from a computer. Okay. Finally, also related to the previous point, these users, as I said, usually use mobile data from their mobile device, and in the end, all these agencies always work from a browser. Okay. That is from the website itself. So keep this in mind, okay? When it comes to getting banned, you need to realize that obviously you're acting like a user who's out of the ordinary. So with that said, let's move on now to talk about the account creation process, okay? And how to farm them. In this guide, I'll also explain in detail, step by step, how to manage everything so you can get the most out of it. All right, having made those clarifications earlier, I'm now going to explain to you how the account creation process will work. And then when it comes to farming them, what steps we need to follow, okay? I'm also going to explain how to delegate this work to your marketer, okay? So that they can handle explaining everything and you can present them with the same SOP, all right? So when it comes to creating a Reddit account, we can also apply what I mentioned earlier. That is, you can do all of this from your mobile device as well to gain a certain level of credibility on Reddit and try to avoid getting banned, okay? Although many times you'll end up getting banned anyway. So I recommend that you have several accounts and that you don't just rely on only 3 accounts. So guide for account creation. The process is the same as the one I uploaded to the YouTube channel for now. For now, nothing has changed. So we'll create multiple profiles in AdsPower or Dolphin Anti, whichever anti-detect browser you prefer, okay? And we'll assign unique proxies, okay? We can also use a grid panel, all right, to buy a mobile proxy and rotate it this way, okay, as we create accounts. So creating Gmail accounts, all right, here what I recommend is that you access Gmail from the very first profile you create in this browser, okay, and create an email account, okay? When it comes to verifying it, you'll use DaisyText, all right? Or Daisy SMS in this case, which basically rents you a phone number and lets you pass that Gmail verification, okay? I think it's 10 cents for each email you verify, so it's simple and cheap, all right? So once you've created and verified the email account, I recommend that you write down all these usernames and passwords somewhere, okay? Always do this, because if you work with a lot of accounts, otherwise it's going to be chaos. So once you have that email, you're going to start with the Reddit account, all right? You're going to go to the website and create the account with this new email, okay? So when it comes to choosing a new username, you can select random or manual, whichever you prefer, and pick random interests, all right? Don't overthink it. Then when activating the account, we'll browse Reddit for a bit, about 2 to 5 minutes, okay? So that we look like we're not robots, and that's it. Then we'll write everything down and repeat the same process. That is, we'll change the proxy and go through the process again of creating an email and registering a new account, okay? What I recommend here is that you use 4 or 5 accounts per model, All right. Don't rely on just one account, because if you get banned for one reason or another, you'll be left with nothing. So always try to have someone ready. In fact, it's one of the positions you should have if you're going to manage Reddit in your agent side role of a farmer. That is someone whose sole responsibility is to farm Reddit accounts. Okay. Always have accounts, active and being farmed just in case of any emergency. There's usually a massive wave of bans every month, so you need to keep that in mind. Here, I have to say that in the past, residential proxies were used a lot, and they're increasingly frowned upon on Reddit and don't last as long. So keep that in mind, all right? In this case, I don't recommend it. Next guide for farming, okay? Here we have the basics, what to do in the first 10 days, all right? The process you should follow. In the end, like I said, everyone will have their own process. I'm by no means the biggest Reddit expert you'll find, but I'm telling you what's working for me right now. I have everything pretty well delegated, but you can apply this because it's what's working, all right? So days 1 and 3, okay? Here, basically, what we'll do is browse Reddit for 10 to 15 minutes, all right? Per account, and give 2 or 3 likes, okay? 2 or 3 upvotes per account, and that's it, all right? We're not going to make things more complicated during these first 3 days. Then from day 4 to 6, okay? We're going to start making our first interactions. By interactions, I basically mean commenting in subreddits, but small ones, that is with less than 100,000 members, all right? Not big subreddits, because then we'll be back to the risk of getting banned. As I said, try to do all of this if you can, using the sections we discussed earlier try to act like a normal user, okay? Obviously, well, if you're gonna work with model accounts, don't set your profile to show that you're a man, but you get what I mean. If you can do everything from a mobile device and from the app to gain credibility, also by leaving more comments and not just posting, well, you save yourself a lot of headaches, okay? So now we move on from day 6, okay? From there, we're going to start with our first posts, all right? We'll make a post in a small community, in this case with less than 100,000 members, okay? And we'll leave 3 comments on different posts, all right? After this, on day 7, we'll start farming more actively. When I say active, I mean 2 or 3 comments in medium-sized communities, around 500,000 members, and 1 or 2 posts in communities of the same kind, okay? From there, we'll keep farming 1 or 2 posts a day, and we'll comment 3 times until we reach the required karma, all right? Once we reach the required karma, at least when we have 2,500, then we can start increasing that activity, okay? And posting more each day until we can eventually make 15 or 20 posts per day, all right? So when it comes to hiring people, okay, what I recommend is, because if you post in any group that you need a virtual assistant, so-called experts will come out of the woodwork who actually have no idea, or who will try to scam you, all right? So be careful with that. What I recommend to protect yourselves in that regard and not lose money is to offer to pay them per farmed account, all right? This way you'll make sure that it's really people who know what they're doing, since anyone who has no idea won't be willing to farm an account knowing that it's likely to get banned. But someone who really knows what they're doing will obviously trust you, because they've done it before. And if you offer them a competitive price, they'll want to farm the account without any problem. So what should you pay per farm account? Here, normally it's usually around $12.50 to $15 per farm account, all right? In the end, it all depends on the VA, but those are the prices that are usually seen in this case, all right? From there, once the account is farmed, you can pay $3 to $5 per account for daily posts they make, okay? So keep that in mind when it comes to pricing, all right? Finally, I also want to talk about certain places where you should avoid commenting. I got this from another creator who also, I agree quite a lot with what he says, from a sort of blacklist of certain subreddit creators, okay, who tend to ban pretty much anyone who comments Usually the problem with Reddit is also that many agencies are the ones running those subreddits themselves. So they themselves are the ones who report the competition, obviously, so they don't lose fans, right? So if you can avoid these places when commenting, all the better. It'll help you avoid getting banned, okay? And like I said, make sure to check the moderators carefully, all right? Now, regarding account acquisition, okay? The very best site I can highly recommend if you want to completely skip the entire farming process and get straight to the crucial point to immediately start making money is indeed reaccounts.com, all right? It will be this one right here. I'll leave the link in the description, okay? And there you can actually find quality accounts, all right? And on top of that, they give you a guarantee, so that way you can be sure that it's gonna be worth it for you. Of course, if you mess around with the accounts, they're obviously not going to give you any guarantee, but at least they do make sure to provide you with an account that isn't banned. So be careful with that, because it's really not easy to find trustworthy providers. I've been working with these guys for a while now, and I've never had any problems. I'm sure you might find people somewhere on Telegram offering better prices. In the starter pack list, I do share 2 more contacts, but like I said, with these, you can really get started without any issues, and they are trustworthy, okay? I'll also take this opportunity to mention, since I haven't talked about it much, that in the starter pack, I include absolutely all the providers, places, and trusted contacts that I work with daily at my agency, okay? So really, for the price it has, in the end, you're gonna get incredible value out of it. In fact, I'm practically giving it away. But, well, I understand that many of you can't, because you're just starting out and can barely invest anything. So I've also decided to upload this entire massive guide, okay? To also try to help as many people as possible, since I think that, well, there isn't much up-to-date information, at least quality information, about OnlyFans management on many social networks. So maybe this way, well, I'll encourage a lot of people to really get started with this, because I encourage you, it's a very profitable business. The thing is, obviously, like with everything, you have to put in the hours, the effort, and in the end, well, like anything, if you put in the time, everything will work out. So for any questions, whether about Reddit or anything else, you can ask me. As I said, I'm not the biggest Reddit expert, but I have been using this platform for quite a while, okay? So that's it. I consider this module finished. As I said, if you have any questions, leave it in the comments or contact me on my personal Telegram. All right, guys, I'm going to quickly show you this account provider now, okay? It's one of the best options out there for Reddit, and you can choose the type of account you want yourself, all right? They have accounts for OnlyFans, for crypto, and for general use, okay? This is 100% reliable. In fact, right now, from what I can see, they have a 40% discount because it's their anniversary, but I'm not sure if the offer will still be available when you're watching this. Even so, as I said, the quality price ratio is really good. And on top of that, they're one of the few providers that offer a guarantee, meaning that if you get banned, they'll refund you 50%, okay? For the first 2 or 3 days, I'd say, so here you would just select, depending on the day, there might not be any accounts available. I think today there aren't any, but they have a Telegram group, which I'll also try to link in the description, where they notify you every day about the time when new accounts are released, okay? So depending on the karma of the account and its status, it will have one price or another, but as I said, in terms of quality for the price, it's really good. If you want to skip the whole farming process and start right away with a model, I recommend that if you're going to buy accounts, you do it from this site. So that's it. Having said that, this is pretty good alternative for those of you who want to get started right away. And like I said, be careful, especially with Telegram, because it's full of scammers, okay? So as I was saying, you can trust these guys, but be very careful with those providers you know nothing about. Just a random Telegram user, as I said, is completely protected, and they can scam you in 1,000 different ways. You've reached the halfway point of the Ultimate OnlyFans Management Guide, so I want to give you a gift. For everyone watching this entire guide, I'm going to put this code here on the screen, okay? OFM50, which if you use it at the link I'll leave in the description, will give you a 50% discount on the Ultimate OnlyFans Starter Pack Guide, okay? What will you find in this guide?
In this guide, you'll find absolutely everything you need to scale your agency to over $10,000, $20,000, or even $30,000 a month with OnlyFans management. Here I share absolutely everything I use myself, suppliers, SOPs, strategies, absolutely everything, okay? It's like the initial pre-step I personally use for mentoring those individuals who genuinely can't afford it, but who still very much want to have absolutely the entire foundational structure needed to effectively get to work. Here I explain absolutely everything about the traffic sources I'm using in this case, everything I use for both Reddit and Instagram threads. Also, everything you'll need regarding Twitter, and then the providers for both proxies and the applications I use. Finally, I'm leaving here the templates, all the scripts that I'm using in my agency. Okay, for Reddit, for example, you'll have lists of subreddits, a list with 200 subreddits. Then also a list of subreddits for farming when it comes to getting the necessary karma on the accounts, okay? Then the providers I use, all right? Here I leave you a direct link so you can buy the accounts yourselves in case you don't want to farm them from scratch. An SOP guide for account creation so you can send it to your marketers, okay? In this case, so they can farm the accounts for you without any kind of problem and thus help you avoid unnecessary bans. Also, a list of moderators to avoid, all right? So that this way you also don't get banned. Also a guide for farming accounts, okay? In this case, exactly everything that I use myself, all right? To try to farm as quickly as possible. Then a guide to avoid bans on Reddit, obviously updated for 2025. In this case, I'm going to keep everything updated, meaning these people who bought the pack, because I uploaded this pack to my channel a month ago. Well, there have been quite a few changes since then. So it's a lifetime payment, all right? I'll leave the link in the description. Remember, if you are this part of the guide, I'm only going to mention this in this segment. That is, you apply the code and you'll instantly get a 50% discount. Finally, I'm leaving here the system I use to find subreddits, and in threads you have absolutely everything. From a list of content creators, so you can get ideas, biographies, and captions that are up to date as of March from the top creators, all right? So you can copy them. The entire guide for account creation and warm-up, account maintenance, and daily KPIs, okay? The number of posts and everything you need to do day by day to optimize an account on threads. Next, regarding Instagram, you have a list of suppliers, all right? When it comes to buying accounts, okay, of who I am currently buying accounts from, which can also be updated. The ultimate Instagram guide, here you have the Instagram Bible. I mean, this is insane. Here you have absolutely everything you need for Instagram, from suppliers to grow those accounts. Then you also have absolutely all the SOPs, creation processes, posting processes, how to make Reels go viral, strategies for promoting Reels, absolutely everything, all right? Finally, regarding Twitter, you also have the updated ultimate Twitter guide, including suppliers for buying accounts, the guide on how to create, how to warm up an account, how to post, and thousands of strategies that I am currently using. Next, regarding Telegram, as I mentioned, I cover absolutely everything here. Verified OnlyFans management groups on Telegram, proxy providers that I am currently using, a marketplace of verified models, in other words, reliable ones, okay? And also a list of YouTube channels that I would recommend in this case. Then, regarding anti-detect browsers, which ones I am currently using, all right? Regarding proxies as well, I include trusted sites where I am currently purchasing them. And then a complete guide so you can set up your proxies. Finally, the scripts, this is very important, don't overlook it. The templates I use, all right, in my own agency and the ones I recommend, so that when you apply them, you can get the most out of your chatters. Finally, the onboarding process, all right? Here I explain absolutely all the strategies so you can recruit a model in the most efficient way possible. And in this way, whether you don't have any models yet or you want to bring on new ones, you can optimize and speed up this process much more. So with that said, guys, apply the discount and you'll get 50% off the only guide you really need. Stop wasting your time and money on expensive courses that won't give you anything. As I said, everything that's in here is being sold for for thousands of euros in many courses. So what I'm saying is this is a decision I've made for everyone who really can't afford mentoring with me and at the same time wants to have an incredible amount of information. So with that said, let's continue with the guide. All right, guys, let's move on to the Instagram section, my favorite social network for OnlyFans management and the one that's currently generating the most sources of fan traffic for me. So how does Instagram work? There are several methods here, okay? In this case, I'm going to explain the organic method first, all right? And then we'll get into more gray hat strategies. In this case, when it comes to recommendations for Instagram, the first thing I tell you is to try to upload your content, all right? On an iPhone 8 or newer in this case, okay? First, because of the quality issue, which is the most important thing, I find that an iPhone 8 would be the minimum. Okay. Nowadays, well, you'll see most models you can find will already have an iPhone 8 or newer. If not, it's one of the first things you should try to get or buy for them yourself a mobile device with these features, all right? As for Android, it can work, but some platforms are quite wary of it because of the extensive modification capabilities these devices have, all right? So when it comes to changing the IP, which isn't talked about much when you're managing several accounts on Instagram using the organic method, I'm telling you, keep in mind that you're not working with a mobile device where, for example, you could use Crane to access from different proxies. On a regular iPhone, if you're managing 4 accounts so that you don't get penalized and you can switch from one model's account to another or from model's main account to another of her accounts, what you do is you log out, you switch users, you turn on airplane mode, okay? Once the tab is closed, and then you turn it off again. This way your phone's IP address will change. You can check this yourselves. The moment you put your phone in airplane mode, leave it for 2 seconds and then turn it off again. The IP address on your phone changes. This way you'll avoid Instagram detecting that you're doing something suspicious with the accounts, and there won't be any kind of shadow ban or any sort of penalty, okay? So it's important to change the IP manually, okay? I don't know why I haven't even seen anyone talk about this topic, but keep it in mind, all right? Also, when it comes to uploading content, this isn't something that Instagram itself says, but just like with many things, Instagram or Meta, in this case, don't put it in writing, but it's been proven that the results aren't the same. That is just like, for example, with the case of Threads, if you upload content from a website, they're not going to give it the same visibility. It'll be much less than if you upload it from a mobile device, okay? They always give advantages to content that's uploaded from the app itself. So just like with that, what I recommend here is that you create the account with a real phone number and a local SIM card, okay? Because they detect this, and then you should connect from a 4G or 5G network when uploading content, okay? Regarding the Wi-Fi issue, does it work as well? Yes, but if you want to do everything 100% and in the best way possible whenever you can, always upload from 4G or 5G, okay? In case you work with several devices, which I imagine is the case for many of you, just share the data connection and it will be the same, okay? So when it comes to setting up the profile, okay, you're going to, as soon as you create the account, okay, you need to go through a warm-up process, meaning you have to warm up the account, all right? Here we have 2 different options when it comes to acquiring accounts, okay? We have accounts that are newly created, meaning they are less than a month old. In this case, these accounts have both pros and cons. The pros, first, they're going to be much cheaper to acquire. Then, when it comes to making content go viral, it's easier, okay? Making content go viral. Instagram tends to give more visibility to these new accounts, all right? Compared to accounts that are much older. So what are the cons? Well, the risk of these new accounts getting banned is actually quite a bit higher. You'll see that in many cases, even if you do almost everything right, your accounts will still get banned, okay? So you need to know how to apply certain strategies depending on the type of account you're using, right? In the case of older accounts, they're more trustworthy, but it's harder to make them go viral, okay? So just keep that in mind. I uploaded a video on the channel about this, but I'll go into more detail here later. If you're following the model slave strategy, that is the one where you create a main Instagram account, okay? That's the account you'll be directing all the traffic to using the slave accounts, all right? These would be those smaller accounts that are responsible for following other people and that will have the handle of your model account, the main account, in their bio. I obviously recommend that the model account be the one with the most age, because ultimately what you'll want to avoid at all costs is having that account banned while the others generate more visibility and drive traffic to the model account, okay? So the slave accounts in this case would be the ones you buy with less age, okay? So when you create the account, okay, you will set up the profile with a completely neutral photo, the bio, without any kind of sexual content and no links at the beginning, all right? We'll add the link to the bio on the 4th or 5th day, but don't put it in at the beginning because then you'll already get put on the blacklist, okay? That's very important. In the first few days, we'll follow between 5 and 10 people, all right? Preferably from the same niche as the model, okay? That way we can start working on the Instagram page and they'll start recommending content to you, making it much easier to get ideas later on, okay? And after this, we let the account rest for 24 hours, all right? Like I said, on this first day, 5 to 10 minutes max. So what's next? Warming up process, okay? We've already done that basic setup on the first day. From there, starting on day one, what we're gonna do is continue with this process. We'll follow 5 or 10 accounts, scroll a bit through the feed, and set up the bio and profile picture, all right? In this case, as I mentioned, nothing sexual in the bio. What works here are also very simple things. Put the model's age, you can lie about the age, always go for a lower number, okay? And the location, say they're from the United States, Canada, Australia, any country where you want to target that audience, all right? This is very important. We'll follow those people and wait another 24 hours. So here you go from day 2 to day 5, okay? Important here, in this case, we'll follow 20 to 30 accounts from the same niche, all right? We'll keep working on the page, do a bit of scrolling for 5 or 10 minutes, and post 2 posts on the wall each day, okay? In this case, it's very important that the posts are high quality. And when I say quality, you are the first to know when a photo is good or not. That is, it should have good lighting, be centered, and the quality meaning it shouldn't be at 720, okay? At least 1080, and everything should look good, all right? In the end, think of Instagram as well, or it's gonna be the idea is that it's the only platform those potential clients will see before going to your OnlyFans. And if you don't take care with Instagram, they simply won't even go to your OnlyFans. I'm not even saying they'll subscribe, but that they simply won't even click on the link that in the future you'll set up in your bio, okay? So this is important. The 3 post zones these days of higher quality have passed. The very best ones will be the ones you pin to your profile, all right? This is the most important thing. Also, and this isn't talked about much, either the topic of highlighted stories. Have highlighted stories, and by this I don't mean just stories where you promote your OnlyFans. You should have one like that, but then just like any regular model would, stories of going out to eat, stories with pets, stories at the Jaimani story that represents the normal life of any girl, okay? Don't make it all lying in bed as if you were horny all day, because that's just not gonna work for you, okay? Try to make it as natural as possible. In the end, that's what will work best for you in the long run. Does it take a lot of work? Well, of course it does. It takes work. In the end, that's what makes the difference between agencies that are making $100,000 and agencies that aren't even reaching $10,000. So obviously it takes work. When it comes to this, I can also recommend posting these stories that can, even if they're completely made up, what I suggest, a little trick here, is that you can have your marketer who manages your social media look up a bunch of stories on Pinterest themselves. That is, on Sunday itself, before organizing the week, you can tell them to find 5 photos at the gym, 7 photos in a park, 10 photos eating out, so that they have a content library like this, and then they can keep posting those stories, okay? 4 or 5 stories a day would be ideal, okay? Also, meme stories, you know what I mean? There should be activity on the account, because in the end, if you don't post Stories are what most show that there's a real person behind the account, okay? So it basically builds a lot more trust. Next, content creation and organization, okay? Here, what we're looking for is always up-to-date content so that our model can replicate it. When it comes to getting organized, what I recommend is Notion. It's a platform for organizing yourself, and it works really, really well. Look, each of you can use your own if you've been using ClickUp for a longer time, or Google Drive, which is much simpler. That's fine, but make sure your model knows how to use it and feels comfortable with it, since in the end, she's the one who will be working with you and will be sending you all the content. So in my case, we work with Notion. It's super convenient, but use whichever one you like best. So it's important that you always stay up to date here. Look for trends that are working. Make sure you're constantly updating everything, okay? You could have a marketer whose only job is to look for viral content for your model, although in this case, I wouldn't trust that too much. Try to do it yourselves, and once you become experts at spotting better content than others, then you can delegate it, okay? In this case, I'm gonna talk to you about the Trend Hunters app, okay? I uploaded a video to the channel that makes this job of constantly searching for content from other social networks much easier, okay? And it does it for you, okay? It's true that it's paid like everything else, but this way it's gonna speed up the process a lot for you. And I'm telling you, in the end, on Instagram, as soon as you make your first viral video, you'll pretty much have everything done, okay? That month, you're gonna make a lot more money, and you're gonna grow a lot organically, and it will be much easier that once you have a video go viral, many more will go viral for you as well, okay? So be patient, because that's what takes the most time. And that's it. Anything at all regarding this method, like I said, the organic method is the simplest, but when I say simple, I don't mean it doesn't take time, okay? So apply everything I've mentioned here. There's actually quite a lot of information, even if you might not think so. And once you've mastered the organic method, then I recommend that from there you start working with other methods that I'll also explain in the guide, which would be more like the gray hat methods, okay? With already handling multiple accounts, different software and programs, but which can also be a very interesting source when it comes to improving the traffic on your model's accounts. All right, guys, now we're going to talk about one of the options we have when it comes to starting to generate traffic, okay? From the United States or from any country with high purchasing power to our model's accounts. As always, this is just at the beginning. Later on, you won't need to rely on these methods, okay? But they can help you speed up the process. So promotion of Reels, this option here, okay, is the option that Instagram gives us, all right? From its own platform to promote our model's content. What are the benefits of this, okay? In the end, as many of you know, the option to promote Reels allows us to choose exactly the age of the audience we want to reach, the location, the gender and everything, all right? So we ourselves can select that we want, for example, people from Chicago who are between 30 and 60 years old and who are men, okay? So in the end, this is a big advantage, right? Because with other promotion methods, for example, if we get promoted on a meme page, the audience won't be as specific, since, well, many women will also follow those pages, and there will be people from everywhere, okay? So yes, it is a bit more expensive, quite a bit more expensive, but you'll get people of much higher quality. And if you know how to use the right strategy, which I'll explain in a moment, the strategy I would recommend, you can get much more out of it, okay? So as I was saying, why boost Reels? Higher quality guaranteed, okay? It's organic growth, and in the end, you're not just going to gain followers, but a lot of people, they're not just going to watch the reel you're going to promote, but they'll also stay on your account and check out your other reels, okay? So it's organic growth across multiple posts, and the increase in followers and subscribers, okay? If you have everything well done and well taken care of, you're likely to convert. Your conversion rate will be much higher on your only, okay? So what are we gonna do here? Key factors for making the boost successful, okay? There are 3 very important key factors here. The first is your model's appearance, okay? If your model is a 10 out of 10, makes good videos, good quality, good angles, good lighting, then you'll achieve a much lower cost per visit. In other words, you're gonna get much more out of it, okay?
Then obviously the design of the Instagram profile also comes into play. If it's a well-maintained Instagram profile, as we mentioned earlier, with quality photos, daily stories, highlighted stories, everything well put together and organized, then it's much easier for people to start following you, okay? And then something very important that a lot of people also overlook is the conversion rate on OnlyFans, okay? Because you can have the best Instagram profile with the best model in the world, but if your Instagram profile looks terrible from the outside, you're not gonna convert anything. So it's important to have a good OnlyFans profile picture for your model and a good description, okay? If you have no idea, look for models who are in the top 1% or lower, and you'll see a bit how they have everything structured, okay? If you pay attention, almost all of them have a very similar structure. Everything is super well taken care of and analyzed down to the last detail. And then there's also the banner. It's very important to have a banner. And honestly, I often see banners that are just sad. So make sure to take good care of it. I even recommend using favorites, something you'll invest in once, and that's either hire a professional to do it for you or any graphic designer. But honestly, you can even do it yourself with Canva. As long as you're at least a little bit skilled, you'll be able to make it, okay? But make sure that everything is set up properly, all right? You have no idea how important these details are, okay? You need to pay attention to and take care of every single detail. So once we have these three factors well taken care of, we're going to move on to the cost per visit, okay? Cost per visit is it's basically how much our advertising is gonna cost us. So a low cost per visit would be pretty good, less than 0.12, okay? Ideally, it should be lower than this number, all right? Anything above this wouldn't be efficient, okay? You might still be able to make a profit, yes, that's possible, but I'm talking here about how things should be done to be 100% correct, all right? More than 0.12 would be considered a high cost per visit. We're always gonna aim for something lower than that, okay? So with a good reel, what we can achieve is between 0.01 and 0.05, all right? That would be, well, the ideal. So always try to stay within that range, okay? Now, examples of visits according to the investment, all right? Here, it's simply a matter of doing the math. If you invest $10 and each visit costs you 0.01, that is 1 cent, you would get 1,000 unique visits from different users to the profile. In other words, with just $10, okay, you would be reaching 1,000 different people from the audience you have selected. I mean, just imagine with only $10 reaching 1,000 people from New York and who also are within the age range and are all men, just as you have targeted. If just one of those fans subscribes to your OnlyFans, whether you have it set at $9, $10, or even $3, but then in the chat they end up they spend anything, you've already made your money back. So just imagine, as I said before, if you take care of those three things, it's very likely that out of 1,000 people, at least 5 or 6 will subscribe. Okay. Of course, it's normal that not all 1,000 will subscribe. They're not all going to subscribe, but there also has to be a minimum, right? So even if you just take a little care with it, you'll see that you really do turn them into customers, okay? In the case of $100, it will be the same, just multiply by 10, right? 10,000 people just with $100. So, and I'm not even talking about OnlyFans now, just imagine on an Instagram account, okay? Out of those 10,000 people who see it, 500 subscribe, getting 500 followers from the United States for $100, I'm telling you, that's a bargain. So keep that in mind, okay? So next, metrics to track, okay? You really need to analyze how many followers you're gaining. If you get fewer than 3 followers per dollar, the content isn't optimized, okay? Then the cost per fans to subscriber, you need to do this yourselves if you don't have someone for it. I recommend that you be the ones to do it first, okay? You should be the ones analyzing all of this, okay? It's good for you to be skilled at analyzing all kinds of metrics, okay? You need to know how much each Instagram follower costs you and how much each Only follower costs you, okay? So now we're gonna get into, okay, the key here to success when it comes to promoting reels. And what we're gonna do is not just take the first reel we see, throw $100 at it and promote it. That's not how it works. We're gonna pick 3 reels, okay? You can pick 4, 5, or 6, but I recommend you pick 3. You're gonna put $3 to $5, okay? On each reel for 1 day, a day and a half, all right? So once those 24, 36 hours have passed, you'll see that there will be one reel that stands out much more than the others. So the reel that stands out the most is the one you're going to promote, okay? From that point on, so you're gonna discard the other two, stop promoting them, and put the rest of your budget into that one. So if you had $100 to play with, you've spent $15, right? So you're gonna put the other $85 only into that reel, which is the one that's performing best, okay? This is the best strategy you can use when boosting your reels. So it's also important when it comes to saving money, or rather not wasting money. Always do any kind of promotion from the website. Don't do it from your phone if you have an iPhone, because you'll be charged an extra 30% Apple commission. I mean, it's just foolish if you're willing to throw money away like that. So always do it from a computer, okay? So in conclusion, what I also recommend here is that whenever you select the ad target people from the United States, Canada, Australia, between 30 and 65 years old, okay? Countries with high purchasing power, the United Kingdom, New Zealand, you know what I mean? And then you're gonna set it up for profile visits, okay? Don't select link clicks or comments. Your goal should be profile visits, okay? And that will give you the greatest reach. So that's it. I also wanted to cover in this guide the part about boosting reels, since it's an option that's always there and you can get good results from it. There's also another strategy that I'll mention when I talk about CupidBot, which is running ads on Instagram using accounts that have CupidBot integrated, but we'll talk more about that later. All right, now I'm going to explain how to grow an Instagram account organically, okay? Especially at the beginning, until you gain visibility, since this is the most common question I get every day, and it's one of the things we work on in one-on-one mentoring sessions with everyone who contacts me. It's something basic, but obviously you need the right tools and knowledge to reach that point. Because as many of you know, when you start an Instagram account from 0 followers, it's very difficult, at least to speed up that process to get your first 2,000 followers. And so that's, at least when you start posting reels, your account can start growing on its own. So how are we going to get those first 2,000 followers? Here we have different options. That is, if you're already good at or pretty experienced with other traffic sources, whether it's Twitter or Reddit, that's fine. You can redirect traffic from Twitter or Reddit to your Instagram account and try to gain followers organically that way. But in this case, I'm going to talk to you about another way, okay? I'm going to give you a little bit of the secret sauce here, all right? You're going to find this information really interesting. And the thing is, there are certain providers, okay? Here I'm going to share the main one with you. The others I'm using, I'll save, obviously, for those who are with me in one-on-one mentoring, since I'm not going to give absolutely everything away here. But just so you get an idea, there are certain providers whose job is to get you followers, okay? Completely real followers. I'm not talking about fake followers, which are useless to you. They guarantee that those followers have at least the minimum percentage from the audience you want, in this case from the United States, okay? So how are we gonna do this? The idea is to start with this process, okay? Contact these providers on the second or third day while you're setting up your account, so that after a week or at most 2 weeks, your account is completely ready with followers and everything set to start posting your first reels, okay? This is very important. So I'm gonna explain to you basically what growth hacking is and how to carry it out. First, what we're gonna do to make this quite effective is buy 100 fake followers from a reliable source, okay? In this case, I recommend there's one called SMM Followers and another called Just Another Panel. Look for either of these, okay? And add 100 followers. Why are we going to do this? Basically, so that the account gains a bit more credibility. And the thing is, when these providers that will contact through Telegram, what they'll do is promote our profiles through meme pages or other types of pages from the United States, obviously. If these people see that it's an account with 0 followers and barely even a profile picture, or an account that doesn't inspire trust, it's going to be much harder for them to follow us. So it's important to at least add 100 followers so that it looks like it's an account that people actually follow and that it's real. And from there, the rest of the followers we get should be organic, okay? So when it comes to getting this, what we'll do is Contact in this case, I'll leave you now its contact info. For those who don't know him, he sells accounts and also provides this kind of service, okay? You'll see that it's a service that's not exactly cheap, but like I said, Instagram is the best long-term investment you can make for your OnlyFans management agency, okay? So you're gonna get the package from him, ideally one with a higher percentage of followers from the United States, so that the content we upload to our reels gets promoted in that region, okay? So what you'll do is reach an agreement with that person. Obviously, the more followers or accounts you want to scale up, the better price they'll give you, okay? In this case, Navid doesn't necessarily have the best prices, but the quality is truly incredible. So in the end, it's like everything else. If you want quality service, usually you have to pay for it. But as I said, you'll make it back in the long run. So you're going to reach an agreement. What I recommend if you're just starting out is that you at least negotiate to have them get you around 2,000 followers, okay? With at least 75% of them being from the United States, okay? And while you make the payment and they take care of getting you those completely real followers, you'll be carrying out the rest of the processes for the account. That is, you'll be making posts, following people in your niche, and making the account look as real as possible, so that once you reach that number, you can start posting. So let's say you've already reached, okay, those 2,000 followers. It's important that the account is set to private, okay? I think I haven't mentioned this before, but it's very important that the account is private. So once you have 2,000 requests or 1,900 requests, okay? What you're gonna do is set the account to public, okay? That way, all the requests will be accepted instantly, okay? You're going to post a story, okay? Any story. Ideally, the story should be about the post you're going to upload, okay? Or rather about the reel. You'll upload the best reel with the highest quality that your model has sent you, okay? And you're gonna post a story promoting that reel. That is the reel you just uploaded. You're gonna share it in your story, but you're gonna post it 20 minutes after accepting, okay? To those followers. In other words, you're not going to upload the reel immediately. Instead, you'll set your account to public, accept all the requests, and then 20 minutes later, you'll upload the reel. Why? Basically because Instagram takes a little while to process this, but after those 15 or 20 minutes, once you've uploaded that reel, those people you've accepted, about 2,000 people, ideally all from the United States, will see that reel as the first thing from your profile at the top of their Instagram feed, okay? So since it will appear first for them, you can be sure that at least 1,000 people will see that reel. So it's a very easy way to give yourselves a pretty good chance for that reel to go viral, okay? The more message requests you have, the better, okay? So if the reel is good and you manage to make the hook in the first 3 seconds strong and those people keep watching, they're going to like it. They're going to watch the video all the way to the end, okay? And it's very likely that more people will see that video later and it will go viral, okay? So this is pretty important. Normally, if you've done this right, you should get at least 1,000 views on that first reel you upload, okay? From there, your goal will be to upload a reel every week so that the account, keeps gaining followers completely organically from that point on, okay? That's the goal, to have an Instagram account where you don't have to rely on promotions. But to achieve this, you need to have a foundation. For an Instagram account to gain 5, 10, 20, or even 100 followers each day organically, you first need this. So from there, you're gonna start uploading a reel every day. If you see that the account is performing well and has a good ratio, in other words, imagine you have 3,000 followers and each reel gets 2,500 or 3,000 views. That's a good ratio, okay? So then you're even going to try to upload 2 reels a day, all right? With 2 reels a day, it's going to be much easier for that account to grow. Obviously, it will depend on your model, but aim for at least 1 reel a day with the highest quality possible. And all this just slipped my mind until the very end, okay? Look for real people using specific hashtags, okay? Why do I say this? Basically, if you focus on a niche, all right? In this case, UCLA, which is a very important university in the United States, if you follow people from there, what you're gonna do is create like a circle, okay, of people
So a lot of these people will follow you back and might notice that you have people in common, even though obviously you have no idea who they are, but you'll have already followed them. So when they see that there are people in common, it will give your account much more credibility and it will be much more likely that they'll follow you, okay? So that's another big recommendation I can give you. In the end, the idea is for you to follow about 100 real people from the United States, okay? If possible, from the same age group so that there's a higher chance of having friends in common, and do this for 20 days, all right? The idea is to do 15 to 20 people per day, okay? That way, at least your account will gain a lot more credibility and everything will be more effective. So if you follow all of this to the letter, trust me, it will be much easier to speed up the process of growing your Instagram account organically. I hope you take all this valuable information into account because you really won't find it anywhere else, at least. This method for organically growing your US audience from scratch, you won't find it anywhere. So I'm telling you, if you follow this to the letter, you'll achieve it. In this case, the results are guaranteed. Obviously, I'm not going to lie to you, it takes work. That is, you have to post stories every day, you have to follow specific people every day. It requires, in this case, an initial investment, which, as I said, you can do on your own with Twitter and Reddit or other platforms, but it will take more time, so you'll have to dedicate more time to other platforms, but that's another option. In this case, I'm telling you a quick, effective way, and you'll really be able to recover that investment without any problem, okay? So I hope you like this organic guide, okay? Now I will focus more on the Grey Hat methodology, okay? For anyone who's interested, it's also a very good source, if not even better. The thing is, there's nothing more convenient than having a high organic account once it's up and running, okay? With plenty of followers, because in the end, you won't have to dedicate as much time or as much money as with the methodology I'm going to explain later, which also works, obviously. So I'll see you in the next chapter. All right, guys, I'm gonna show you here from my phone screen how we would go about blocking certain countries that we're not interested in when driving traffic to our Instagram accounts. We need to go into these settings, and here we could either change the minimum age, okay? In this case, I recommend setting it to over 25 and selecting the country where you don't want it to be visible. In this case, we could select countries like India, which have low purchasing power, so that people under 25 in India can't see the content we upload. Right, guys, now let's talk about the Instagram method module from Grey Hat, okay? In this case, this is a module where we're gonna deal with quite a few Instagram accounts. As I was saying, it's one of the main sources of traffic that I currently have in my agency. At the moment, we're managing more than 10,000 accounts, okay? So what does that mean? It's a method that, unlike organic methods, does require an initial investment, but as I said, I'm getting a lot of profit from it, and I'm sure that if you follow step by step what we're going to discuss in this video, you'll do the same, okay? As I mentioned, you can do it with more accounts, or you can do it with fewer accounts. What I recommend is that if you've never done this before, start with 100 or 200 accounts, and then scale up little by little as you start seeing results, right? So the first thing we're going to do is go to an account provider, okay? In this case, you can either go to the typical accounts market, or for those of you who have the starter pack I shared in previous videos, I included several providers there. In this case, you would go here, for example, and look for a package of accounts that interests you. In this case, what I recommend is that we're going to base this strategy mainly on multi-accounting with the mother-slave method, okay? But we're gonna do it with CupidBot integrated into the mother accounts. What does this mean? This strategy basically consists of doing follows on the accounts that don't have CupidBot, that is on the slave accounts, okay? These are accounts that we don't care if they get banned, because in the end, many of them will end up being banned, okay? And in their bio, they're going to have an ad mentioning the main account, okay? I'm gonna show you some examples here, okay? So you can really understand this strategy. And the mother accounts will be the ones acting as the main account. This the strategy will be to set a bio that's specific to the niche we want to target, okay? So how is this gonna work? We're gonna use a 9:1 ratio, okay?
That is, for every 9 slave accounts that are going to do this following constantly every day, about 15 to 20 accounts each day, they will be driving that traffic to their mother accounts, okay? Which will be, as I said, 1 account for every 9 slave accounts. So what we're interested in here is, as I already mentioned in the organic method, there are 2 types of accounts. Older Instagram accounts are accounts where it's harder for content to go viral, but they have a lower risk of being banned. In this case, what we want is for the mother accounts to have a much lower risk of being banned, so that they last as long as possible for us. So what I recommend is that the mother accounts you use, for example, you work with 100 accounts and only 10 are mother accounts I recommend. In this case, that you choose ones that are at least 2 years old, okay? That way, you'll avoid quite a few bans. And then for the others, as long as they're 1 to 2 months old, that's already fine, okay? In this case, you just look here for any account. I think here as well, they're already at least 2 months old. So you would just pick any package. I recommend in this case that you choose one with 2-factor authentication, okay? Because this way it'll be much easier to log in. I'm going to explain it to you now in a very simple way, okay? How to get past this 2-factor authentication, okay? So let's suppose I'm gonna use a batch of accounts I bought a while ago, okay? And that way I'll explain how this works. So you can save a lot of time and don't have to go through each email one by one to verify it, okay? Imagine here, when you buy some accounts, you'll be given these 3 things. Sometimes they'll give you an extra variable if you buy them with an email, okay? But the simple format would be this. They'd give you a username, a password, okay? And this code here, which I'm going to explain to Upaya too, I'll explain its use next, okay? So let's suppose I want to log in to Instagram with this account, okay? We'd go here to Instagram, and here we'd have to paste the data, okay? We'd copy here, in this case, if I want to log in with this account, we copy the username. Here we paste the username, and here the password as well, okay? We'd copy the password, and here. So in this case, it won't work because these accounts, as I said, that I've already used and they've already been changed. Therefore, it's going to show me incorrect username, okay? But assuming you buy the account and the account is fresh, meaning no one has logged in since the person who created it, when you log in, it will ask you for a code, okay? Important to get that code. All you have to do is go back to the notepad where the account is and copy this long code, okay? That's why it's important that you buy them with 2FA, okay? 2-factor authentication. So you would copy this code here, okay? The third one, you would go to this website here, 2FA Live, okay? Here, you would need to paste the code, okay? And this code, when we click submit, will give us these last 6 digits, which are the ones we would need to enter when Instagram asks for them, okay? In this case, we would go here, and once we click login, it would ask us for those 6 digits. We would paste them from that website, and the verification would be complete. We would be fully inside the account, and from there we could start working. So let's move on to the important part, okay? This is mainly to explain that in case you work with thousands of accounts, this is going to save you a lot of work, or at least save your marketers a lot of work. So you need to keep that in mind, okay? Always try to buy Instagram accounts with 2-factor authentication. So what does this operation involve? Now that you more or less have the context and know what the strategy is about, I'm going to explain how to manage all these accounts and how to carry out this operation. The first thing we need to do is go buy a server, okay? In this case, I recommend this one here. It's Dyn server host, okay? On this server, they'll give you a username and a password, okay? You can have several people working, meaning your marketers, if they have access to that user, can directly, okay, access the server and work from there. That's another good thing about this. So once we're inside Dyn server, we'll need to go to dedicated server, okay? Once this loads, we'll go here and select the Core i7, okay? We'll click here, and now, well, we'll modify it. What do I recommend here? For RAM, set it to the maximum, 128. And finally, in system, here we're going to select this one here, Windows Server, okay, 2019. All right, this is the one that works best. So for me, in this case, you would click buy and we would have our server ready. This usually takes 15 to 20 minutes. They send it to us by email, okay, the username, password, and everything to get started. So what we need now is Windows app. In this case, it's because I work with Mac, okay? So you would download Windows app, it would be this one here, and then the server would show up here, okay? This is the server they've given me. You can have many servers here, okay? In this case, I have this one, which is the test server, and you would log in. So to get in here, you would need to enter the details they've given you, okay? Here, they've given me this username, and here you would need to enter the password, okay? Once we're inside, we would need to download Anti-Dolphin, which is the anti-detect browser, okay? That's the one I use. Either way, don't worry, because I'll leave links to all of this in the description. It's gonna be a pretty dense description because I'm gonna leave links to absolutely everything, but that way you'll have the complete step-by-step guide to all the strategies and methodologies I'm using. So I'm gonna log into the server and then I'll keep explaining. Here we are already in Anti-Dolphin, okay? This is what it would look like. In this case, I manage it a little differently. And that's because in this server, I only keep the modern accounts, which have Qubitbot integrated. And then in another separate one, I manage all the slave accounts. The accounts were using other software. I handle all the automations for follows, likes, comments, messages, and so on, okay? So what I recommend here is that you stay organized. I'm not the most organized person myself, but you should label everything and at least know the status of each account, okay? That's also why I like Anti-Dolphin, because it lays everything out in a very visual way and it's very easy to understand, okay? Now I'm gonna show you how to add a new profile, okay? And this way you'll understand step by step how to register the accounts, because if we try to do all this from the same IP, obviously Instagram would flag us right away and everything would be over instantly. Just imagine managing 400 accounts from a single IP. So what are we gonna do here, okay? First, once you have everything well organized, okay, we're gonna click here on Add that, a new profile. Here, what I recommend is that in profile name, you enter the name of the Instagram account. In this case, as I mentioned, I'm talking about Instagram, but you can also do this with Threads or other social networks, okay? In this case, in this module of the guide, I'm only going to talk about Instagram. So here, regarding the name, well, let's use my example. We would enter the name, and here, as for proxies, you would have to click here, right? It would be without proxy, new proxy. And here you would add the proxy depending on the type of proxy that you use, all right? So what proxies do I use for this kind of operation? Well, I'm going to leave two options below, okay, that you can consider. In this case, a very good option, which I'll leave in the description, would be Nip, which has proxies of very high quality. Honestly, those are the ones I'm currently working with. And then as a second option, you could also consider bar proxies, all right? In this case, for example, these are the ones I've also been using. In fact, they have an active code here that gets you a proxy for just $1. I mean, honestly, that's super cheap. And in the end, for this kind of operation, what you're always looking for is to minimize costs, right? Because just imagine in my case, since I'm running this with 10,000 accounts, the amount I could end up saving. So, well, I'm not going to start here, but you would take two proxies and enter them. In this case here, okay? You would click on new profile, and in new proxy, you would paste it here, all right? Then you would already be inside the Instagram account, and the next thing you would need to do now is log in and set up the account, okay? I've already explained the warm-up process in the organic method, okay? So I won't go into much more detail there, but now it would just be a matter of applying this strategy. All right, guys, now I'm going to explain the other server where I'm managing the slave accounts, okay? This is where I manage 90% of the accounts, the ones that using this software handle all those tasks like following 20 people each day, commenting on posts, liking accounts, and doing all of that, okay? All of it is done completely automatically. So just to repeat, when you're carrying out this strategy, for it to work, it's really important that you make sure to properly target the right niches. In this case, well, actually, we've been at it for 3 weeks and we've already had quite a few accounts banned, okay? So, like I said, always try when you're, another tip when buying from a supplier, if you're gonna buy, say, 2,000 accounts, for example, don't buy all 2,000 accounts from the same supplier. always try to spread it out a bit, because it can happen that sometimes you buy from a supplier and maybe 60% of the accounts turn out to be bad. So be careful with that as well. Try to spread things out a bit so you don't take on too much risk, okay? So let's get to it. We're already on the server. Here I have 327 accounts that are still active, okay? How do I have it organized? Okay, what I've done here is create different packages, okay, in which if I have, for example, 400 accounts, let's say what I did here was create 40 packages, okay? That is little packages of 10 accounts each, where each package of accounts is going to target a specific niche. What I mean by this is, for example, setting the bio of the modern account of a girl who's in Manhattan and who often goes to a bar, okay? Always look for, well, bars for wealthy people or exclusive clubs. You can also go for, in the NFL, the New York Jets, teams like that, and make it so that your model is a fan of that team. Also, regarding universities, UCLA is a very important one over there. The point is to clearly define your niches, okay? Why? Basically, because the beauty of this strategy is that it becomes more effective over time. And this is going to have a snowball effect, because as you keep following other accounts with these slave accounts, and those who follow you back will see the bio where you have that modern account tagged, they'll visit the modern account, and many of them will end up following it. So what's the point of all this? The point is that many times let's use some names to make this easier to understand. If from the profile of, say, Juana, I create a profile pretending she goes to a bar in Manhattan a lot, and I follow people who go to that bar here, I recommend you look for Instagram accounts of those bars, clubs, teams, universities, okay? So if I follow that account, maybe there will be another guy, Mike, who will follow me on the model's account. So what's the point of this? Maybe this guy, Mike, has a friend who also goes to that bar named Peter, and he will also follow the model back. So they'll see that they have people in common, and it will get more and more interesting, because the fact that they see there are mutual friends and acquaintances will make the account seem more credible, and they'll start to doubt more and more whether that account is a bot or not. So it's important here that the accounts, at least the modern ones, are set up with at least some basic configuration, so they gain some credibility. What I recommend here is that before you use them, you add some followers, so that the accounts don't show up with 0 followers and attract unwanted attention. Now I'm also going to show you how to add followers to an account, okay? I'll show you the sites I use that are the most cost effective, so you can follow exactly the steps I take. Now I'm going to show you how I have everything well organized, okay? In the form of packages, so you'll understand it better. So let's click on load. Here, this would be a package of 10 accounts, okay? We would have the mother account, which I have up here, and then all of these would be slave accounts, which are the ones that will handle all the autofollow and similar tasks. So in this software, we would go to viral marketing, and right here we could select who we want to follow and everything. We can select it directly using keywords, okay? In this case, this account was set up with a target audience in Miami. Here we added some clubs of rich people from Miami and NFL teams like the Miami Dolphins and certain places, okay? So this will look for people to follow based on that niche. Like I said, there are quite a few programs like this, so in the end, use the one that suits you best, okay? I've been using this one for a while, and honestly, it's been working pretty well for me. Although, if you really want to optimize it and do it as well as possible, even though obviously it requires a bit more expense, no one is going to do it better than fully trained VAs. Why do I say this? In the end, no one is going to do this better than a VA who is truly motivated and to whom you've given the right instructions, because in the end, these programs often end up causing you problems in the long run, or just don't do it perfectly. With this, I'm telling you that it's really important to follow the right person. Make sure you're following only men, people, well, ideally over 35 or 40 years old, okay? And from those clubs where, well, people with money go. So always try to do this, and you'll see how first you'll get an audience with much greater purchasing power, and then it will also help you grow those mother accounts organically. In the long run, once they already have enough followers, you can move them directly. You can remove Cupid or leave it without any problem, and try to grow them organically and replace them with more accounts. So, as I was saying, this operation, if done effectively, can be incredibly profitable, okay? That said, as I mentioned, you do have to invest a bit at the beginning, but you'll recover it right away, okay? I'm going to explain it to you now, okay? How to add followers to prepare those accounts that will have CupidBot integrated so that they gain much more credibility. All right, I'm going to quickly explain how to add followers to your accounts, okay? In this case, you only need to do this for the accounts that will have CupidBot, okay? Those are the ones we want to have greater credibility. So we would go to SMM follows, okay? This is the one I use, but there are thousands of other options, okay? In the end, just use whichever one suits you best, okay? You would simply go here. Well, you would need to add funds. In my case, I've already spent mine here. But anyway, when I'm telling you it's very simply, I just add more week by week. You'd have to click on add funds and put in however much you want, okay? It's actually very, very cheap. So first, you would need to go here and search for Instagram, okay? And what I recommend is Instagram followers new services, all right? That's the best in terms of quality and price. Here, you would just need to put the link to the model whose account you want to add followers to, and here the amount. Let's say we want to add 500. It would only cost us 90 cents. I know there are cheaper ones, but in the end, like I said, it's about trying them out. If you find a cheaper one, then do a bit of research and use it. I've been using this for quite a while, and honestly, I've never had any problems because I've seen that there are other websites where sometimes your order never arrives or you end up getting some kind of error. So that's it. I'm just sharing everything I'm using here, and that way you can replicate it in, or at least whatever you want. So that's it. That's how we would add followers to the accounts, and in this way gain a lot more credibility. Hey guys, how's it going? In this chapter of the module, I'm going to talk to you about CupidBot, all right? What is CupidBot? I've already mentioned it in quite a few chapters, and it's nothing more and nothing less than a bot for Instagram or any social network, since a lot of people use it on Insta. But it's also on Telegram, on WhatsApp, on FedLive, on Twitter. It's on many other platforms. In this case, today I'm going to explain it to you for Instagram, all right? But you should know that the main function of this bot is through chatting to turn any follower into a fan of your model's only account, all right? So I'm going to explain here how to set it up in general, the configuration that I use. As I said here, I have a conversion rate of around 9 to 11%. That's good, but I know people who have achieved rates close to 20% and others who have only managed around 3%. So on average, they say it usually has a rate of about 7%, all right? Depending on how you set it up, you'll get better or worse results. In the end, what I recommend here is to keep testing things out, all right? So how are we gonna install CupidBot? Basically, what you need to do first is go to Telegram, all right? I'll leave you the contact info for the admins, okay? And you're going to tell them that you want to use their bot. Tell them you come from me, I've already talked to them. They'll give you a trial with 300 conversation credits, all right? That way you can try out the bot for free first and start testing how to adjust it to get the best possible performance, all right? So how do you install this bot? First of all, here I recommend that you install it on different accounts, okay? In this case, obviously with the gray hat strategy I mentioned, we're using it on more than 100 accounts at the same time, all right? So the good thing is that you can create profiles within the bot and adjust it based on each model, all right? Let's talk first about how to install it. In this case, I'm going to focus on Dolphin Anti, okay? That's the anti-detect tool I'm using. I'm sure that with any other tool out there, you have the same options, but the one I recommend is this one, all right? In terms of results, I have no complaints, and I've been using it for quite a while, as I mentioned, okay? So we'll go to Anti-Dolphin and specifically select this section for extensions, all right? We'll click here and then click to add a new extension. In my case, it already shows up because I've already added this extension, but for you it won't appear, and you need to go here to create, and in upload file you have to add the extension, okay? When you talk to the guy, he'll send the file to your email so you can download it. Always make sure you have the latest version since they're constantly updating it, okay? And you would simply click here to upload wherever you have it on your desktop. This will be the extension, you add it, and that's it, okay? You would now have Cupidbot on all browsers, okay? It's a Google Chrome extension, so it's very simple, okay? Here I also have the Threads bot, and for anyone who's interested, as always, you have my Telegram, so I can send it to you there, okay? Like I said, here you can add all your extensions, okay? We would already have it installed here, so now let's see how it looks on an Instagram account, okay? Here we have Cupidbot installed, okay? What you have to do first is go to settings, and you'll be given a serial number for each person, okay? This would be mine, you enter yours, and your credits will appear there, okay? As I said, tell them you came from me, and that way you'll get 300 conversations to try it out at the beginning, okay? This way, once you've entered your user, which will be unique, and you've logged in, you're gonna go here to what is the chatting section, and we're gonna start setting everything up, okay? Important here, the most important thing is the matter of the photos. As I said, it's a very realistic bot. You have to configure it properly. So you can upload photos of your model, and here I recommend casual photos, whether it's in bed, in the shower, or especially photos in the bedroom in front of the mirror, but make sure they look as natural as possible, not staged photos, okay? So here you can configure regarding the photos, the time, meaning if you want the photos to be sent throughout the day, okay? Since this bot knows the time it's speaking based on the country you set it up in. If it's daytime, it will send photos with natural light, and if it's nighttime, photos as if they were taken at night, right? So here are the photos that I uploaded for the daytime in this case, and once you have them set up, you can also set the day, meaning here you can put, this will be day one, the day when the conversation with the person starts, and then you can keep adding that the next day I send other photos with a different outfit. Like I said, it's incredible. Then here, well, the photos, as I mentioned, you can set them as daytime, nighttime, or suitable for both, okay? So once you've uploaded those photos, okay, let's go to the general bot settings. In this case, we would go to main, okay? And well, as I mentioned, this is also important. You can add the models you have here, okay? So this is very simple. You can create different profile 7 for the same model. You can create several different profiles depending on the target you want to aim for, whether it's a specific country or if you want to list different hobbies, okay? So just so you know, you can create quite a few profiles, okay? Then here we have the option for days, depending on which day it is, so that she can send certain photos or write in one way or another. You also have a statistics section, okay? How many people have chatted today, accepted follow requests, everything, okay? Then you have a mass messaging option, but I don't recommend it. For organizing posts, stories, and everything. And finally, what we're interested in, okay? The general settings of the bot. We've already covered the photo section. Now let's move on to the general section, okay? Here you're gonna set the country or the area where you want it to be. In the case of this profile we set up, we put that it was in Las Vegas, and that's it. You can make it as personalized as possible. If you set it to New York, obviously it will try to follow or interact with people from that area, okay? The bot, as I mentioned, is very sophisticated, so it will mention specific areas of that city or region, making everything seem much more realistic, okay? You can also enable the option for it to match the person's locality. In this case, I don't have it activated, but I don't really recommend it either, okay? Because sometimes it might guess the area even if the other person hasn't mentioned it, and that can come off as a bit fake. Then we have options for it to set a random city, which I also don't recommend. Here you can configure the age, the name, and the traffic source, okay? In this case, we would select Instagram. And gender, how you want the style of speech to be, whether more immature or mature. As for information, I don't really recommend changing this much. what I would do is leave the default settings they provide. You can tweak them a little bit, but usually what works well is what they give you, okay? If you already have experience with this, then you can modify it a bit. These are the settings I use, which are very similar to the default ones. And the regarding the CTA, you can put the price that's currently on the models only page, and you can say that she's running the biggest offer she's ever done right now, okay? So as for the day, that's also set to default, okay? That's what usually works. She's trying out different outfits and doing her homework. Then for the evening, she has other different settings. As for the language, you can set it to English or Spanish here. I obviously recommend English. And that's it. And here, if you use dating apps, you can have it continue the conversation since, as I mentioned, this bot is also on dating apps, and you can set it up to keep going with the conversations you were having with those people on dating apps or on Instagram, okay? Like I said, it's very advanced. Next, we also have this section here, the different phases, okay? I always leave this set to default. Here, regarding the CTA, I'll also leave everything set to default, okay? Next, the CTAs, okay? Here, you can put your model's OnlyFans link, okay? Important. Here, what I recommend is that you don't put a direct link so it doesn't get banned, okay? So what we're gonna do is write OnlyFans space, then separate .com/ the link to your model, the username, okay? What happens, the AI itself will say, hey, I'm giving it to you like this because otherwise I'll get banned. Just remove the space and it will take you to the OnlyFans page, okay? They've already programmed it this way to help you avoid a lot of bans. So I recommend you do exactly the same, okay? Even so, I think they have a guide where they explain everything, but I'll give you a quick summary here. So after that, you can set up the opener and everything. I always leave this set to default. Normally, the bot analyzes the person's Instagram profile and leaves a comment based on their account. If the account you're interacting with is related to fitness, it will leave a comment related to fitness. So it comes across as pretty genuine. And this way, you're going to greatly improve your conversion rate, okay? I can also do follow-ups. There are tons of options, like I said, okay? For objections, I also leave it on default, okay? You can set filters. Like I said, there are a lot of things I prefer to leave as they are, and others that I do change. I'm showing you absolutely all the settings just as I have them, okay? Then, regarding accepting messages, this is the number I currently have. Always authorize the bot to accept message requests. I have the limit set between 400 and 500, and I also have this set like this, okay? If you want to copy it, honestly, it works pretty well this way. Then accepting follow requests, obviously, you're going to enable that too, okay? Since it's the main way the bot starts conversations, that is, we're going to configure it so that when someone sends a request, within seconds it accepts that request, and the bot itself starts a conversation with that client or potential client. So I recommend you have this turned on as well. Accept between 2 and 8. I also have this set like this, a limit of 500, which it usually doesn't reach. So that's one thing. Next, create new conversations. Here you can have it on or off. I play around with this. What this means is that with people whom, if you already have an account that had talked to people before without the bot and you activate it, it will start a conversation with that person without them having just followed you, okay? As we were talking about earlier, so here I don't recommend having it talk to current followers. That's why I would leave it like this. I have the day limit set to 100. I haven't really changed these settings much either. What else do we have here? Well, I also have this set to default, okay? And finally, in add advanced settings, I have it turned on. Here, I adjust the writing time a bit. Okay. I set it to 5 seconds. Here, honestly, what I recommend is that you don't set the bot to wait too long before replying, okay? In the end, what we want is for it to respond as quickly as possible to show interest, right? And for the conversations, to stay active and flow smoothly at all times, okay? Don't set it doesn't make much sense to have the bot reply every half hour, because what we're really aiming for is to keep the conversation going, respond quickly, and at a specific moment have the bot mention its OnlyFans link and turn this person into a customer, okay? As for what works best in terms of pricing, I've always run this bot on accounts with paid subscriptions. Of course, if it's free, obviously the conversion rate will be much higher, but I recommend paid subscriptions between $2 and $4, okay? So with that said, this is the setup I currently use. You can try things out yourselves depending on the model. What I recommend here, obviously, is that you keep the Instagram account well maintained, okay? Make sure everything looks as real as possible with your highlighted stories, the chats, and everything done properly, okay? And from there, you'll see how the conversion rate increases, okay? Also, as I always say, it matters that the OnlyFans banner, the profile picture, and absolutely everything is carefully taken care of down to the last detail, okay? But like I said, it's just another tool, and on top of that, it's very reasonably priced. If you get large packs, each conversation costs you just 6 cents, okay? So even if just a few people subscribe, you're already gonna get a lot of conversations. In other words, the profitability is very high, and like I said, it's a bot that a lot of people know about because in the end, it's very useful. But you need to know how to set it up and how to use it correctly. As I was saying, if you really know how to apply the right strategies, like the one I mentioned about using multiple accountsware through slave accounts, you send follow requests to these mother accounts that have this bot integrated, you can achieve much higher profitability. And here, just imagine that every day we receive hundreds and hundreds of follow requests from people who fit the target audience we're interested in, because we'll be following specific areas with specific niches. This way, a lot more people will come in, and people who we actually want to convert into clients. So in the end, it's all about applying the right strategy, and obviously in this case, having the right setup. So I hope you enjoyed this rather lengthy video about how Cupidbot works. As I said, I'll leave you the Telegram link for these awesome guys who created it so you can check it out. And don't be afraid to ask them for the trial, since they offer 300 conversations, so you can try it out yourself completely free. Hello everyone, welcome to the Twitter module. This module is going to be quite intense in the guide since, as I mentioned in other videos, Twitter is one of the main sources for OFM in general, and one of the ones I use most often. So I'm going to explain in full detail what Twitter is about, strategies, and how to get the most out of it. All right. First of all, why Twitter? In the end, you have to keep in mind that Twitter, unlike other platforms like Instagram, where most of the audience is from India, Twitter isn't like that. On Twitter, the majority are men between 40 and 60 years old from the United States. In other words, it's a gold mine in this case for everyone working in the OFM industry. So as I was saying, we have a much more optimal audience, and the main interests on this platform are basically hobbies, news, politics, and adult content. All right. Also, one of the good things about Twitter in recent years is that there's no censorship due to the change in ownership, obviously. So it's something you can really take advantage of, since unlike Meta, they tend to be much more of a pain in this regard when it comes to uploading content. So when it comes to creating or buying accounts, okay, I'm going to leave you here with a few things to keep in mind, all right? So what I recommend here is that you create the accounts with a real phone number, okay? It's true that both on Reddit and Instagram, I mentioned renting a phone number with SMS Pool 4, Daisy SMS. But in this case, I recommend that you create it with a real phone number using a local SIM card, all right? What else? Create the account using 4G or 5G rather than Wi-Fi, okay? This will later affect the performance of the account. Then if you're going to create several accounts on the same day, we'll do something similar to what we did on Instagram to change the IP address. And in this case, if you have a phone that doesn't have jailbreak or anything like that, you'll simply turn on airplane mode and then turn it off, okay? That way your phone's IP address will change, all right? Then you'll go ahead and do the same as before and create another account, okay? Do this for as many accounts as you want. One more thing, I recommend that you enable two-step authentication, all right? And the process is very simple. once you log into the account, set up the username, name, bio, and profile picture, okay? After that, log out and leave that account untouched for 24 hours, all right? Once those hours have passed, what I recommend is that you use a mobile proxy in an anti-detection browser, okay? Which can be from the United States. A mobile proxy is one that has the option to rotate the IP. In this case, I recommend two main sites, either GridPanel or AnyIP, okay? I already uploaded another module talking about these two. Honestly, AnyIP is amazing. I'll leave the link in the description. In terms of quality and price, so I recommend you take a look, okay? So as I said, you can also use static residential proxies, but in the end, mobile ones are the safest in this case because they allow you to change the IP, right? Constantly. So another type of accounts, okay? In case you want to buy an account directly instead of creating it yourselves, okay? That's an option if you already have some capital, and it will save you quite a bit of time, okay? In fact, I would recommend this to you as long as you know how to search well. So now I'm going to explain what things you need to keep in mind when acquiring a Twitter account, okay? The first thing is don't avoid buying accounts that don't have organic followers, since this will most likely increase the chances that the account is already shadow banned or has some restrictions from Twitter, okay? When it comes to buying accounts, obviously organic followers are important. It will make your job much easier when it comes to growing the Twitter account. A profile with real followers will make it so that from the very beginning, both you and the marketer you hire will see much faster and more effective growth than if the account has fake followers or if you start from scratch, obviously, okay? Yes, obviously it will be a bit more expensive, but in the end, like I said, it's a really good source of traffic and you'll be able to recover that investment very easily, okay? Look, there are also providers who sell accounts, but you have to be constantly searching, whether it's in Telegram groups, Facebook. There are quite a few places where you can look for trustworthy providers, okay? Also, in the starter pack guide, I mentioned several sites there as well, but like I said, there are always accounts available. The thing is you need to know where to look and who to trust. When it comes to buying those accounts, I always recommend using a middleman, okay? What is a middleman? I'm not sure if I've already explained this at some point in this guide, but it's basically a person who acts as an intermediary between the buyer and the seller to help prevent possible scams, okay? There are several trusted middlemen on Telegram that everyone knows, so you can use those, all right? So what should you look for when buying an account? All right. The first thing is to try to make sure it has between 20 and 100,000 safe for work followers. Okay. Try to make sure the account doesn't have explicit content. All right. When you buy it, because otherwise it will be flagged by Twitter. So what we're looking for here are accounts that aren't flagged. Okay. And I want to emphasize again here, a module we talked about, there's a big misconception in the world of OnlyFans management where people think that by showing more on the model's accounts, their content will go more viral or they'll make more money. First of all, just because your content goes more viral on social media doesn't necessarily mean you're going to make more money more in these cases, okay? Because if you make fully explicit content go viral on Twitter where everything about the model is already shown, then those people simply won't be interested in joining your OnlyFans. That's one thing. And then on the other hand, let me tell you that also when it comes to making this kind of content go viral on Twitter in general, safe for work content works much better. And besides, it will make your accounts last much longer and in the long run have more visibility, because in the end, Twitter puts certain shadow bans on accounts that are fully explicit, okay? So what kinds of safe for work accounts would I recommend you acquire, okay? In this case, we have several options. You can buy hentai accounts, meme pages, okay? Or accounts from previous safe for work models. There aren't as many betting accounts, but out of these four main niches, I dare to say they're the most optimal, okay? As for price range, I'd say it's roughly between $6 and $8 per 1,000 followers for these types of accounts, okay? If they're asking for much more, then they're probably scamming you, asking for too much. If they're asking for less, be suspicious, because they usually aren't lower prices, at least not below $6 it could happen, but be careful. So how do you verify the account, okay? When it comes to buying and the issue of quality, all right? First, make sure the followers are organic. How do we check this? Well, you can ask the provider to have some followers comment on a post or some content, and you can see for yourself how the reach works, okay? From another one of your accounts, yes, check if the content is visible. If you search and the account doesn't show up, then something's wrong there, okay? Then accounts that have been inactive for 2 to 4 weeks before buying them are preferable, since that way you can make sure that, and for the most part, if they had a shadow ban, well, it's no longer there. When there's a shadow ban, you need to let the account rest for a while, okay, some time. So check the impressions on the posts. If they're very low, the account might be shadow banned, that's obvious. And then finally, you can use a tool that's not 100% accurate, which would be this website here, shadowban.uzuriza.com, okay? This one, well, helps you check for account restrictions, okay? This is basically what you need to keep in mind before acquiring any account. So now let's move on to the topic of setting up your Twitter profile, okay? A profile, just like on any other social network or on OnlyFans itself, should be attractive, visually appealing, and aligned with the model's image, okay? Make sure to define a niche that is very clear and not overly sexual, as we mentioned earlier, okay? The key is for it to look natural and completely appealing, okay? Nothing forced. As for the banner, I recommend either using a typical well-framed photo, or if not, you can use Canva, okay? When it comes to designing banners, honestly, it's great and you won't have any trouble, okay? And also, this isn't talked about much to pay attention to colors, okay? This applies both to profile photos. This also goes for OnlyFans or any social network, but make sure your model is identified with a specific color, okay? Because in the end, when those followers who could become fans in the future see that a certain color dominates your model's account, it will mean that whenever they see that color at any time of day, they'll partly remember her. So try to do that. A lot of people don't pay much attention to the matter of colors, but it's actually really, really important, okay? So look at successful profiles, okay? As with everything, look at Twitter profiles that are working well and take ideas from there, adapting them to your model's style, okay? When it comes to only photos, obviously try to avoid using photos that are totally in the OnlyFans style because of what we talked about earlier regarding safe for work. But yeah, just make sure they're not very explicit photos, okay? As for the profile picture, use an attractive image of the model that isn't overtly sexual. In this case, I would recommend a photo showing her face, and if she has nice breasts, it's good if they're partially visible too. Not explicit, but also showing off the model's strong points if she has them. So always use somewhat provocative photos, okay? But just on the edge, not too close to the limit either. And then finally, regarding the banner, okay? Look at the accounts of successful models and you'll see what I'm talking about, all right? So now let's move on to the topic of the bio, okay? Another very important thing here is that the bio, just like on Threads, Instagram, or other platforms, should be short, catchy, and original, okay? You can copy. There are thousands of bios out there to get ideas from. In the end, just try to make it short, catchy, and original, all right? Avoid generic phrases. And as always, use a CTA in the third line or the second if you're not going to use a third to direct traffic to the link in your bio, okay? I don't recommend, in this case, although you'll see it in many places, using a direct link to OnlyFans, since it can cause a shadow ban. Even though many people say it doesn't, it actually can cause a shadow ban. And use a masked URL. In this case, I mean something like the typical get all my links, Linktree, beacons, whichever one you prefer, okay? I use get all my links for everyone who asks me, and honestly, I'm pretty happy with it. So make sure to use one of these links, all right, to protect the accounts. Then obviously make sure this link has tracking, so you can monitor where the traffic is coming from and always keep everything well controlled, allowing you to properly analyze the metrics and really know how your traffic is performing, okay? As for Twitter, my recommendation here is to go for the best plan available. A little tip here, if you're going to get it, buy it from the website. Don't buy it from the app because it will be much more expensive. If possible, use a proxy, set it up with a US proxy so that you get the price from there, which I think is almost 50% cheaper than if you buy it from the app in Spain, Dubai, or any other country. Okay. So that's important. It might seem strange, but it's actually a key investment for the growth of the platform. Okay. You can imagine how much your visibility increases just by getting a good plan compared to having no plan at all. Okay. So here, try not to skimp and get the best plan available. Okay. It increases your organic reach and a lot more people will see your profile. As a result, there's a much greater chance that you'll get more clients on Only, okay? When it comes to deciding whether to make your account paid or free, I have to tell you, as someone who's a strong supporter of paid accounts, that on Twitter, I've actually been getting better results when I've shared trial links, okay? With this, I'm not saying that you absolutely have to put up trial links, but keep in mind that sometimes a lot of whales, often at the beginning, if they've just discovered your account, they're not going to buy that subscription if they see a price, even if it's minimal, but since they've just found your profile. But then they go to your Only profile, and if you have it well structured and with good chatters, it turns out they end up being big spenders. So keep that in mind. You can also set it at a price of $2 or $3 and you'll still get a lot out of it, okay? But I want to be totally transparent and just tell you what has worked best for me, okay? Although with a good Twitter account, even if the subscription is paid, you can get amazing results and a lot of traffic. I'm telling you this because I've also been using it in quite a few of my models, okay? So let's move on here to the posting routine, okay? For a Twitter account, all right? These would be the daily tasks that I use with my marketers, okay? In the end, you can adapt all of this. What I recommend is to post 3 to 5 times in terms of photos or videos each day, okay? Set a pin post, meaning you pin a relevant tweet and change it every 24 hours, all right? As for following, I recommend following 5 or 10 big models daily, preferably from a niche similar to your models, and replying with a maximum of 15 photos to other accounts. Okay, this would be what's called comment baiting, all right? Then I recommend that you post 5 text tweets, meaning 3 to 5 with a photo or video, and 5 text only, very similar to what we talked about on Threads, all right? Always reply to direct messages. This is very important and people tend to forget about it, especially when it comes to engagement, okay? Because you might already have potential fans, and if you ignore them, they won't convert to OnlyFans, all right? Keep that in mind. After this, also reply to comments on your posts, and finally, I recommend joining drop groups, okay? From 300 to 500 drops daily, all right? In the engagement list, okay? And really like about 10 comments from men on your posts. I'll talk a bit more about the drop topic a little later, okay? In this guide video, so you know how to do it, since you also need to be a bit careful, all right? Basically, this strategy keeps your account active and allows for organic and effective growth within Twitter's algorithm, okay? So where should you reply on Twitter to maximize your reach? In this case, to increase visibility and engagement, it's essential to choose carefully where to interact, all right? I recommend that you reply on pages where there is high traffic, all right? Not on ones that are dead and where there usually aren't any interactions, okay? Pay attention to the comments they have, and if you see that it's active and there are recent comments, go for it. So what do I recommend here? Turn on notifications for popular models, okay? Where there are a lot of active and engaging interactions, or on popular meme pages or dedicated betting accounts, or even highly specialized themed pages, but crucially, where there's significant and consistent activity, all right? You should definitely turn on your notifications, and as soon as any of these truly viral content creators make a brand new post, you should quickly go and immediately comment there, okay? This strategic approach is precisely what we refer to as comment baiting, all right? to attract followers or accounts that follow all these pages, all right? So the advanced strategy in this case would be to analyze successful profiles in your niche and replicate exactly their engagement tactics, okay? Basically, this is how most professional Twitter accounts managed by agencies operate, all right? So it's as simple as looking at how they're operating and applying it yourself, adapted to your own model, all right? Now, let's talk about the groups I mentioned earlier, okay? Those drops where they help each other grow those only accounts, all right? In this case, you'll see that in any group of Twitter VAs, there's a lot of talk about retweet groups, okay? Many VAs already have their own groups, but what happens here is you simply comment in a group, and from there, a lot of people retweet so that you gain visibility, all right? This increases your account's exposure. So you have different options here, okay? Option one, which I don't recommend, is to use your own account, since basically what this does is reduce conversions, all right? It fills your feed with content from other models, so it won't really benefit you in that sense. So what I recommend is that you use it from another account, not from your main account, okay? So what Twitter needs to do, as I mentioned in the guide, is act as a personal landing page, all right? Where you basically focus on selling your model subscription, not promoting others, okay? This is also related to the OnlyFans topic, where I see a lot of agencies or many models doing massive sub for sub, all right? They keep promoting each other, and in the end, it just looks like a completely spammy account, and fans don't like that. And in the end, you might attract 3, 4, or even more fans, maybe, but you'll end up making the ones who are already with you unsubscribe because they don't like it. So be careful with that, all right? So buy access to groups, to retweet groups, okay? On Telegram, there are plenty. 100 groups is more than enough, all right? And like I said, regarding the prices, it ranges between $1 and $3 per group, okay? Same thing here, we pin a post on the profile, and there you can, through certain messages, request access to these retweet groups, all right? So what else? To sum up, these groups can give you exposure, but as I said, don't use them with your personal account, okay? Basically, that way you'll avoid problems with your account. Finally, I also want to talk here about the alternative, all right? What we talked about earlier, get yourself a promoted account, okay? This is an account that's used exclusively for retweets and drops, but this way you won't affect the model's main account, all right? This way you'll keep the account clean and free from spam from other models, okay? Then when it comes to setting this up, you buy a promoter account on Telegram or wherever, all right? And you use that account to request retweets in the groups by sending these messages, okay? Next, regarding comment baiting techniques, this is probably one of the most important parts of the video. You need to create an SOP or send this directly to your Twitter VI, but this is what's ultimately going to allow you to attract fans and followers on Twitter. So you need to use your imagination and above all, be quick when it comes to comment making. Here we have different strategies. I think I already mentioned this in the video I uploaded specifically about Twitter, but here I'm going to explain it in more detail. The first would be to use controversy, very polarizing topics. In the end, what works here are extreme comments. That is, criticize a lot, talk a lot about politics, about juicy topics to generate hate. But at the same time, keep in mind that if you're generating hate on one side, you'll also be generating a lot of fanaticism towards you on the other side. So to be loved by one extreme, you have to be very hated by the other extreme. So this works very well. In the end, what we're looking for here is to generate fans, not to make friends. So I also recommend this to you when it comes to comment binding. Another strategy would be more about humor, using funnier comments, memes, that kind of thing. It can work too. Ultimately, it's about adapting it to your model's personality. You can also combine several styles, but make sure to use at least one. What else? Seeking approval or opinions. This is very common in threads, but it also works on Twitter. typical questions to get an easy reply, and try to generate more engagement with people. In the end, every tactic is good. You just need to know how and when to use it. Next, give them a reason to respond, like with compliments. Here I'll give you plenty of examples. You can ask ChatGPT for 1,000 ideas to give you lists and lists based on each of these styles. Then playing the typical victim role is also very common. You'll see it a lot on Twitter, on Threads too. And then there's asking for help. There are many more styles, but these are the most common ones. So key points for successful comment making. What I recommend here is first to be authentic and relatable. In the end, being natural is something that gets rewarded on Twitter. Then grab attention with creativity and personality above all. Grab attention. What we are aiming for here, as with any social network, is to catch people's attention and steal their time. So don't make it sound scripted to convey that there's a real girl behind the accounts, someone who's always open to meeting people and interacting with her followers. This is the image you want to project. So once you've tried all of this, adjust everything over time to different strategies, and whichever works best, adapt it as much as possible, optimize it, and scale it up. This is the best advice I can give you based on all these types of comment baiting. So now let's move on to how to delegate all of this, how to find the best Twitter virtual assistants. Here we have two options. One is going through an agency. There are actually several quite professional agencies out there. If you want to delegate to an agency, you can let me know and I can recommend some to you. In this case, I'm going to focus more on helping you train the marketers yourselves, or at least know where to find quality ones, so you can avoid that initial expense, since I imagine that a large part of my audience people who are still not making $10,000 a month on OnlyFans don't have a lot of capital to invest. So how do you hire a successful VA? In this case, when giving them access to the Twitter account, make sure first that they are fluent in English. This is really important. First, I recommend that you yourselves know English is going to be key for your OnlyFans agency, so you can interview them in English yourselves. If not, you can have them take certain English tests to really know what their level is. When you talk to them, if you see that they're fluent, perfect. But if they don't speak English, it's going to be quite a big barrier, because in the end, for example, with comment baiting, you need to be quick and write well-crafted comments in English. Someone who has no idea and only uses Google Translate, I'm telling you now, is not going to bring you good results. So they should also be familiar with Western culture. In the end, when it comes to commenting, making certain memes, certain jokes, it's going to go much better. Using contemporary slang from the United Kingdom or the United States, being intimately familiar with that particular culture, is also going to be an absolutely crucial key. And someone who has a sense of humor and a lot of imagination when commenting will be a big plus when it comes to generating comments that go viral. So this is going to be key. Then when you ask them to send you results, try to have them send you plenty of samples and try to verify them however you can. They'll probably try to trick you because, let's be honest, the same photos can be shared all over the world, but try to make sure the photos they send you are actually theirs and really look at the results. But always, before you start, have them show you the results. So ask them to explain what strategies they use, okay? A good virtual assistant should be able to explain to you what strategies they're going to use, okay? And then once you've gone through this guide and you really understand how Twitter works, you'll be able to analyze whether that person actually knows what they're doing or not, okay? If they can't present you with a clear plan, that's a red flag, okay? They should always be able to tell you how they're going to manage the account and how everything will be expanded. If you can already tell at a glance that they are just going to constantly post explicit content, then that's a no-go. I mean, as I was saying, any virtual assistant for Twitter who knows what they're doing is well aware that working with safe for work content is much more effective, okay? So when it comes to salaries, right, how much should you pay a virtual assistant for Twitter? Here's the thing, you'll find prices of all kinds, okay? If it's an agency, the price is going to be quite a bit higher than this, all right? but if not, the prices usually range from $3 per hour or between $300 to $350 per month, okay? Twitter is a platform that's been around for quite a while, so depending on the virtual assistant, they might ask for more. In the end, you also have to really assess it yourselves. If it's a professional, I completely understand if they ask for a bit more, since unlike Threads with Twitter, you really need to use your head, and the posts aren't as simple and it takes a bit more wow, okay? I'm talking per account. So just make sure you also comply with Twitter's rules, all right? Avoid these words too. There are certain words you absolutely need to avoid so that your account doesn't get a red flag and end up completely banned and invisible to everyone. So respect those limits. As I repeat once again, sorry to be repetitive, don't post not safe for work content, okay? Always try to keep your content as non-explicit as possible, and watch out for these words that show up, all right? Rules for links, as we discussed: don't share direct links to OnlyFans, and always use a Linktree, Beacons, Get All My Links, whichever one you prefer, okay? By applying all of this, I assure you that you'll optimize your Twitter to the fullest, all right? Follow all of this to the letter and you'll see how it's an amazing platform, because if you know how or manage to get a good account, or if your model already has an active account when you sign them and you apply all of this, you won't have to wait as long as you would on Instagram, for example, to see results, okay? Try out the different strategies we've mentioned. Like I said, in the end, it's all about adapting everything to your model. Just like with payment links, there will be accounts where it works better to have a trial link to your Twitter, and accounts where it works better to have a payment link. So adapt everything to your needs, and you'll see how you can get amazing results from it. In this section, I'm going to talk about Red Gifts, a platform that isn't often discussed, but which can be a complementary source of income. And if you know how to use it well, you can really notice a significant difference. So I'm talking about Red Gifts. This platform has certain advantages compared to others. The first one basically is that it doesn't have as much competition, obviously, as the traditional ones like TikTok, Instagram, or Twitter. So you can get more out of it, since there aren't as many agencies involved there promoting models. So despite that, it's worth noting that this is a platform with more than 50 million monthly users, okay? That was in 2024, and now it probably has even more. And most of the audience is from the United States, which is definitely of interest to us. So finally, the good thing about Red Gifts in this case, unlike TikTok, for example, is that it's OnlyFans friendly. That is, you can directly promote your model's profiles on the platform without any risk of being banned. In the end, it's a platform where most of the content published is not safe for work, so keep that in mind. Next, there are certain disadvantages, okay? The first is that it's only available in a browser. They do have a shortcut, but there isn't a fully developed mobile app. And the second, which isn't really a big disadvantage, is that it requires a verification process that usually takes between 24 and 48 hours, okay? Like I said, it's a pretty interesting source with a lot more advantages than disadvantages. And in the end, you can actually, I didn't mention this as an advantage, but it uses the same video format as Reels and Shorts. That is, you can use the same video the model makes for you and repost it on TikTok, Reels, Shorts, Facebook, or any of these platforms, okay? So how do you optimize your Red Gifts profile? Okay, the first thing is to clearly define your audience's interest. One of the good things about it is that when you set up your account, you can actually specify who you think your target audience will be, so that they can then recommend everything, the content that you upload, okay? Then, just like on other platforms, what's most recommended in this case is that you clearly highlight a niche on the account, okay? And obviously highlight the attributes of the model you're managing. Finally, like I said, be as specific as possible when posting. You'll see that you can set it up by adding certain hashtags and tags, okay? So try to be as specific as possible so that the video gets recommended to the right person. And in this way, the conversion rate will be much higher. Finally, what works really well, at least in 2025 with Red Gifts, are all those trends related to TikTok, okay? What you can do here is take those trends that
are already leaning more towards explicit content and upload them to RedGifs without any problem, since they're, as I said, you won't have to worry about getting banned. Okay. Finally, I'm going to leave you here with a bonus strategy. Okay. It's maybe a bit harder to go viral on RedGifs by uploading reels. What's also important is that consistency is highly valued, but as I said, you can reuse content without any problem. So when it comes to the strategy we're using, which you can absolutely use yourselves, it's RedGifs can serve as a gateway to reach OnlyFans. So it can act as an intermediary between platforms, like in the case of Reddit, or you can also use it as a bridge for Twitter, or really any platform. What we're doing in this case is using Reddit, which is giving pretty good results, and it's from a fake fan profile. That is, we're running accounts as men, in this case on Reddit, to promote the content that the model has on RedGifs. This way, the promotion that we are doing for the particular model that we manage comes across much more indirectly, but it is also much harder for us to get banned from the Reddit platform. Obviously, you have to make it look as real as possible, but this way, it won't seem like the model herself is self-promoting on RedGifs. So it's a method that will last us much longer and help us avoid a lot of bans. Also from RedGifs itself, you can put a direct link to your OnlyFans, and honestly, everything is much more visible. You can write a much more detailed description than on other platforms like Instagram, TikTok, or Twitter, and the conversion rate once they're there is actually much higher. So, like I said, it's a platform that obviously won't be your main source of traffic, but if you want to make a few extra $1,000 or less, obviously at first, depending also on the material you have of your model and whether the profile is completely new. But if you're consistent in this case and you upload content for a good amount of time, you can really get a lot out of it. So that's it. Another platform that I haven't really seen anyone talking about, but it's quite interesting because you can just re-upload content. It hardly takes any time and you can start using it right away. In this section, I'm going to talk to you about pornpics.com, okay? This is another pretty good platform that can help you generate some extra traffic for your models' accounts, okay? And it really doesn't take any work at all, okay? Like I said, just like with other platforms we mentioned earlier, such as RedGifs or Clapper, this isn't gonna be your main source of traffic, but if you do it and stay consistent, it can bring you quite a few followers and be a real alternative that can help boost your agency's numbers. So how does pornpics.com work, okay? What I recommend is that as soon as you sign with a model, you create an account on this platform, okay? How does Pornpics work? Pornpics is basically a platform where you upload photo galleries, okay? There you can upload not safe for work content, okay? It's fully explicit content, but it's only photos. That is, you're going to upload galleries that ideally are from the same moment, in other words, from a specific occasion. It doesn't work to upload galleries with different outfits from different times. What works are, for example, photo sessions of the model in her room or at the beach, anywhere really, but the photos should be consistent with each other, okay? So what works here? The good thing about Pornpics is that you can really narrow down your model's niche. What works here is being as specific as possible, okay? The process we're going to follow to succeed on this platform is as follows. We'll create an account on pornpics.com and use the model's name, all right? When it comes to verifying that account, it usually takes between 48 and 72 hours. So don't worry if it takes a while, okay? They'll verify it for you without any problem. That is, you don't need the model to go through a more thorough verification like with RedGifs, but as I said, it usually takes a little while. Next, we'll upload our first gallery, but first we'll need to create a channel, okay? In the channel, we'll need to include the link to the model's OnlyFans. What I recommend here is that you use a tracking link, obviously, to monitor the traffic and know where each fan is coming from. So what matters here is obviously photos of the highest possible quality, okay? Well edited and with an attention-grabbing title. Here you can use ChatGPT or rely on your own creativity, but it's highly valued, okay? So as I was saying, in terms of themes, try to be as thematic as possible. What also works really well on this platform are photos in lingerie or cosplay themes, okay? Those are the two main themes that work on Pornpics. What else should we keep in mind here? As for the results, it usually takes a few days. So don't expect that right after publishing your gallery, the next day you'll already have tons of fans, but it's very random. There have been times when I've uploaded galleries where basically nothing worked, but then there have been others that have been hugely successful. And I've been recommended in that gallery for almost 2 weeks. And I managed to get 2,000 paying fans just from a single gallery I uploaded. So as I said, it's a very random platform, okay? If it decides to recommend you, then you've hit the jackpot, but don't expect every gallery you upload to work out, okay? What I recommend is that you upload a different gallery every week, okay? Per model, obviously. So try with, if you see that a certain theme doesn't work with your model, try to find another theme, another niche. And when you see that something works, then upload galleries in that style, okay? So what else in terms of conclusions? I'd say that for how little it costs, plus you can even automate it with a VA, okay? In terms of photo formats, it doesn't accept the iPhone format, this HEIC format. So always try to make sure all the photos are in PNG or JPG format, okay? So I'm telling you this so you keep it in mind. If not, just use any app to convert from one format to another. But so you don't get that error and think it's a platform issue. It's simply that they don't accept it, that's all. So like I said, it's worked really well for me with certain models and not so much with others. In the end, try it out like all the strategies I've mentioned to you, okay? But honestly, with the galleries that have worked for me, I've gotten a lot of profit out of them. So I'll also leave the link to Porpix in the description, okay? So you can take a look at it. And as I said, one gallery a week, you usually have between 20 and 60 photos, okay? Don't make it any more complicated than that, and you'll see how in the end you'll hit the nail on the head and they'll end up promoting you. Well, in this case, I'm going to talk about one of the strategies I uploaded to the channel about a week ago, I think. And honestly, you have no idea how underrated it is and how much you can get out of it. I've actually been doing this for a month now, okay? I've created an account here so you can really see how everything works, okay? And it's with the Whoop platform, and it's just recently that they've launched this affiliate marketing option, okay? If you really know how to take advantage of it, you can make a lot of money. Above all, it's about driving traffic to the accounts of the models you bring in, okay? You do have to invest a little, but in the end, as I said, the return is huge. So what we're gonna do is go to the Whoop platform. I'll leave all the links in the description, okay? There will be a lot of links, but everything will be clearly explained and with direct access. So we'll go to Whoop, we'll create a profile, okay? If you don't already have one, we'll click on this plus sign here, okay? And we'll go to this green section where it says rewards for content, okay? How does this work? As I mentioned, I haven't seen this strategy in any agency yet because, as I said, it's new. Apply it, OnlyFans agency. They use it in other types of businesses. But when it comes to OnlyFans, you can get even more out of it. So we're going to go here to rewards. And how this works is that we're going to set a price, what we want to pay those marketers or editors who will cut clips that we upload here and distribute them on social media, okay? This way, it will generate a lot of visibility. We can set specific requirements, such as making it mandatory for them to use the hashtag of our main Instagram account or our YouTube channel or Twitter, whatever it may be. So these people will be in charge of trimming or editing the videos and uploading them, bringing traffic to you. So the payments here will be made per 1,000 views, okay? Usually the payment ranges from 0.30 to $1 per view, okay? Here you can set the price you want to offer, let's say 50 cents. And like I said, compare this to Instagram ads, okay? The price they have and what 1,000 views cost you here. That is, by setting this price, it really turns out to be incredibly cheap for you. You can also set a maximum payment per submission. For example, let's say the maximum we'll pay is $500 for 1 million views, okay? Imagine someone actually achieved that, and then for the title, you just enter whatever campaign name you want, okay? In this case, we'll use my name as an example. And here you can choose the type In this case, I recommend that you set it to clip, and for the category, you can select creator, okay? So end date, here you set how long you want this advertising campaign to last, okay? Like I said, it's 1,000 times more affordable than any other social media campaign. And on top of that, Whoop handles the payment, does everything completely automatically, and always pays them instantly. So here you'll set the dates when you want it to end, let's say in this case 2 weeks, okay? The 19th. And then the budget you want to allocate to this campaign, let's say I want to put in $10,000.
And that's it. Now you would just have to click continue, okay? Well, sorry, here you have to enter the social networks, okay, where you want all of these to be promoted. Let's say I'm only interested in Instagram and YouTube, for example, okay? And that's it. So here you can add a Google Drive link for all the files and also the call to action, okay? So it's very simple. Then here in the video requirements, you can put, well, as it says, if you want the video to last 30 seconds or have a maximum duration of X time. You can put absolutely all the requirements here. So as I said, here you would click continue and the funds would be added for you, okay? This method, to be honest, I haven't seen it on OnlyFans, as I said, but I've been applying it myself as well as the students in my mentorship, and we've already started to see results from the second week, okay? Like I said, you don't need to invest $10,000, but I recommend that you start by testing with a smaller amount, and from there, well, as you start to recover that investment with the traffic, you can obviously increase that amount. So having said that, this is a method that is completely new. There isn't much competition yet, so take advantage of it before all the agencies start using it. But you can really get incredible returns from it, and as I said, it's 1,000 times cheaper than the classic ads you would pay for on Instagram, YouTube, or anywhere else. Alright guys, now I'm going to explain to you the main difference between an agency that's making $10,000 or less and one that's already above 100,000. And in the end, very few people pay attention to this, but here you're definitely going to pick up on some key aspects that will open your eyes to why there are agencies making over $100,000 and what really sets them apart from those agencies that are still operating around the low 5 figures. So take a look at this table, okay? Mainly because I've summarized here what the main differences are between these two types of agencies, all right? The first and most important one is the structure, okay? In the end, agencies making less than $10,000 usually do so because they don't really treat the OnlyFans management business as a real company. That is, they don't have the structure of a professional company, they don't have a payment management system, they don't have a personnel management system, they don't operate like a professional business, okay? In the end, keep in mind that this applies to any company. You need to establish a well-defined structure with specific roles assigned to each employee. There needs to be some movement, a cash flow, in the sense that you will have to be constantly reinvesting in the company, because a very common mistake among these small agencies is that they make $2,000 in profit and immediately want to save it for themselves instead of reinvesting it in the business. And in the end, if you want to keep growing and scaling, you're going to have to invest constantly, whether it's in better staff, better software, better systems, automations, and so on. So keep this in mind, okay? So starting from the structure, which is what will set the tone for everything else, we need to take the matter of systems into account. And the thing is, an agency that's billing over $100,000 a month has fully automated systems. They have clear and concise SOPs so that any employee from the moment they join knows exactly what they have to do, how they have to do it, and how to optimize it to get it done in the shortest possible time, okay? This is very important, having optimized systems where the processes are clear and well defined, okay? Because in many small agencies, when a new employee joins, they don't really know what they're supposed to do and end up constantly asking questions, which means both sides are wasting time. So automating processes is really important, okay? This is closely related to structure. Next, we have team and talent. An agency with low revenue is usually made up of a small, unprofessional team without formal contracts. So in the end, the employees are the first ones not to take things seriously. An agency that is generating more revenue is the first to have a perfect structure, with constant monitoring of hours and quality, analyzing all employee metrics, and with a motivated and professional team. Also, obviously, salaries are usually higher, but not just for any reason. It's because in the end, the staff is much more qualified. And another thing that makes a difference apart from those more formal contracts is the fact that relationships with employees tend to last longer, right? In the end, it's a key aspect to be able to retain workers and to create that bond with the company so that everything becomes much more efficient. Then also very important, the payment and finance system within an agency. The thing is, many small agencies have no control at all over the payments and accounting that take place inside, and in the end, this is what will make the difference. In fact, among the templates in the Notion pack that I've uploaded, there's one that is solely focused on your agency's accounting. And this is crucial because in the end, you need to know at all times how much money is coming in and how much is going out of the company. Because you'll see that this is a world where you might be invoicing a lot of money, but that doesn't necessarily mean you're actually earning a lot. You could be invoicing. Actually, I know agencies that are making six figures, invoicing a lot of money, but then in terms of net profit, they're only taking home about 10%. So you have to be careful with that, okay? Because it won't do you any good. An agency that's invoicing $50,000 but taking home maybe $30,000 in profit works much better than one that's making $200,000 but only getting that same profit. Why is that? Because the one generating $200,000 will ultimately have a much higher risk, and it probably requires a much larger staff structure to maintain. So keep this in mind. I also know agencies that are invoicing $100,000 and are taking home 85 or even 90% in profit. I've seen cases where they have all the models signed on a fixed salary instead of commission. So that's another thing to keep in mind, okay? Keep a thorough record of your payment and finance systems where you can see all the costs of your programs, where you pay your staff, your models, etc., but have everything documented, whether it's in Notion, ClickUp, or any platform. Just make sure you keep track of it. Next, growth strategies. In the end, every agency needs to have clear growth strategies, okay? And a plan. Other small agencies don't have a clear plan and just improvise with their strategies, right? Keep in mind that to succeed in this, you need to set solid long-term strategies with micro objectives that are followed thoroughly every day, okay? In the end, you have to invest in someone, if it's not you, who understands marketing, data analysis, and knows how to scale a business, okay? What I recommend is that if you're just starting out, you should specialize in that yourself and start experimenting. On another note, I also want to talk about technology and tools. And this is very important because in the end, as any agency grows, one of the things it invests in the most is acquiring better software, CRMs, and automations that allow you to scale the business and automate everything as much as possible, okay? As you grow, maybe at the beginning you don't have the money to invest in software because, well, it's one of the most expensive things in OnlyFans management to find a good programmer who can help you design certain programs based on your goals. But as you start to scale and can afford it, it's one of the best investments you can make, okay? Small agencies usually just have some basic software, if they have any at all, and without any kind of full integration, okay? So keep that in mind. But as I said, this will be for when you start scaling your agency further. The most important thing in the end is to treat it like a business. In the end, a lot of people think that, as I said before, this is just a hobby, but you really have to treat it like a job, which is what it is, and you're going to have to put in a lot of hours. In fact, you'll be working many more hours than in regular jobs, since if you're handling everything yourself at the beginning, you find yourself working 10, 12, 15, even 16 hours a day to make sure everything fits together. And finally, I want to emphasize something I always mention. The fact that an agency is successful, because here I gave an example of one making over 100,000 or less than 10,000, but I don't just want to focus on revenue. A truly professional and successful agency is one where the leader doesn't need to be there 24 hours a day. In other words, An agency that always runs smoothly without the constant presence of one person, that has a solid team, knows how to organize itself, and can solve problems on its own, not one where if the leader, the one giving instructions, disappears, there's no one left, no general manager nor good managers in each area who know how to keep things going and solve those problems. So with that said, make sure from the very beginning to build a solid agency, which is what I focus on most with the mentorship team, so that you can create something that lasts in the long term and from there runs automatically. Because as I've said, in the end, the idea, at least mine and that of many others, is not to stay in OnlyFans management for a long time or for your whole life. In the end, what we're looking for is to create something solid that can run automatically and then use those profits to start building other business projects outside of this industry.
So that's it, guys. It's very important to keep these differences between the two types of agencies in mind and apply them to your own. All right, guys. In this section of the guide, I'm going to talk to you about chatters, okay? Afterwards, I'll talk about chatting, which is the service these people provide, but first I'm going to explain where to hire the best chatters, okay? My recommendations and where not to look for them, all right? So the first thing we're going to have to do is look at the different options we have, and what I recommend before anything else, so you don't think I'm going to give you a magic formula, is that in the end, the best chatters are the ones you train yourselves from scratch. That is, people who don't have bad habits. In other words, in a Telegram group, it's very rare that you find a chatter who's actually worth it. So what I recommend is that you go to platforms like Online Jobs Philippines, all right? And it's a job website in the Philippines, okay? On that site, you can find thousands of virtual assistants, many of whom don't even know what OnlyFans is. But if you have good training and can teach them everything from scratch, I can tell you it's gonna be much more effective. Obviously, when you talk to them and do the interview, you need to explain things and speak to them as if they were someone who has absolutely no idea about this world. So obviously you'll need to be more patient at first, but if they understand, I'm telling you, it's going to be much more profitable and easier, since it's much better to train someone from scratch who doesn't have bad habits than to try to correct someone who's been doing something the wrong way for years. And the end, chatting is, if not the first, then the second most important thing I would say in the structure of an agency, because it's useless to have the best traffic in the world if you don't know how to make the most of that traffic once it's inside. And in fact, any agency that works even reasonably well is said to have an 80-20 ratio when it comes to chatting. That is 80% chatting and the other 20% on subscriptions or posts. So keep this in mind, and if that's not the case for you, try to fix your chatting structure first, okay? So I'm going to give you an example here, okay? From this website, I mentioned the Chatting Philippines, okay? From Online Jobs Philippines, sorry, where we have different options, all right? In this case, I worked with this website about a year and a half ago, okay? The thing is, these are annual plans. It's $69. Yes, you do have to pay, but then you'll have quality stuff. And in the end, what does it matter to pay $69 if you're going to make it back with your first client, whom you will have trained yourself to make it much more profitable for you? So keep this in mind, because sometimes the best investments you can make in a company, in this case, in your agency, are hiring staff who are completely professional. So I mentioned the free plan because it doesn't give you the option to hire. That would be for job seekers. What would interest you is the pro or the premium plan, okay? With the pro plan, it's actually more than enough. You can create 3 job positions, okay? That is, you could search for chatters, marketers, or any position, okay? In this case, the video is focused on chatters, but just so you know, you can use it for other things as well, okay? You could have up to 200 applications, okay? Basically, what this platform does is that you post a job ad, and the platform promotes that ad, that job offer you create, and you would conduct the interviews yourselves, okay? So like I said, take a look at this. You also have platforms like Upwork or Fiverr, okay? You can find quality people there too, but other agencies I've spoken with are quite happy with this platform, Online Jobs Philippines, okay? Then there are other options we have when it comes to finding chatters, okay? There are the typical Telegram groups like OFM Jobs, Chatters Venture, and many other groups you'll find out there. I'm not saying you won't ever find anything interesting there, but it's going to be much harder. In the end, like I said, invest in having everything well structured, okay? And another important thing is to have some videos, those recorded SOPs about chatting, unless you always want to be live or making the same videos every time you need to train all those new chatters who are joining. So what I'm saying is, in my case, what I use and what I recommend is that you have everything super automated. That is currently in the agency. As soon as we need or I need a position or several positions for chatters, we already have a questionnaire, okay? I send it out to different platforms, and that questionnaire already does an initial screening for me. So from there, depending on the answers, I mean, imagine if 200 people respond, maybe only 50 of them actually interest me. Then with those 50, I do another screening where we give them another test, okay? In which, so if people pass it, they then start the training that we already have automated with a series of videos in which we explain each step one by one, okay? In this case, later in the chatting section, I'll explain some important things to keep in mind, okay? So that this way you really know what to ask for, since that's also very important. I've seen many cases of clients who take the mentorship with me, who themselves don't know how to chat or how to structure everything. So what I'm saying is, first, it's very important that you know how chatting should work, so that at least you can demand from others exactly what you want. Because if you yourselves really don't know what optimal chatting should be like, you'll never be able to have that optimal chatting in your agency. So that's very important, okay? Let's suppose, that here you already have all these groups, these websites. Now let's also go to what, once you already hire the chatter, is important when it comes to organizing yourselves, okay? So what I recommend here is that you can use different channels with the chatters, whether it's WhatsApp groups, Telegram groups, Discord groups, okay? The point is that communication and organization should be easy, okay? As I was saying, the selection process is completely automated. If you're just starting out, well, you can do it in the more traditional way, directly without these questionnaires, but make sure you give them proper training, okay? In the end, they're going to be the ones directly selling the content of your models. So what I'm telling you, it's an essential piece within the agency. So another important point here, I wasn't sure whether to include this in the other chatting module, but we'll include it here, is the fact that when it comes to organizing content with the chatters, what exactly do they need to have, okay? And that is the fact that when you take on a model, you absolutely have to ask her for a personality sheet, and you're going to send that sheet to the chatters, okay? From the moment these chatters join the agency. Why? Basically because they need to have a guide with basic information about the model, okay? On it, you'll put things like her favorite food, zodiac sign, age, height, a series of details that could come up in any conversation with any client, okay? And that way they won't get lost, or there won't be any discrepancies, so that they always respond in a way that makes sense. So that's important too, okay? Next, I'd also like to emphasize the importance of English, okay? Here, another factor comes into play, which is that maybe many of you have models who still don't have an audience that's entirely English speaking or mostly English speaking, and you might have a 50-50 split or even an 80-20, okay? So try to get chatters who also speak Spanish, okay? Or the language in which the model is basing her content, because in the end it's no use having a chatter who speaks perfect English if most of the clients are Spanish and have no idea how to respond, okay? So that's important too. As for English, most of the chatters you'll find in the Philippines speak English. I mean, they generally have a good level of proficiency, so please don't worry about that at all. But make sure, if you're the one conducting the interview, that their level of English is high. There are also certain English tests that you can send them online, okay? And in this way, you can know the score they get on that test right then and there, meaning it can't really be faked, and you can truly know the level they have.
Although what I recommend in this case is that you make a call yourself. You should know English. If you're running an OnlyFans agency, and check for yourself whether they really speak English or not. So a typing speed of over 55 words per minute is what's recommended. If not, as I said, with experience, those who aren't so used to it usually improve. And most importantly, a stable internet connection, because even though many of you are in a first world country, you'll see that there are many chatters who, due to their situation, don't have the best internet in the world. So it's something you need to consider, because imagine if during a shift they lose connection for 4 hours, the amount of money you could be losing in that time, right? So that's also quite important. Regarding the channels, what I recommend is that you always notify, obviously, when you enter and when you leave, okay? This is important, firstly, because it's great for them to have set hours, okay? Most of the time they'll keep that in mind themselves, but to make sure that two chatters aren't connected to the same group at the same time, if you have it set up so that, say, there are 3 chatters per model, at least make sure that when a chatter enters, they write in the group that they're entering, and do the same when they leave, so that you avoid any confusion in the chat, okay? This is also quite important. As for shifts, yes, what I recommend is that they do shifts of 8 hours, between 6 and 8 hours, okay? I don't recommend doing more, because in the end you always lose focus. So yeah, 6 to 8 hours would be optimal, okay? Then regarding the payment for the chatters, okay, here we have different options, okay? This will depend on the agency. At the beginning, if you're just starting out with your agency, what will interest you most is to pay them only by commission, okay? Why am I telling you this? Because maybe you don't have a lot of traffic yet, there isn't much activity on the account, and it's not really profitable for us to pay by the hour, okay? As you progress and start billing more, you see that it becomes much more worthwhile to pay by the hour. But what we always do here is offer a commission component. Why do I say this? In the end, you have to understand that commission is key, and it's directly tied to the employee's performance. The moment you only pay by the hour and remove that performance incentive, that person is just going to work while watching the clock. But on the other hand, if you offer a commission or some attractive goals, right, that person will always have the motivation to try to earn more, in other words, to work better, so that in this way they can earn more. So what I recommend is that even if your agency is very large and you're billing well, never remove that commission component for your team of chatters, or for marketers as well, obviously. But never take it away, because it will make your employees perform much better. So really take advantage of that. What I'm telling you is that you can set a 5% or 10% commission, depending on the level you're at, maybe 3%, or you can work based on targets. That is, imagine you tell your team, if this month we bill more than $30,000, you'll get a bonus of X amount, okay? So always set up that incentive so that they stay motivated and work much better. Also, you need to make everything clear in the group chat, okay? So there's no room for doubt. In the end, it's just like with marketing, with chatting, it's the same. Always try to lay out for them anything that could happen. For example, if there's a client who's, I don't know, aggressive, or a client who wants to meet up with a model, or someone tries to haggle over prices, or there are accusations of bots, they should always know what response they need to give, okay? In the end, you have to think of it like a tree with all its branches and possibilities, right? That way, you'll really know how to respond to each situation. This way, you'll avoid a lot of problems and a lot of headaches. So keep that in mind, okay? Another good thing about Discord, which I didn't mention earlier, is that you have those voice channels which make communication much easier. But anyway, if you can't organize them through Meet or any other app, that's fine. I'm just saying, if you really have the time to create a Discord community and organize your whole agency there, you can really get a lot out of it. Next, let's move on to the basic information, okay? This with Bethis is related to the information about the model that the chatters need to have. And here, what I would include would be, well, the basics: name, age, place of birth, and all the information you see here. In this case, you can expand on this a lot more. Here in the guide, I wanted to keep it pretty summarized because all the content I'm making is going to get quite lengthy. But just so you understand the importance of chatters having a personality sheet for the model, okay? When it comes to working, they should always have it handy and open so that they can always take into account any aspect, any question a fan might ask them, and so they don't find themselves in a situation where they have no answer. So anyway, with that said, guys, pay attention to this. I absolutely had to include a section on how and where to recruit chatters and important things to keep in mind, since, as I said, it's something you need to have structured and set up as soon as possible, okay? Because in the end, like I said, there's no point driving a lot of traffic to your accounts if later on you're not billing properly within your agency. And in the end, that's the only secret, or rather the biggest secret of agencies. It's the fact of building a solid team of chatters who can get every last cent out of each client. So try to invest in that in training. You yourselves need to be the ones who create those ops and train your chatters. But first, you need to be well trained yourselves, okay? Because like I said, it will be much easier for you to first understand the process yourselves, how everything works, and then train a head chatter. You can do that too. And then that head chatter who has been trained by you can go and give instructions to the others and guide them on how this whole process should work. Welcome to the chatting module, okay? This is going to be one of the most important modules of the guide, okay? Because this is where most mistakes usually happen and where people tend to be the most overconfident. Then when they contact me for mentoring and I analyze things, this is actually what they handle the worst, okay? It's very important, I repeat, that you have your team of chatters well structured, okay? Because in the end, this is where you're going to make your money, okay? The majority of the money you're going to make with your agency won't come from traffic. You're only going to make it through chatting, okay? At least 75 to 80% should come from chatting. So that being said, in this guide, I'm going to explain all the scripts that I've been using for several months now. And honestly, they've given me really good results. And also how to use certain strategies at the same time, okay? I'm also going to talk about the basic content you should have from your models when carrying out all these scripts. So let's get started. First of all, I want to tell you that everything needs to have a certain logic. That is, how do the scripts work? In the end, it's a personalized story that's already made, recorded. So what we're trying to do is sell that story to the fan we're chatting with, making them think that it's all happening live, right? Live, when in reality, it's all fictional, right? So how does this work? In the end, when I say it has to make sense, I mean that you first have to take into account where the fan is from. Because if you're talking to a guy from New York and you're in Dubai, the time difference is going to be different. So if when you're chatting with that person, you've told them you're from the same city as them, but it's nighttime there, and suddenly you send them a picture from the script where it's daytime, well, they're going to notice because they're not stupid. So you have to be careful with that and always keep all these aspects in mind, okay? So here we have the chatting divided into stages, okay? First, in stage one, when someone joins, the most important thing, and this is a big mistake I see in many agencies and many guys who contact me, is the issue of starting off on the wrong foot. And by starting off on the wrong foot, I mean right from the only setup itself, when you set up your welcome message, trying to sell them something. And this is the biggest mistake you can make when it comes to an OnlyFans agency, because you'll be throwing away a lot of money, and many clients, potential ones, will immediately lose all interest. Since what we're really aiming for here is to create a completely personalized experience with the client. So in the end, when someone joins, the thing we always recommend is that selling something should be the last thing you do. You post a photo, like a selfie in bed or wherever, but make it look as casual and natural as possible, and something simple. Welcome, what's your name? How are you? And that's it, okay? Don't go sending them a video with 10 lines of text trying to sell them a pay-per-view right away, because I'm telling you, maybe you'll sell 1 out of every 100 that way. But by doing what I'm about to tell you next, you'll be able to get much more money out of each client. So keep all of this in mind, okay? And I'm telling you, if you follow this step by step, you're going to optimize your entire chat agencia, really, your agency in general, a whole lot. So key strategies here, okay? First, we need to understand and get into the context, all right? In the end, every script needs to respect the story and the timeline, okay? In which, well, the model needs to have consistency. That is, the outfit has to match, the location has to match. It doesn't work if suddenly you send her at 4:30, for example, a photo wearing a red top at home, and then suddenly she appears dressed, I don't know, in a shopping mall 3 minutes later, okay? So obviously it might sound silly, but I see that this still keeps happening. So be careful with that and take all the factors into account. Next thing, the context, okay? When someone joins from scratch, and we're already doing this first thing I mentioned correctly, what we're going to try to do is get as much information as possible from that client, okay? Here, what we want to know is where they're from, which is also very important because of purchasing power. For example, if they're from a country like the United States, where the purchasing power is higher, then we want to know what that person does for a living, their age, and certain other key things that help us determine whether they're going to be a potential great client or not, okay? So once you've done this, you can use the same CRM to tag and categorize people, making it much easier to deal with them later on, okay? In Inflow, in Creator Hero, all those CRMs also have the option to assign certain characteristics to each client so that the chatters have that information at hand, or so that the chatters themselves can add this information, okay? So once we've gathered all this information completely for free, and at this point, we still haven't tried to sell anything, okay? I usually recommend between 8 and 10 messages. You can exchange a free photo or two, okay? So now I'm going to explain to you exactly how the stages work, okay? We have it divided into 4 stages. Here you have to keep in mind that videos are obviously perceived as having a much higher value than photos, and the longer the video, the greater the perceived value, right? So you need to be very gradual with this. That is, just as I said, you shouldn't sell anything right when you start. You also shouldn't give away, or in stage 1, sell a full nude video. In other words, we have to go very slowly so we can try to get as much as possible. So in stage 1, let's use as an example that the model is wearing lingerie, okay? Absolutely nothing will be seen yet, okay? I repeat, during stage 1, she will always wear the same clothes. We don't want a situation where she suddenly appears in a green top and then suddenly in a blue top, okay? So we'll start. This stage 1 with certain photos that we'll ask the model for. So the chatters already have them well organized in the folder, okay? I recommend that you keep each stage well organized with the price range, so it will be much easier for the chatters. In the end, the best thing here is to have everything well sorted and organized so that working this way is as easy as possible, okay? So regarding stage 1, as I was saying, underwear, 3 regular selfies in bed, 3 selfies sucking on a finger, 3 photos lifting up the crop top provocatively, and all of this is for free. The next ones will be 3 short videos, okay? 10-20 seconds at most, as I describe here. And finally, there will be the pay-per-view, which is the first video we're going to sell, okay? In that one, well, the breasts are shown. So 3 videos of 1.5 minutes each, okay? It's better to have 3 just in case. And this way, we can sell this first video for between $10 and $50, okay? Like I said, the initial context is important to really know how much we can sell that first video for, okay? Keep this in mind, because if you get an 18-year-old kid, they're probably not going to spend the same as a 57-year-old businessman from New York, for example. So take all of this into account, okay? So once we're at this point, we've sold our first pay-per-view to our client. So once we've achieved this, we're going to move on to stage 2. And this doesn't work by just continuing to sell directly, but rather like everything we've talked about before, now you have to give another gift. And what are those gifts going to be? We're going to go back to the photos again, okay? It has to be something very gradual, but at the same time like a roller coaster. That is, we're going to start stage 1 by giving away content perceived as low value, which will be photos or short clips of 10 to 20 seconds. We finish stage 1 by selling that 1.5 minute video and then move on again to stage 2. The difference from stage 1 in this case is that if we finish stage 1 already showing the breasts, in stage 2 there will be no censorship at all. It's supposed to be the same sequence. Therefore, in this case, we're going to be sending photos that already show her lying down on what would be the bed, the sofa, or wherever you are, following that script. And they're very similar to the previous ones, okay? But in this case now, without censoring the breasts, so 3 videos, teasing, in this case provocative, also about 10 to 20 seconds each, suggestive, provocative, okay? But that's it. So what are we going to launch in this case in stage 2? Here in stage 2, we're going to end up selling that pay-per-view video of 1.5 to 2 minutes, okay, showing the intimate parts. In this case, we're going to be selling this pay-per-view for between $100 and $300. Here, as I said, it also depends again on the context and the person, okay? It could be, for example, that you don't get someone who's well off, and maybe instead of selling for 100 to 300, you have to sell for between 50 and 200, okay? In the end, it's about studying the person well and knowing how much we can sell for, okay? Many CRMs also, if not all of them, calculate the average amount a client has spent, but since in this case we're talking about new clients, you need to keep in mind what we've discussed earlier, okay? Once we finish stage 2, okay? We've already sold 2 pay-per-views. So we move on to stage 3, where now we would have full nudity. That is, in this case, we would add a toy, okay? So here is the essential content that we would need, all right? Like I said, this would be content for a script. Then you can do another one with different clothes in a different place. So the idea is to keep playing around with that, okay? Stage 3, in this case, 3 photos, again, playing with a toy, teasing, a long clip, playing with the toy, all right? In this case, this would be sold at a premium price, okay? By long clip, I mean 1.5 to 2 minutes, okay? The others would be videos of 10, 20 seconds, okay? 3 videos, sucking the toy, playing with the toy. That's basically it, all right? So here we would do exactly the same process, okay? If you notice, it's always the same sequence repeating. We start the stage by selling, selling with free content, photos and clips of 10 to 20 seconds, and we end up selling the pay-per-view of 1 to 2 minutes. So what happens now? We've already sold 3 pay-per-views, so we would move on to stage 4. What can we do now? In this case, we wouldn't add anything else, but what we would do is create a video. This time it would already be pre-recorded, more premium, between 4 and 7 minutes long. In this case, it would be using the toy from stage 3, but for a longer period of time, as we said before, the longer the video, the higher the perceived value, okay? Then a photo, blowing a kiss, and a short video at the end after finishing. So these 3 things are what we would need for stage 3, okay? As I was saying, you can start over again from stage 4 to stage 1. Now I'm going to explain how to get even more out of this, okay? Regarding prices, in this stage 4, we could sell from 300 to 500 depending on the person, or from 200 to 400, as I said, if it's someone more limited, right? So that's one thing, okay? At this point, the stage 4 will be finished. How can we now go from stage 4 to revert back to stage 1 and continue with the sequence? So let's suppose we finished here. All right, the guy has bought the video for $400, let's say. So we can have the chatters directly tell him, like, let's say the model is done, that she's gonna take a shower and will be back in 15 minutes, or that she's gonna have dinner or something like that. Then we would come back with a pre-recorded script. In this case, the model could already have a script with different clothes, or you could even do the same script in the shower or in another location, right? And continue with the sequence. So in the end, it's about using your imagination, really studying what the model's strengths are, and trying to make the most of them, okay? As for scripts, what I recommend is that you keep updating them, obviously, because as soon as you start getting potential and good clients, you shouldn't be repeating the same content to them because they'll notice, obviously. So you need to keep updating them, okay? In the end, they're pretty short and simple clips. Like I said, they're 10, 20 seconds plus the photos. And what takes more work would be, well, the video from stage 4 and the videos that are a minute and a half or 2 minutes long, okay? But as I said, really, this is gonna be much less work for the model than if you have her record a bunch of 10-minute videos without any real purpose, especially when you won't even be able to get the most out of them, okay? So the key points here, and I want to emphasize these, are that everything should be very gradual, okay? Don't get ahead of yourselves. Don't try to sell as soon as possible, because in the end, trying to rush things will only make you lose a lot of money, okay? By doing this, you'll be able to see and realize for yourselves that there are fans who, when you tried to sell to them before and did things wrong without any order or structure, you were only getting $50 or $100 from them. This way, what you'll do is get much more out of them, okay? Obviously here, when it comes to chatting, it also, the way you have your account structured is quite important as well. And the thing is, if you only work with fans who join with a free subscription, you're probably going to have more problems when it comes to scaling all of this and moving through these stages, because you'll get a lot of people who just want to snoop around your model's OnlyFans, but from the very beginning have no intention of spending anything, okay? So that's why I always recommend setting that filter with a minimum price so that you avoid having people who aren't going to spend anything from the start and they know it themselves, okay? So keep all of this in mind, okay? It's not easy at all. I mean, it might seem simple to you at first glance, the whole thing about all the scenes and photos, but you have to keep in mind that a chatter really always has to add their own touch of imagination, okay? And try to sell that personalized experience. Why is OnlyFans so different from other pornography platforms? And it's basically because OnlyFans sells personalized experiences. So what you need to think about is why that fan you're talking to is going to spend money on your model when there's so much free content outside of OnlyFans or even on OnlyFans itself. And that's exactly where good chatting comes in. That is trying to show genuine interest or exchange information with the other person, give them that completely personalized treatment, and in this way try to optimize everything as much as possible, because in the end, like I said, if the chatting is bad, that person is never going to buy. So being a chatter, I would dare to say, is one of the most complicated things, okay? And you, in this case, as agencies, have the task of knowing how to properly train those chatters. So it's very important that you keep all of this in mind, okay? Also, when it comes to organizing, I recommend creating a group, whether on Discord or Telegram, okay? With the chatters to stay organized, and with the model as well for content-related matters, okay? So that she keeps all the content updated, and this way everything stays much more organized and easier when it comes to working, okay? Regarding structure, which I mentioned briefly earlier, what I would recommend is make sure you have at least 3 chatters per model, okay? If you're just starting out, like I said, you might be able to use the same chatters for several models. And I recommend, if it's not you in the future, try to delegate this, but have a chatter manager, okay? Someone who is in charge of organizing everyone, the rest of the team, right? Also, depending on what you want, you can have the same chatters assigned to a model to handle the posts, which is another pretty important approach that I'll also discuss when it comes to getting the most out of it, okay? Well, actually, I'm going to talk about it here as well, since I think it's also partly the chatting and organization of content. And that's the matter of which post to put on the only feed, okay? I'll talk about it now since we're at it, and it's that very few people pay attention to this, and every day try to post something on your only feed, okay? Because posts are another very effective tool where you can actually get 5% or even as much as 10%, okay, of what an OnlyFans account can build in terms of revenue. And here you can use different strategies, since in the end you have the option to set a money goal for each post where you can write any phrase to encourage people to help reach that goal. For example, if this post reaches $100, I'll send a video privately to everyone who participated. I'm just making this up. It's just an example. Then also, if it reaches a certain amount, I'll do a live stream this weekend. Always try to use your imagination, okay? Regarding posting, you can also say that a video in which, well, you cut it at the most interesting part. And for people who donate you a certain amount of money, you send them the full video, okay? Try to use strategies, okay? Another thing that works really well when it comes to optimizing posts is to ask them to leave 20 likes, 15, or to interact with the model's content. And in exchange, you send them a photo, a video, whatever, okay? That way you increase the number of likes, which will also give more credibility and prestige to the model's OnlyFans account. Or, you know, encouraging people to reactivate their subscription. This is very important because in the end, the job of the chatter's job is, above all, to keep the fans engaged, right? The marketers are going to be in charge of bringing fans in, but then it's the chatters who have the task of keeping those people, okay? So it's also important to keep that personalized attention when talking to people in order to try to make the subscription last as long as possible, okay? And then the very last and most important thing I wanted to mention here is specifically about posts. Like I always said, use your creative imagination to always try to genuinely get the absolute most out of that particular feature that OnlyFans also generously gives to you. And I also wanted to talk about the topic of links, okay? And the thing is, I've mentioned before that it's useful for us to have paid links to filter people, but I also wanted to emphasize the importance, which people sometimes overlook, of having a free trial link. First, I want to make it clear that when a whale joins, they really don't care whether the account is paid or free. If a client really likes the model and that client was already planning to spend money because they're already interested, the fact that the account is paid or free isn't going to stop them. In other words, whales, if the account is free, they're still going to spend that money and keep coming into the account. They don't look at the price, meaning they're subscribed anyway, whether it's free or paid. And if they want to spend money, they were going to spend it regardless. So really, by making it free, you're not going to stop the whales. The only thing you're going to do is let everyone in there, and you'll also get time wasters, right? So keep that in mind as well when having a free link. What I was getting at is that people underestimate the importance of the Only database. And keep in mind that the moment anyone clicks subscribe, okay? Even if that subscription is free and you have autofollow enabled so that the model also starts following them, that person already becomes a lead for life. That is, the moment that person subscribes, even if it's for free, you'll always be able to send them a message, okay? So that's what I'm getting at. If you know how to use certain broadcast messages, which I don't recommend sending broadcast messages, not just any message, I mean specific messages that we mentioned in the mentoring sessions, you can get incredible value out of it. I have accounts where I have a base of more than 50,000 people. So imagine that on those accounts, I send a strategic broadcast message to 50,000 people, and out of those 50,000, let's say only 2,000 reply. We're talking about 2,000 active chats that we'll have at that moment, okay? And we'll be able to try to sell any of these sequences that we've mentioned earlier. That's why I'm telling you that it's really good to set up filters, but if you don't really have the knowledge and you never use test links, you're missing out on a great opportunity to make a lot of money, okay? Another thing you can do in this case is have two accounts. In the end, there are quite a few cases of models I work with where we use two accounts basically to do this. Ultimately, you can always have a VIP account and then a free account where you can try out different strategies on each one, okay? In the end, it's about testing different things because every model is a different world, okay? There will be models for whom some things work and others for whom completely different chatting or marketing strategies work. So that's it. With that said, I hope everything in this chatting module is clear, okay? In the next module, I'll also talk more in depth about the topic of chatters. So I'll see you in the next module.
Alright guys, welcome to the section on the small details in OnlyFans management. And this point is key because a lot of people, when I upload content, ask me about secret strategies or key tricks to go from $10,000, $50,000, $100,000. And the thing is, in the end, many times you take the most important and obvious things for granted, but a lot of you really don't pay attention to them. And the thing is, sometimes you're more focused on finding a magic formula or some innovative strategy, while you let the most important things slip by. And in this case, this section of the guide is focused exclusively on that, okay? Here, I'm going to cover different aspects that I see many people, especially agencies, making less than $10,000 and applying in their agencies, all right? So let's start with the OnlyFans account. And the thing is, even today, I see a lot of accounts that don't understand why their account isn't making, well, a decent amount of money, so to speak. And then their profile picture is awful, their banner photo is terrible, their welcome message is lousy, and the account itself description is not well taken care of. So ask yourself these questions in the end. Look at an account that's in the top 0.1%, really analyze how everything is structured, how the banner looks, and then from there, ask yourself these questions and allow yourself to be self-critical and say, okay, does my account really look like that account or not? Because you'll see that in 99% of cases, it's light years away from looking like it. I mean, in the end, getting a banner perfectly aligned, making sure everything is well centered with a high quality profile picture, and making the account look from the outside like it has plenty of videos, photos, lives, and so on. That's what's going to make the difference. And the thing is, no matter how much traffic you drive, whether it's from Instagram or any other social network, if your OnlyFans looks bad from the outside, nobody is going to want to subscribe, okay? So this is a very important aspect that you need to address, all right? Because a lot of people don't give enough importance to these little details that exist in all agencies, and the truth is you have to take care of everything. In the end, you need to be very critical about this and really know how it looks, because everyone knows what a nice, well-maintained profile looks like, but many people just don't apply it simply out of laziness. I mean, there's no other way to put it, because in the end, creating a good profile picture and a banner is something you'll only have to do once, and then maybe change it every now and then if you want. But don't overlook these details. Next, regarding Instagram, there's another even more common issue, which is something I've already explained several times in the guide, how a good Instagram account should look, how to take care of it, how to make everything perfect. And yet, a lot of people overlook all these details, and then they wonder why they're not getting the same results as I or other people who are making good money on OnlyFans. And in the end, you have to keep this in mind. Analyze one of these accounts yourselves. I encourage you to look for accounts that are successful on Instagram and examine exactly how they're structured. They all post daily stories. The quality of the content is perfect. That is, all the photos and reels are well centered, with good lighting, and everything is carefully curated. So it's no coincidence that these accounts are where they are while others are not. In the end, there isn't a single account that's meticulously maintained, with lots of followers and success, but well, what does happen is that you'll never see a completely neglected account enjoying the same level of success as those that are well cared for. So pay close attention to this. Also, regarding quality pin posts, make sure to pin your 3 best posts, alright? Daily stories, very few people actually do this. As I mentioned in the guide, You can take photos from Pinterest, copy them from there, re-upload them, but make sure to post daily photos, okay? Stories, also reply to messages is very important. Regarding stories, post stories with your dog, with friends, eating, dinner, just everyday life. Don't make it a spam page where you're constantly promoting OnlyFans every day, okay? In other words, you need to try to mimic the behavior of a normal girl. So another very important aspect, and this also applies to Threads, Reddit, or any platform, is not doing a proper warm-up. People don't pay attention to how important it is to properly warm up an account. And the thing is, these first few days will determine how the account will perform later on. If you don't do a proper warm-up, that Instagram account or whatever social network it is will already be doomed to fail, because in the end, either it will get banned eventually or it will be put on a blacklist and never get recommended. So keep this in mind as well, okay? All the big agencies follow an exhaustive protocol that is adhered to down to the last detail when it comes to warming up and everything else I've mentioned before, okay? This is what really makes the difference between small and large agencies, not some secret strategies you're all looking for, okay? Next, changing content metadata. Another thing people overlook and aren't aware of how important it is. If you want to succeed on Instagram, Threads, or any social network, use a content spot application, okay? So you can upload it to different accounts. This is another key aspect, and many people still, even today, don't realize how important it is. So make sure to apply this to a content spoofer, whether it's Tickfusion, the Slutspot, or any other, okay? But make sure to change the metadata. Next, the topic of proxies, which is also very common on Reddit. Every day, people contact me because their accounts are getting banned, and they ask me why, if it's no longer possible to use Reddit. This also applies to other networks, obviously, but this is the same issue here. You buy cheap proxies trying to save some money, but in the long run, it ends up costing you more. This is especially true when it comes to Reddit, where what you need are quality proxies, okay? You can't just use a $1 proxy kind I might use for certain Instagram accounts and apply it to Reddit as well, because your account simply won't last at all. So when you buy a proxy, make sure it's a quality one, compare them, and as I showed in the proxy section, there are certain sites where you can measure the quality, and from there determine if that proxy is suitable or not, okay? You also need to know how many accounts you can manage on each platform, okay? That is, with one proxy, how many accounts can you use? Another key aspect that often gets overlooked, and finally, knowing when to delegate tasks, because I see it's very common for people, especially agency managers, to try to delegate to just anyone on Threads, on Instagram, having them manage 20 or 50 accounts when they themselves wouldn't even be able to handle 5 accounts. So first, learn to do something yourselves and apply it, and then assign tasks based on what you are capable of doing. Never assign a task that you have no idea how to do yourself, because in the end, you'll save money, since you can never demand something from someone if you don't know how much time that task actually takes. Therefore, you can't tell someone to do it in 20 minutes if that task is actually impossible to complete in 20 minutes. So try it yourself first, learn how long it takes to improve that skill, so that you can later demand from others how long that task should take. So with that said, guys, this is a fundamental point. Watch it again if necessary, but pay close attention, because in the end, the small details are what will help you move forward or scale an agency and keep you from getting stuck, since many people constantly repeat this cycle of mistakes. And to wrap things up, and thank you for staying until the end of the guide, guys, I have a little gift for you. During the month of April, there will be a 10% discount active in the store on the 3 products I offer. Not on the mentorships out of respect for the clients who are already enrolled, but yes, on these 3 products. Both the ThreadsBot, the OFM Starter Pack, and my Notion templates. To apply it, you simply select any of these 3 products. Remember, it will be active until the last day of April, and in the code section, you'll enter the code ABRIL. You'll click apply, and the discount will be automatically applied. So that's it. I hope you take advantage of it, guys, and go for it, because it will be active for the next 3 weeks. Alright, to wrap up the guide, I'd like to give a general conclusion, okay? And a bit of reflection, since a lot of people, as always, lack patience and will try to get amazing results right from the first month. I've explained all this based on my own experience, my cases, and also those of my clients, but that doesn't mean that everyone who starts will achieve it. In the end, like with everything, there will be people who are much more suited than others and who will get results much faster. But the best advice I can give you is not to give up. In the end, if you don't achieve it in the first month, you'll get it in the second, and if not, in the third or the sixth. But ultimately, it's about sticking with it. And think about it, in the end, like with any business, what really pays off is being persistent. If you give up on anything you start in life after just a few months, you'll never be good at anything. What is it, for example, that has gotten me to where I am now? Working non-stop for 3 years. In the end, I don't know a single person who has spent 3 years obsessed with something, giving it their all 100% every day, and hasn't managed to get to where they want to be. No one. The thing is, we live in a society where everyone wants everything, and fast, and no one is willing to sacrifice anything or to suffer. So if you want quick results, like any guru is gonna promise you, let me tell you that this is not the business for you. The people in my mentorship programs value me for my transparency, and in the end I can really see whether the person I'm working with is truly committed or not. I will never just tell you what you want to hear in order to sell you a course or promise you that you'll make $10,000 in your first month, but what I can assure you is that if you follow every step of this free training I've offered you today, sooner or later you'll reach the goal you want. And in the end, the best advice I can give both to you and to myself from 5 years ago is this: don't expect quick results and set yourself different goals along the way. To succeed in life, set yourself a goal that's so hard to reach that you probably will never achieve it, but that at the same time helps you stay motivated and ambitious. At the same time, set yourself some smaller goals that are more attainable. But in the end, it's all about always staying focused and never letting your guard down, because in the world of OnlyFans management, there's a lot of competition, and if you're not willing to make sacrifices and put in the hours it takes, someone else will. So I hope you've enjoyed this entire comprehensive training, okay? Just by giving a like, leaving a comment, or using any of the referral links, honestly, I'm already more than grateful. And if you want to directly join one of the mentorships I currently offer, as I said, it's not necessary, but for people who are already advanced and really want to take their agency to another level, well, that's another option. In the end, in the one-on-one mentorships, what I offer is the step-by-step guidance and the path you need to follow to get to where you want to be. But let me also tell you that I only work with committed people, and I don't work with those who aren't really sure about what they want or aren't willing to put in the hours that this business requires. Lastly, if you are a content creator and want to work at one of my agencies, I'll also leave my Telegram in the description. In this case, we also have a series of requirements to join, but we can do an initial consultation to analyze your situation. I hope you enjoyed the best Spanish language guide to OnlyFans management so far, updated for 2025. Leave me any video suggestions in the comments so I can make them in the future, and I'll see you in the next video.